If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 141, Chapter 140, You're from Kraken. Creatures are not the only thing Voldemort can send through the rift. He can also send out his magic. Axel's eyes widened as he looked at Martina and Akiko standing dangerously close to the rift. Back away! He yelled. Akiko and Martina, who had completely let their guards down, were both confused and alarmed by Axel's warning. But they couldn't immediately move away. That's why Axel couldn't just run away on his own. At this moment, they all seemed to feel the burst of magic emerge from the rift. Yes, that's what the system meant. Through the rift, maybe Voldemort can't come himself. Maybe only immortal creatures who can turn intangible can pass through it. But Voldemort can also send his magical attack through the rift as well. This is Voldemort, the strongest creature in the Netherworld. His magical might is unfathomable. Even if he can send a small portion of his power through that rift, it still might not be something they could handle right now. What? Akiko and Martina also noticed the change in atmosphere. But by the time they realized that something was wrong, they were too late to defend themselves. They'll die, if I don't help. Martina, Akiko, and Rose. And if I help, I might die as well. This was what his mind knew. Thinking logically, he should have run away. But right now, he simply didn't have the time to think. Whether to run, or to protect, he had to make the decision instantaneously. During times like these, do you realize who you truly are deep down? And thus, Axel ran, he ran with his full strength. Towards the rift. He arrived in front of Martina, Akiko, and Rose just as the darkness spread out from the rift. Axel drew his wand. Limit break. Light infusion, max. Arcane barrier. Axel used the special skill he had gotten as a reward for defeating the Demogorgon at Halloween and infused it with light magic. And something amazing happened. A tremendous amount of magic was generated, enough to make Martina widen eyes as she felt it. Dazzlingly bright light erupted from his wand, forming a huge shield that encompassed them all. Martina looked at the scene in shock. Such powerful magic! Its might was even comparable to her full-powered guardian angel spell. Martina had an unmatched magical limit. Something that was only possible due to her gift child of magic. And she would be pretty much useless after that until she recovers. Thus, she couldn't imagine how Axel could bring the same level of result when his magical capacity was clearly much lower than hers. Axel's knees almost buckled as he felt the huge burden of the spell. Though his spells were always powerful, his magic capacity itself had not been too high yet. He was only 13 after all, and he hadn't done any specific training for increasing his magical capacity yet. But through several factors, he had gone well above and beyond his capability this time. First of all, the limit break. Though it might get him some serious bed rest, Axel was able to drastically increase the amount of magic he was going to use by tapping into his soul. Then there's his improved Fairy Core wand. It already used to provide an amplification for all light affinity magics, but then he got it upgraded with the wood containing an extremely powerful light element. Considering that he was using a shield made out of light magic due to his light infusion skill, it's no wonder that the result would be much stronger. Furthermore, his wand is no longer ordinary. It has become a powerful weapon with a sentience of its own. Axel could only harness a little bit of its powers yet, but at this moment of life and death, it amplified his magic far more than usual. With all these factors combined, the power he was able to bring out in a single spell was enough to even defend against a full-powered spell of someone like Dumbledore. And it was a good thing he did. Because in the next moment, it happened. Boom! They felt the impact even before their brain registered the attack coming. It was that fast. They really wouldn't have been able to escape in time. The powerful layers of barriers Axel had created with all his strength were halved in an instant, and the rest almost broke too as they all shook due the impact. Watching his most powerful spell crumple like paper, Axel simply couldn't believe his eyes. He might actually die this time. His shield was too weak. No, the attack was too strong. This is the power of Voldemort? This is what I have to fight against. Axel was shook. He knew Voldemort was powerful, but this is simply way beyond anything he could imagine. But it also made sense. Voldemort was someone so powerful that the Akashic records had to go so far as choosing its own champion to defeat him. Axel realized that he was too naive. He had made the mistake of judging Voldemort's powers by the standards of this world. With the power he just used, he might have been able to stop Voldemort before he was transferred to the Netherworld. But after going there and spending a decade conquering that world, Voldemort has ascended to a level that is far beyond what anyone in this world can contend against. Just as his barrier was about to give out, another barrier made out of lightning was erected in front of it, lessening the strain on Axel's shield. Raiden, Shield of Thunder God. Not today. Akiko muttered through gritted teeth, using all of her magic as well. Her darkness ninjutsu was useless here, since it would mostly get converted into Voldemort's strength. But she still had her lightning affinity. She isn't ready to die just yet. In the past, the world was bland, and all she could see was revenge. No one could match her talent and no one could understand her. She really didn't have much to live for. But now, she was only beginning to discover hope. She had found her equals. She had found joy in training with Axel, and the rivalry with someone as powerful as Martina. Akiko wanted to live. And more importantly, she wanted Axel to live. To see him grow, and take down Kraken. That's why she used one of her most powerful jutsu. It takes a serious toll on her body to produce so much lightning, so she would be in pain for the next few days. No. Martina looked at Axel standing in front of her, protecting her yet again, and felt completely powerless. She had wanted to never be in this situation again. That's why she started making full use of her abilities. And yet, here they are. The things she had been working on, they weren't ready yet. All she had was another spell, which she didn't have the magic to cast. Martina took out her knife and slashed her arm. A whimper of pain escaped her lips, but she bared through, for Axel. The magic she could feel coming from the rift dwarfed theirs by a huge margin. But she couldn't give up, not when Axel was giving it his all. Clipius Angelicus. Another shield appeared as Martina raised her staff, making it a triple-layered defense. You should have run away, she said, before she pushed every last bit of magic she could get from the blood sacrifice into the shield. Guardian Angel, the custom spell she designed after the Christmas incident, had two versions, one for attack, and one for defense. This was the second version, Guardian Angel's protection. Axel felt the load on shield lessening as Martina and Akiko stepped up on either side of him with their own magic. That's right, he wasn't alone. He had the support of two of the most talented individuals of this generation. Whether he lives or dies now, he has already made his decision. There was no backing down now. All they could do now was, let's give it our all. He called out, using all the power from the limit break. Voldemort's overwhelming magic clashed with the combined desperate defense of Axel, Martina, and Akiko. An incredible amount of magic gathered at one place, causing the space itself to be distorted. The wards covering the place were blown apart, causing the magic to spread into the surroundings. Keep going, thought Axel, only standing due to sheer willpower. He never thought he would still be this weak despite 2 years of harsh training. But Voldemort was also someone who had had decades of preparation on him. This confrontation with Voldemort, it was too early. Voldemort's darkness seemed all-consuming. It was eating away at their magic. The only reason they were safe right now was because the light attribute of his wand was somehow able to match that intensity. The only problem was, he simply couldn't continue. Fortunately, the rift finally closed at this moment, just in time as their shields broke down. Their enchanted clothes quickly covered their bodies as the remaining darkness attacked them. Axel looked back at Rose, only to see a protective layer of magic forming around her. That was the last thing he saw before he fainted. Axel? Axel? Cough cough. Axel opened his eyes. Martina was currently gripping his hand while Akiko was checking his body for injuries. Fuck, it hurts to move, thought Axel as he slowly got up. He removed the mask from his face and looked at himself. He had survived, miraculously, but the clothing which Martina had given him seemed to have completely lost its protective properties. He looked at the girls. Both Akiko and Martina seemed okay, and even Rose seemed uninjured. Everyone survived. Martina had tears in her eyes. Yes. I'm so relieved. She choked, looking like she really wanted to hug him. You really saved us, said Akiko. She did a doxa. I'll remember it. At this moment, Rose Potter suddenly woke up hyperventilating. But then she looked around. The trees and vegetation within 100 meters were all dead, and Axel, Martina and Akiko Matsushima were sitting with her on the ground, looking quite battered. What? What happened? Where is Voldemort? The last thing she could remember was the overwhelming pain when Lockhart had activated the magic circle. Martina patted Rose on her shoulder. It's over now. We prevented that. And Lockhart? Rose asked. That bastard kidnapped me. Axel pointed into the distance. He's over there. Resting in pieces, he said, much to Rose's horror. Though, his hand fell back down. Apparently, he didn't even have the strength to lift it right now. Martina produced a vial from her pouch. Here, drink some Phoenix Tears. It'll help with the recovery. Phoenix Tears. Only a Valentino would use something as precious as Phoenix Tears as an energy drink. Axel made to take the vial from her, but his hands wouldn't budge. Let me, said Martina, leaning forward to pour it into his mouth. But before the liquid could go into Axel's mouth, it flew out of Martina's grasp. What? All four of them looked in the direction where the vial flew, only to see two unfamiliar figures standing there. They were wearing weird armor and had blue tattoos on their bodies. Poseidon's trident. Just looked at this place. You were right about keeping our distance, Nerio, said the bulky figure. Wasn't I? You would have gotten us in trouble, said Nerio. Who the fuck are you two? Asked Axel, trying to get up. Rose and Martina had already stood up, on their guard due to the suspicious appearance of the two men. But Akiko had a look of shock on her face as her eyes trembled. That armor, and those markings, she said, darkness surrounding her as her eyes darkened. You're from Kraken. Chapter 142, Chapter 141, Who is the monster? A while back. It had been a few days since Theron and Nerio had changed their plans. Their target had now become Axel, the Prince of Atlantis. But, there were problems. First of all, the castle was huge, with thousands of students. And no matter how hard they tried, they had been unable to find Axel Hunt alone during this time. It's taking too long. Let's just pick him up from his class the next time, said Theron. Nerio sighed. Seems like that is our only option. If a student, especially Axel, disappearing right out of the class, it's bound to cause a big stir. Their involvement might be revealed in such a scenario. But since it has already come to this, then fuck secrecy. They were high-level executives of Kraken. They couldn't stay here for long, especially for a job as trivial as kidnapping a child. A force as powerful as the two of them was for Gorski. If they weren't already in the area, they would have just sent some low-level members to fetch the kid. Beep beep. At this moment, they were alerted by a sound, causing them both to frown. He's there again? Asked Theron. It would seem so, said Nerio, checking the device. For the past few days, a professor from Hogwarts had been sneaking into the forest. To check his movements, they had planted a monitoring device in the area. A screen appeared in front of Nerio, showing the situation. Hey! Nerio's relaxed features tightened into a serious expression as his eyes met the screen. What's the matter? Theron asked in puzzlement as he checked out the footage as well. He raised his eyebrows. What is he doing? On the screen, they could see that Lockhart had brought a student with him this time, and he had put her in the middle of the ritual circle. What is he doing? How would I know? Just keep watching. As they watched, their shock only grew. Who the hell is Voldemort? Asked Theron. Nerio was already searching for information. He scoffed upon reading through the results. Just a local Dark Lord who disappeared a decade ago. The girl in the ritual circle, Rose Potter, was supposedly his subjugator, he informed. Got done in by a little girl. Theron laughed. Guess he's still alive, through that book. So this was about revenge, he muttered, already losing interest. Though, soon, his mouth fell open as the ritual circle activated and the huge monstrosity called the Demogorgon came out. What in Poseidon's name is that? Nerio had a look of horror etched upon his face. That can't be. He murmured, quickly searching the confidential archives of the organization. What is it? Theron demanded. Nerio was no longer relaxed now. He had already stood and started suiting up. It's called the Demogorgon. It's actually a creature from the Netherworld. What? Theron couldn't wrap his head around what was going on here. But, no one should be able to access that world. Not without the key. That's what I can't understand. But if their words are to be believed, that Voldemort somehow reached into the Netherworld. And now he's sending in an army here. Damn it, Theron also got up. Shouldn't we go stop the guy? Nerio shook his head, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the screen. Let him be. We can get the boy during the chaos. Might also pick up that girl while at it. Atlantis was far, far away from this place. They wouldn't be affected if they didn't interfere. But, that wasn't the problem here. We need to report this situation to the HQ. We underestimated the scale of this. Nerio muttered. That was the problem. Things had suddenly gotten out of bounds. The Netherworld. They had been trying to get to the place for so long. That place had so much untapped potential, just waiting for them to access it. And just when they had succeeded, that Tristan stole the key, along with a lot of vital research data. Now, a decade later, they are discovering that someone else has managed to travel to the Netherworld. And not only that, the said person has also managed to gather an army of creatures as fearsome as Demogorgons there. Not to mention the fact that Voldemort has also found a way to establish connection between the worlds without the key. It feels almost similar to the girl you were trying to woo getting stolen by someone else. They had been regarding everything here with disdain, sitting on their high horses. They had never thought this was possible, but this Voldemort, he might actually be a threat. Nerio was just about to contact the HQ, but a new development occurred at the scene, causing him to pause. A person had suddenly appeared in front of Voldemort. An eel, muttered Theron, looking at Akiko in her ninja attire. Eel was the derogatory term used upper echelons of the organization for ninjas. Atlantis has been recruiting them for security and counter-attack with a high amount of resources. They're slippery and shrewd, and can really sting if you are not careful, just like the case with an eel. Is she trying to stop him alone? Nerio had a calculating look on his face. Those ninjas aren't that simple-minded. She is up to something. Sure enough, something happened soon after. The screen was suddenly filled with an extremely bright light, making them unable to spectate the situation. By the time the light settled down, they could see a clocked corporeal figure made out of pure energy. What is that? Both the Atlanteans were dumbfounded to see the Demogorgons actually retreating due to the presence of the magical construct. Though, at this moment, something else happened that completely took their attention off astonishing sight. Another person became visible, trying to rescue the girl from the ritual circle. But what drew their attention was the fact the object glowing at the chest of the person. Oi, seventh! Isn't that? Exclaimed Theron. Nerio nodded. The key, that masked guy, it must be Hunt. Theron began walking out. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go get it. Nerio smacked Theron on the head. Don't be in a hurry. Don't you see that spell single-handedly fighting all the Demogorgons? Both the parties have extraordinary strength right now. Us going in would not bring good results. Then what do we do? Don't you know how important that key is? Demanded Theron, rubbing his head. Calm down, 8. We are at the advantage here. Just observe the situation. Let them fight it out. We would be the fishermen who will reap the benefits, said Nerio with a sly grin. They both calmed down and watched the events with a cool head. The boy is quite good, remarked Nerio idly. Just look at his family. Of course he is good. And those snide remarks, they remind me an awful lot of someone, said Theron through gritted teeth. By the way, what does the first say about this? Nerio shrugged. You know how that old man is. He just said to bring the boy. Maybe he'll kill him personally. They both shivered remembering the man. But soon, the event happening in the screen became too mind-blowing to think about anything else. How is he doing that? Asked Theron as he saw Voldemort taking over Lockhart's body. But their surprises were only beginning. He is, actually powerful, said Nerio, putting on his glasses. They saw Voldemort wielding huge amounts of magical power to crush Axel. Oi, seventh, he'll die at this rate, said Theron. With Voldemort having such power, Axel was going to die at this rate. Nerio's glasses were glowing. Look carefully. Sure enough, something unbelievable was happening at the scene. Axel was. He was somehow evading all of Voldemort's numerous, unavoidable attacks with hair's breadth. WH. What kind of monster is he? Nerio could see much more than that. He's not only fighting him. He's also distracting while his partners rescue the girl. Nerio adjusted his glasses. Complete mastery over stealth, evasion, endurance, and combat. An incredible situational awareness and battle sense. And a calm and fearless mindset. It's good that he didn't approach this monster recklessly. Right now, his only weakness is... He about to say attack power, but then it happened. Voldemort glanced back for a moment. And then... There was a flash of light, and they saw him falling to the ground, cut into pieces. It was that quick. Jaws dropping. I am not fighting him, declared Nerio, looking scared for the first time. He was thanking his lucky stars that they hadn't just walked up to the guy to kidnap him. Coward. I want to fight him more now, said Theron. Let's go now. He must have exhausted all of his means by now. Nerio rolled his eyes. Of course you would say that. You have that armor after all. And no, we're not going there yet. Why? Boom. Before Theron even completed his question, he got his answer. They felt the impact even while sitting far away in their circle. What? What happened? Theron took off his glasses. Voldemort. He is our number one threat from now on. Now he was quite thankful that he didn't thoughtlessly approach earlier, thinking Voldemort to be someone beneath them. That power. Nerio wiped off cold sweat from his brows. Theron looked even more scared. My armor. It would have crumbled into nothing before that. Nerio nodded. That power is beyond relics. Currently, the main weapons in Atlantis are relics. Being the oldest civilization, it once used to have magical technique far beyond what anyone can reach today. Too bad, that exact technology also led to its downfall. After everything was almost destroyed, only a few things of the past have remained. They are called relics, unique items with unexplainable powers. That is also one of the reasons why Atlanteans consider themselves superior to other humans. But those relics, they are useless in front of Voldemort. That is how powerful he currently is. Which is why we must retrieve the key. Let's go, said Nerio, finally getting up. If Voldemort can gain such power from the Netherworld, then they can too. They quickly arrived teleport to the disastrous location. Everything in the surroundings was completely decimated, but... They survived! Exclaimed Theron. He couldn't imagine how someone could survive something that even his armor couldn't. Barely, said Theron, looking at the situation through his glasses. They are severely exhausted. But really, he didn't know who the real monster was. Voldemort, who was able to instantaneously generate all that power, or Hunt, who was able to survive that. The boy seriously reminded him of Tristan even in his cockroach-like tenacity. Nerio still sometimes doubts if that Hunt is really dead. But oh well, that doesn't matter. He smirked. We have the perfect opportunity. Chapter 143, Choice. I usually post after posting on Patreon. Today I got delayed, so I still have a few hundred words to finish the Patreon chapter. Either wait a few hours or I'll release it as soon as we reach 2,400 stones. Either way, there is a chapter today. Hey, that rhymes. Meanwhile, you can check out a great new FIC from a friend. The name is HP, Life with Delacours. Synopsis. After transmigration, Lucas suddenly finds himself living under the same roof as three Vila beauties. The dream scenario, right? Not really. Things are complicated. Lucas. Bring me some wine. Well, he is just a servant here. But not for long. Let the Vila taming begin. Oh. Starts from canon 4th year. It's not available on WN yet, only on ff.net. Just search the name on your browser and it'll come up. Here's link. https://www.fanfiction.net/s/14261246/1/HP Life with Delacours. Author's name is Soul Aim. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 144, Chapter 142, Axel vs Kraken, First Fight. You are Kraken. Akiko instantly recognized the identities of the two men. They were the reason she had been training so hard for. Kraken. This was Kraken. He gave the intruders a second look. One was tall and brawny, covered in a thick armor from head to toe, only leaving his face visible, which had blue markings. The short and skinny one with the spectacles was wearing some kind of futuristic light armor, and had a long spiral equipment in his hand. He also had blue markings on his body. No matter what, they did not look anything like the weak henchmen he was expecting to be sent for him. Upon seeing their reaction, Nerio raised his eyebrows in interest. Oh, You two seem to know about us. Darkness began radiating from Akiko. I know enough. I have waited 10 years for this. You and your organization, you'll pay for Okasan and Otusan's death. Theron chuckled. Oh, we killed your parents too? Sorry, I've killed too many eels to remember. Axel stopped Akiko from rushing forward. We need to stall, he signaled to her. He understood her anger, but they were in a precarious situation right now. Every second more helped him recover and get a better grasp of the situation. Blindly rushing in could be fatal. Nerio glared at Theron. Eighth, we don't have time for this. Let's just pick up Hunt and go. Theron rolled his eyes. Come on, Nerio. Let me play for a bit. Pick up Axel. Martina knew a bit about Kraken too. This was the Atlantean organization that supplied the Mikhailovs with the technology to pass through her wards. That alone explained that this organization was not simple. And now they have declared their intention of kidnapping Axel. This was a grave predicament. Right now, Axel was extremely weak. The amount of magic he had just used, it should have been impossible for someone his age to do that. Obviously, there was a serious price to pay. There was no way he could defend himself now. She stepped in front of Axel protectively. Why do you want to take Axel? Theron looked at Martina and grinned. Oh, of course you don't know. That guy, he said, pointing at Axel, is the Crown Prince of Atlantis, the rightful heir to the throne. And he also happens to have something else we desperately need. That reason enough for you? What? Martina, Akiko, and Rose, all three of the girls were struck by surprise at that claim. Axel? Prince of Atlantis? Atlantis had always been an unreachable place in their minds. The strongest nation in the world. The place was impenetrable, completely closed off from the world. Only from time to time, pieces of their technology would show up, which would always be far more advanced than anything the other countries could currently produce. And now, they are hearing that Axel Hunt is the prince of such a place. What are you saying? How can that be possible? Asked Martina. Theron laughed boisterously. You can't believe it. His father was a thief who stole from us. And his mother, she was the crown princess who ran away from the kingdom, he said to the shocked trio. Hey, they're spouting nonsense, right? Asked Rose, turning to look at Axel. Axel shrugged. No idea. His parents were, of course, kind enough to leave him at the Muggle orphanage when he was barely a year old. So of course he had no idea. But if what that brawny guy in thick armor said is true, then he could feel a headache coming. Rose was baffled. What? How can you not know? Weren't you the son of Andromeda's friends who died in war? Axel gave her a really look. You still believe that flimsy lie? Seriously, just how naive are you? Nerio checked his screen. Theron, get the boy. Martina raised her staff. We can't let you do that. Nerio looked at each one of them. I will acknowledge that all of you are formidable, he said, and he really did think so. One has a direct connection with the netherworld, one can destroy 4 demogorgons with a single spell, one can use the fearsome darkness magic, and one can kill within a flash. But... he smirked. Right now, you all are completely powerless. Fuck, he knows. Thought Axel. He didn't know how, but that guy with the glasses seemed to know about their current state. They had barely escaped with their lives just a few minutes ago. They were in no condition to fight again. Nerio shook his head regretfully. Each of you have things I want to research more about. It's really such a pity that except for Axel, we'll have to kill the rest. Martina did not back down. Don't be so sure of yourself. Even in this condition, we are strong enough to take on anyone. You should retreat while you still have the chance. She wasn't wrong. Even an injured dragon is more dangerous than other beasts. The 3 of them might be exhausted, but if it comes down to a matter of life and death, they won't go down before putting up a hell of a fight. Theron and Nerio exchanged glances, then they laughed. Nerio cleared his throat. Ahem, it seems that we still haven't properly introduced ourselves. I am Nerio, and my partner here is Theron. We are the relic wielders, 2 of the Kraken's 8 overseers. Usually, you would never even have the opportunity to see us. But we just happened to be in the area due to some private dealings. That's why we decided to take on this mission. He explained with precision. So, unless you suddenly bring out something remotely close to the last destructive attack you survived. Yes, we are confident in handling you all. Fuck, fuck 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 fuck. Fuck. Axel finally realized just how shitty his luck was today. Things were just spiraling out of control at every turn. And now, it had simply crossed all boundaries. He tried to attract the organization's attention. What he had expected. They'd notice him and think, oh, that's Tristan's son. Hey, minor henchman, go pick that boy up. Axel would have happily kicked those small fries' asses, and extracted all the information they had. But what happened? They think he is the Prince of Atlantis, the only heir to the throne, and just his luck, their most powerful, the upper echelon members, the final bosses, just happened to be the area, chilling. And then, they didn't come to him any other time. No. They came just in time to catch him with his pants down, meaning when he is in a completely exhausted state, after almost being crushed like a bug by the most powerful existence in the two worlds. Just, which sadist bastard is fucking with me? He wondered, looking up at the sky. Someone must be fucking with him. Otherwise, just how can he be so damn unlucky every time? Theron stepped forward. Under different circumstances, I would have enjoyed torturing each of you. But right now, we're in a bit of a hurry, so I'll kill you quickly, okay? Fight, Axel signaled Akiko, who had been raring to go. Martina began preparing her magic as well, but Axel whispered another order to her. Akiko drew her sword and rushed straight at Theron, who had come forward to kill them. Darkness radiated from Akiko's blade. As it made contact with the ground, it instantly made the rocks disintegrate. With that sword, she attacked Theron with all her might. Coral armor, defense mode. Theron didn't move at all, taking Akiko's attacks head-on. Clang! Sounds of metal clashing with metals were heard. But the result? Theron was still standing at the same spot, completely unharmed. Theron grinned. Try harder. Akiko gritted her teeth, but she didn't stop, attacking Theron at all points, even his eyes, but every time, his sword would bounce off harmlessly. What is that thing? Martina couldn't believe her eyes. The armor, it seemed to have a life of its own. It was protecting its owner by adjusting its structure according to the attack. Theron shook his head mockingly. Is that it? Maybe that's the reason why your parents died a terrible death. They were just too weak. Akiko's always calm and emotionless face was nowhere to be seen. Right now, she looked like a demon thirsting to kill. Suddenly, the surroundings became dark, something that only happened when Voldemort controlled the darkness. Akiko made a single hand seal, one she strictly was forbidden to make. Forbidden arts, flames of fury. Theron, his eyes widened upon seeing the power of the jutsu. His playful expression was gone as he cursed under his breath. Coral armor, absolute defense. Theron's armor took on a radiant glow. Within moments, he was completely surrounded by the dark flames. Shieni. Go die. With her eyes wide, filled with killing intent, Akiko put all of her hate into the darkness flames, which took a purplish hue. What the Axel inched back from Akiko due to the sudden feeling of burning. The jutsu Akiko just used, he had never seen her use it before. Though more than that, he was shocked by the amount of power the spell had. He couldn't understand how Akiko could still have so much left. But then he realized it. Its emotions. Akiko was using the real power of darkness now. It uses her emotions as fuel, rather than her magic. When the jutsu ended, Akiko fell to her knees, gasping for breath. You killed him, whispered Rose in horror, looking at the mass of dark flames where Theron was standing. No one could survive from that. But, Axel was still uneasy. Not because he felt that Akiko's attack was lacking power. No, but because of Nerio. He still hasn't moved. That was the problem. Nerio didn't seem worried about his partner's life. His expression was more of amazement and pity rather than annoyance. You guys, all of you are monsters, aren't you? I have really been a frog under a well, he muttered. To be able to bring out such power even in an exhausted state. I am really glad we didn't fight you all at your full strength, he acknowledged. But, you've made him really mad now, he said, shaking his head. It was at this moment that the dark flames finally cleared, and they saw the armored figure of Theron still standing there, unharmed. And he looked pissed. You bitch! You actually managed to damage my armor! He yelled. And sure enough, his armor was indeed a bit damaged. A relic, a weapon of immeasurable power, was actually damaged by Akiko's flames. It was outside both the Atlanteans' wildest expectations. Clang! Theron hit his palm against his fist. It's my turn now. Coral armor, counter mode. Shin! Suddenly, sword slashes came at them out of nowhere, which managed to graze Akiko. Theron clicked his tongue. My aim is still shitty. What? Martina was stunned, looking at the ground where the slashes had landed. The area had completely disintegrated. Those sword slashes. They were the same ones that Akiko used. The counter mode, it could return the attacks with 100% power. And if that was the case? They all realized it at the same time as they looked at the flames of darkness radiating from Theron's armor. I won't miss this time, said Theron. Martina, now! Said Axel, gripping her hand. Martina quickly grabbed Akiko with her other hand, who quickly grabbed Rose. Yes, that was what Axel had put Martina up to as soon as he had realized just who it was they were dealing with. Running away was the best choice for now. Theron was taken by surprise by their unexpected move. But... no, you don't. It was at this moment that Nerio finally decided to make a move. He pointed his spiral device in their direction. Snap! At the same time, Martina executed her teleportation. Martina, Akiko, and Rose disappeared from the site. The teleportation was successful, partially, thought Axel, who was still left standing in his place. With a bloody stump instead of a hand. Chapter 145, Chapter 143, Interrogation. Nerio gritted his teeth as he activated the anti-teleportation field once again. Those girls somehow escaped. It was bad, since their involvement would be revealed now, but what matters the most is, they still have their target within their sights. After all, the main thing they're after is the key around his neck. Ha! Axel Hunt. I believe it's best if you surrender peacefully, Nerio said, as Theron pointed his fully charged darkness flames at him. Axel looked down at the bloody stump that used to be his hand. The part from his wrist down was missing, teleported away with Martina. He knew exactly what had happened. Just when they were about to teleport, Nerio had used the spiral device in his hand, which Axel now realized, was a freaking magic gun. While it's true that expert wizards can increase the casting and traveling speed of their spell, but that was on a different level. The casting and the moment of impact was almost instantaneous. Axel glanced at Nerio, who was once again pointing the gun at him, and then at Theron, who looked ready to burn him alive, and sighed. Great, just great. The weather is rather lovely today, don't you think? He said conversationally. It'd be a pity if it rained. Theron, he is stalling. Go bind him. We don't have time, said Nerio, adjusting his glasses. Hey, I was just trying to make small talk, said Axel. Though, at this moment, his gaze went behind Theron and Nerio, and a smile came to his face. Theron instantly looked back before he knew what he was doing, and even Nerio did too. It was almost irresistible. But then he realized just what he was doing. Without thinking, he pulled the trigger of the spiral equipment which was pointed straight at Axel. Thump! Aghast, Nerio's gaze fell on the motionless form of Axel which lay sprawled on the ground. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He felt goosebumps upon realizing just how similar this situation was compared to when the boy cut down Lockhart into pieces. Hey, why'd you shoot him? Asked Theron in bewilderment. Nerio shot another blast at Theron, whose armor blocked it. You stupid seashell! He made us look back. If that boy was in a better condition, either I would be dead or he would have escaped. Theron was a bit slow but also realized that Nerio's words were true. Damn it, you're right. We made sure that no one else would come here, but when I saw his face, for a moment I completely believed someone was behind me, he said, as he walked up to Axel's paralyzed body. He gave the body a good kick. Bastard! I'm starting to hate him just as much as his dad. Nerio added mastery over deception, defense, and attack to the list as well. And upon realizing that this was a 13-year-old boy, he felt like his whole life had been a waste. He wondered just how it was possible for a boy so young to be so freaking dangerous. In fact, he was so curious that finding it out would be the first thing he was going to do. Let's get out of here quickly, he said, creating a portal. They stepped through, and entered a dark place. Theron lit up a light orb, looking around. Aren't we going to the HQ? He asked. No way. Why would we do that? Asked Nerio. We are the ones who discovered and captured him. Obviously we should have the first stake over questioning him. You guard him while I secure the place. Theron dumped Axel into a chair, not at all caring about his bloody hand. You heard that, we get to torture you first, he said gleefully. Fan-fucking-tastic, thought Axel sarcastically. He was in a state of complete paralysis. And he couldn't really break free, what with him already having expended every single drop of energy he had on surviving Voldemort. He inwardly sighed. He wondered if it was the right decision, not running away and trying to save everyone instead. It really wasn't like him to think about anyone but himself. Fuck, who was he kidding? It was a fucking idiotic decision, and stupidly naive. He should have run away at the first opportunity. Nothing should be above his own life. And if he really had a little bit of time to consider, he would have run away. He really thought so. But, he didn't. And now he's paying the price. He almost died, once again damaged his soul, and then got captured by the organization. Oh, and how could he forget the hand he just lost? Anyways, he was captured, he didn't have an ounce of energy, and he was missing a hand. That was about it. Not too bad, he thought calmly, beginning to turn the gears in his head once again. He still had his greatest asset with him after all. So, these are powerful high-level members of the organization. Their power level? Indeterminate. But those relics give them a huge advantage in specific fields. From what he can gather, Theron has an extremely high level of physical and magical defense. And he can also turn that into attack power. He isn't too smart though. As for Nerio, he is sly as a Slytherin. Low defense, at least lower than the tank Theron. But attack? Insanely high. The so-called magic gun? Axel was sure it was a relic. That attack speed might even be faster than Muggle bullets. Axel didn't fancy his chances in a head-on fight even in his top condition. It's so good that he doesn't have to fight them head-on. Axel has always been a cheater, a thief, someone looking for an easier way. He just has to find a way to combat these two with his limited options, while keeping in mind their unfairly powerful relics. Easy, right? While Axel was still busy thinking, he was released from the paralysis spell. But of course, now he was bound by some incredibly strong bindings, making sure he had no possibility of escape. Now that he was able to move, he surveyed his surroundings. He was in a dark and dingy room, with the only furniture being 3 chairs, one for each of them, there were no windows, and a single orb as the only light source. The only path of escape was the door, which was already heavily secured by Nerio. Don't worry, you can't escape from here. And no one will come to find you here, said Theron, who was observing Axel's reactions closely while sitting on the chair opposite to him. We're in a safe house right now. We'll take you to the organization once we've properly questioned you, he said menacingly. Axel nodded. Can't wait, he said blandly. Theron gritted his teeth. You bastard, that's the exact reason why I hated your traitor of a father. Why do you always have to be such a smartass? Theron had known Tristan. The guy was too talented for his own good, and he liked to let others know it too. Theron had always wanted to wipe that calm and collected expression off the bastard's face. Too bad, he never did get the chance. Even when that man died, he took the organization's second key along with him, leaving them all in immense frustration. Now that he met Axel, who was like a replica of Tristan, only more talented and cockier, his old hatred had been once again reignited. He leaned forward. Don't you realize the situation you're in? He asked. You have been captured, you can barely move, let alone fight us off, you have lost a hand, we are going to torture you, and then you are going to be killed. Now do you realize? You couldn't be in a worse situation. Why the hell are you so calm and cozy? He explained, as a sadistic smile came to his face. Axel chuckled. He couldn't help it. Couldn't be in a worse situation? Bitch, you don't know anything about me. He had been in situations which were much worse than this. That was exactly why he was so calm. His life has been throwing him into such situations long before he even stepped foot into Hogwarts. So what if the past year was somewhat lax? Situations like this are still routine for him. The only thing that keeps changing is the power of his enemies. Calm down, Theron. Theron was just about to hit Axel, but Nerio stopped him as he came to sit on the chair beside him. He looked at Axel deeply. You know, Axel, I really admire you. I'm 13, you pedophile. Nerio wasn't provoked. There's something about you that terrifies me, he continued. You have such great powers, and yet you didn't show even 10% of that when you had the chance to show the whole world. And as you said, you are only 13. How? And how are you mature enough to hide it? Heck, how are you composed right now? I have so many questions. Nerio was genuinely curious. Axel was too abnormal for his abilities to be natural. He could sense many secrets behind his power, and he wanted to unearth them. It's one of the reasons why he didn't take Axel directly to the headquarters. Well, Axel shrugged. Too bad, you'll never get the answers. It would be a waste to even try. This, he could say with confidence. Nerio raised his hands. Now. Don't be so hasty in making a decision. I know you have high endurance, and I'm trying not to go into the torture route just yet. So, how about a deal? You tell me how you acquired so much power at such a young age, and I'll tell you about your parents. What? Axel wavered at that. Nerio smiled, like he had caught a fish. Yes, your parents. From what I researched, you don't remember anything about your parents, right? Well, we happen to have a detailed account of their lives, even first-hand memories. I don't mind sharing them with you at all. Won't you like to see it? How do I know you won't go back on your words? Nerio shrugged. Why would I need to go back on my words? Telling you something about your parents is nothing disadvantageous to me. So, what do you say, do we have a deal? Fine. Axel grew serious. Then I'll tell you, he said, looking at the ball of light, seemingly remembering his past. Once, there used to be a boy, living in an orphanage where he did not belong. His parents had abandoned him, and he couldn't fit in with the ordinary muggles at the orphanage. He was set to live an ordinary and insignificant life. But then a fateful encounter changed his life. Theron and Nerio unknowingly leaned forward in anticipation. He met an old man who saw something in him which no one else could. This old man was no ordinary person. He was from a mysterious place called Ether. Comprehend the meaning behind my words, and I'll pass down my legacy to you, he said. The words were, Noret DNA Warren Aristoide. Axel paused after coming this far, letting them absorb it. Theron had a look of realization on his face. Ether? Hey Nerio, it can't be, right? He was from the Ether world. No wonder this brat is so freakishly strong. Nerio nodded, deep in thought. It would make sense. Noret DNA Warren Aristoide. He muttered seriously, looking at Axel. You were able to comprehend their meaning, weren't you? Axel was unimpressed. No shit. Nerio typed the words into the transparent screen that appeared between him and Axel and hit search. Noret DNA Warren Aristoide. He frowned. It doesn't match any dialect of this world. Not even from the little bit we have from the Ether world. How did you comprehend it? He asked. Axel did an eyebrow shrugged. Because I'm not an idiot. I can read it pretty clearly, he said, looking at the words which were appearing inverted on the transparent screen. Theron was not so patient. So, what do the words actually mean? Axel sighed. You two really are what I said you are. Turn the screen around. Sensing something wrong, Nerio turned the screen around. When the words became inverted, suddenly they could read it. Theron and Nerio are idiots. Axel laughed. I am not telling you anything. You can take the information about my parents and shove it up your cunts. I don't give a fuck who they were. Theron directly sucker punched Axel, and this time Nerio didn't stop him this time. But Axel only laughed, feeling no pain. Ha ha ha, ha, damn, your faces. I should have recorded it. Alright, play time's over. Let's get the key first, said Nerio as he stood up. He decided not to waste time anymore. Their number one priority was of course, the key. We have been searching for it for a decade. We had thought that it was destroyed, but to think that it had been hanging around the neck of a brat all this while. He said, tugging at Axel's neck. Though he suddenly paused, as an expression of doubt came to his face. He removed Axel's half-destroyed hoodie to clear the view and saw nothing. What in the... Where is the key? Yes, the key, which they had clearly seen hanging around Axel's neck, was nowhere to be seen. Axel began laughing once again. Chapter 144. Meanwhile, in Hogwarts, Bellatrix Black, along with the professors, stood in an abandoned corridor, looking at a specific classroom. "Skimpy, are you sure Axel used to sleep here?" asked Professor McGonagall. Bellatrix slowly walked into the room. It was completely destroyed. Holes and craters marred the ground, the columns were broken, and tables and chairs were overturned with their feet snapped like twigs. "What happened here?" she asked. The professor looked at each other, hesitating to answer. Bellatrix raised her eyebrows. "I asked, what the hell happened here?" she asked, her annoyance apparent. "Well, it happened on the night of Halloween 2 years ago. A troll somehow barged into the castle. By the time we got here, the room was already like this, and the troll was dead," explained Flitwick. Bellatrix looked ballistic. "Night of Halloween. So Professor, are you telling me that he might have been here when the troll got in?" The professors were silent, but that did seem to be the case. They never did find out who killed the troll. Bellatrix felt her heart throb upon thinking of Axel's circumstances. Having to sleep all alone in such a haunted corridor, and then a troll barging into his room in the middle of night. And all this was still back when he wasn't healed. "Does no one have any idea where he currently might be?" she asked, getting no answer. Bellatrix gritted her teeth, there was no choice anymore. "Launch a search. And if anyone finds him, report to me immediately." This might also alert the Kraken into taking action, but she feared it might already be too late. And thus, a school-wide hunt for Axel Hunt was launched, causing a commotion. Since the students were grounded under curfews, the Hogwarts Forum was abuzz with activity. Hufflepuffin. "Hey, anyone seen Axel today? Ghostly Gwen. I wish. I haven't seen him in 2 days. Wine. What the hell is happening though? First the curfew and now they're finding Axel all over the school. Don't know, but the Minister of Magic herself was here in the Slytherin dorms, coming to get Axel. But guess what, the guy wasn't here." Anonymous. "What? The Minister of Magic? You saw Mrs. Black in person?" Anonymous. "I'm jealous. Fuck you, Slytherins. You take all the glory, and now you have the Minister of Magic visiting you. I am Axel's bitch. More importantly, that Axel is screwed. Breaking curfew at the time. They still haven't found him, right? Galgadot 554. F. Anonymous. F. Professor Narcissus Imp 333. F. Galleon Gal 69. Is Axel missing? Anonymous. Where could he be? Merlin's _daddy. I've only even seen the guy in the Great Hall. And that too, only after I try very hard to find him. Rune Reader 909. I am his classmate, and even I have never seen passing through in the corridors. It's almost as if he just appears wherever he wants. Even in class, I rarely see him. Charm Chick 00. Yet, I had this fantasy about being stuck on the moving staircases with him, but I haven't even seen him climbing the steps, ever. Nimbus Nerd. Famous people tend to attract a lot of attention wherever they go, but I've barely seen any photos of Axel aside from the one taken in the Great Hall and classes. Let me slither in. I'll let you guys in on a secret. Axel Hunt never stayed in the Slytherin dorms. His room has always been empty. Anonymous. WTF, is this guy a ghost or what? Now that the matter was broached, people suddenly freaked out upon realizing that they weren't the only ones who felt that way. So many students, and very few had seen Axel anywhere outside class and the Great Hall. Just how is this possible? Usually, people like Martina attract a lot of attention wherever they go, like when they are walking through the corridors, when they are climbing the staircase, when they are practicing in the Quidditch pitch, when they are having fun in the dorms, and even what their dorm room is like. Their photos are taken and circulated amongst the fans and gossipers. But now that they thought about it, they had never seen such photos of Axel. All types of rumors and conjectures were made. Some said Axel knows all the secret passageways, while some surmised that he must be an unregistered animagus. Each of their guesses was wilder than the previous one. On the other hand, Bellatrix was still pacing back and forth in an office, waiting for results. "Any news?" she asked. It had been a while since the search started. Afraid not, said Nymphadora Tonks Black, the minister's niece and now an Auror. They're questioning the students of all houses now, to find out when and where he was last seen and where might be. But there's no positive response yet, said Nymphadora, her hair turning a mousy brown, a sign that she wasn't in a good mood. Bellatrix's mouth formed a hard line. Is there really no one who would know? Nymphadora shrugged. Well, there is Martina and Akiko who might know, but they're missing too. He keeps his distance from everyone else. Bellatrix rested her head into her palms. So, he still had not let people in. She cursed herself for the umpteen time. In their first meeting, back when she had no idea he was Tristan's son, she had said some really nasty things to him. She had even lied that Andromeda was just using him, not to mention she had also threatened him. She could still remember his response. The boy had simply smiled sardonically, thanking her for giving him a reminder never to trust anyone again. Now, he has managed to heal his crippled body, and even become so popular, and yet, there were hardly any people he trusted. Nymphadora hesitated. Auntie, there's something else I need to report. Bellatrix didn't even raise her head. What is it? She asked, her voice coming muffled. Rose might have snuck away, or she is missing too. Because she's not in the Gryffindor dorms, said Nymphadora. What? Bellatrix raised her head back with a jerk. Didn't she have Aurors protecting her all the time? Nymphadora scratched her head. Well, you had set me to protect Rose at all times, but then I went with you to deal with the organization. And the other Aurors who were guarding her had gone to fend off the Dementor attack just now. So, she might have been left unguarded for a while. Bellatrix banged the table. As if the situation wasn't already bad enough. After last year, Dumbledore had asked Bellatrix to assign strict protection for Rose this year. Of course, Dumbledore being Dumbledore, hadn't deemed it necessary to provide the reason behind his request. Now she wondered if it was for this reason. Maybe the organization wanted her to too. Boom! As if she still didn't have enough on her plate, the sound of a distant explosion was heard, alarming her. Bellatrix quickly moved to look out of the window in the direction of the blast, and saw a mushroom cloud of darkness rising far far away into the forest. What is that? Asked Nymphadora. But Bellatrix was already calling her force in order to investigate. Please don't be there, please be alive, please don't die. Her mind was a chaotic mess. That explosion, there could be very few people in the world who would be able to do something remotely like that. And she just hoped that Axel and Rose were nowhere near that place. Bellatrix and her team of heat wizards quickly made their way towards the site. It would have taken forever to reach by ground, and they couldn't use apparition, so the only option was flying by brooms. But, something was wrong. Why aren't we reaching any closer? Exclaimed Bellatrix. That was the problem. Even after flying for several minutes, the team found themselves unable to go further. Gorski sighed. It's an Atlantean array. I should have found out sooner. What does that mean? Bellatrix went white. Gorski nodded. What we feared has happened. Kraken really is here. And if they are here, then it's also very likely that Axel is here as well. Then break through this thing. Now. Bellatrix ordered. Gorski was helpless. It's not so easy. Arrays are complicated. It might take a few minutes to an hour. Bellatrix gripped Gorski's collar. You better pray he's all right by the time you break it. Martina, Akiko, and Rose appeared in the middle of Martina's room at the Valentino residence. In her hurry, Martina had unconsciously chosen the safest place she could think of. With her eyes closed, Martina fell to her knees, Rose's and Axel's hands still clutched in her hands. The familiar warmth of Axel's hand reassured her that she was safe now. Meanwhile, Akiko was still in shock. She had failed. She finally had the opportunity to take revenge. And she had failed. After all the training she had, and all the hardships she had gone through, she couldn't do anything when the members of Kraken were standing right in front of her. Instead, she had to run away like a coward. Rose, on the other hand, was still panicking. She looked around frantically, trying to understand the situation. Okay, so it looks like they had managed to escape. But, if that is the case, then... Where's Axel? She exclaimed. Martina looked at Rose in puzzlement. What do you mean? He's right here. Martina let out a horrified scream when she realized that the hand she was holding was just a hand, with blood still dripping from it. Akiko woke up from her self-hatred when she realized the situation. "We need to go back," she said immediately to the shaking Martina, who was looking at Axel's hand in mortification. Martina quickly tried operating back, but it didn't work. I can't. The place is covered with some sort of space-blocking field." Hyperventilating from panic, Martina kept trying to teleport, still holding Axel's hand. When she finally succeeded, they teleported to the familiar location, with no sign of Axel or the Kraken overseers. "No." Martina began shaking her head. No. No. Kneeling on the ground, tears began flowing from Martina's eyes. He was gone, he really was gone. And Martina had no idea how to bring him back. Just, who were they? And what are they going to do to him? Asked Rose, feeling like this was all a dream. So much had happened in such a short period of time that she could hardly believe she had been cursing Axel just an hour ago, and her main concern was people thinking ill of her. Having been kidnapped herself, she couldn't help but worry for him. She had been saved, but who will save him? They were high-level members of the organization called Kraken. They're after him before they want something he has in his possession. And after that, they're going to kill him, said Akiko faintly, looking like she'd fall any second. She had overdone it with the last forbidden jutsu. The only reason she could even stay conscious right now was because Axel was kidnapped. What? So what they said about him being the prince, was it all really true? Most likely. Akiko really thought so. It was too random a thing to mention otherwise. Why would they need to lie? Besides Axel's abnormal affinity to water, that was another reason she thought that it made sense. Martina still could stop hyperventilating. She couldn't imagine what they were doing to him right now. What do we do now? I will contact my family. Akiko, can you contact your grandfather? We can go to Atlantis. Akiko put a hand on Martina's shoulder. You need to calm down first. Calm down. How am I supposed? He is Axel, said Akiko, cutting her off. Even if he is injured, even if he's weak, even if he's lacking a fist, he's still Axel. She said firmly. Akiko has been training with him since the better part of last year. She knows a lot more about his capabilities than Martina, who had merely seen glimpses. The thing that makes Axel is not merely his skills, or his power. It's far more than that. Even if the guys from the organization were strong, they didn't give her the same level of danger compared to what she felt from Axel. The organization was strong. Much stronger than she had imagined. But they are no Axel. He will survive, Akiko said with certainty. We just have to do what we can. Panicking would get us nowhere. You're right. Martina looked down at Axel's hand, which she was still holding onto. As she finally relaxed her hold, something fell out of it. This is... Martina realized that this was the pendant Axel always used to wear around his neck. And it was also the thing that Voldemort wanted from him after it reacted to the ritual circle. While she was putting Axel's hand into stasis, it suddenly clicked to her. Could it be? Martina's hand shook. The members of Kraken said that they wanted something important from Axel. Could it be that this is the thing they wanted as well? If it is, then how the hell did it end up in the hand which got cut off? It was almost as if he predicted it. Chapter 147, Chapter 145, Cracking Axel. Axel laughed. You guys, you're such idiots. Of course I don't have it. Nerio narrowed his eyes. He quickly took out a device and ran it up and down in front of Axel, as if scanning him. It's not on him. He ripped open Axel's space pocket and put the device inside. Nerio frowned. Not here either. For the first time in a while, Nerio regarded Axel with a look of anger. I'm giving you one last chance. With the condition of your hand, you are going to bleed out and die soon if we don't help. Axel leaned forward, causing the two of them to lean forward as well. Go fuck yourself, he said, giving them the finger with the hand that still had fingers remaining. Theron had had enough. He gripped Axel's neck, trying to choke him. It's all right, don't tell us. That way I get to torture it out of you, he said, digging his fingers into Axel's neck. Axel was calm, as if it was not his neck that was being choked. Stop it, Theron, said Nerio. It's a waste of time when we have better ways to get him to talk. Nerio had regained his calm by now. I know you're tough. But there are a few things you just can't resist with mere toughness, he said, looking at Axel. He took out some sort of helmet and strapped it to Axel's head. That's a sub-relic, extremely rare. We call it the mind reader. Whatever we want to know, it'll show us on the screen. Of course, there's the side effect that it may damage your mind, and cause a lot of pain, but since you won't share any of your secrets, this is the next best option, he said with a shrug. Theron laughed. I didn't know you brought this thing with you. Nerio shrugged. It was gathering algae just lying there in the headquarters. I just borrowed it without permission. Theron nodded with a satisfied look. Well, this method works too. Dig up all of his secrets. Also, while you're at it, also mess up his mind as well, he said with a sinister smile. He already hated Axel, but seeing him act so cocky right now only made him more angry. Axel stopped smiling for a moment as he gave Theron a look. You should be careful. Theron backed away instinctively, but the feeling was gone as soon as it came. You scaredy turtle, he's incapable of hurting you. Scoffing at Theron's cowardice, Nerio activated the device. Axel suddenly gasped. His occlumency shields were attacked by a huge force as the machine sent out powerful magical waves into his mind. Nerio rubbed his hands together. Now, let's see what you're hiding, he said, waiting for the screen to start showing Axel's memories. And it worked, as it showed the memory of a younger version of Axel walking on a street. Nerio changed the scene, and this time, it was showing a younger Axel making graffiti of a middle finger on the wall. Theron was getting impatient. Just skip to the part where it shows how he got so powerful. That's what I'm trying to do, said Nerio, clenching his jaw as he typed in more commands. The scene changed once again, and it saw Axel running. Just running through the building of rooftops, between the maze of back alleys, climbing pipes, and going through narrow spaces. Several people were chasing after him, but in the end, no one could catch up. Axel disappeared after giving a condescending smirk. The scene changed, and now it was showing Axel sitting by the Thames River, doing nothing, just looking into the surface. Damn it, work already! Muttered Nerio, typing away furiously now. The scene shifted to now show an injured Axel just by the river. Seemingly deep in thought, he jumped into the river, blood spreading into the water. The scenes changed again and again. Every time they felt like they were close to knowing about his secrets, it would just turn out to be a useless thing. Nerio wiped off the sweat from his face. Why is it not working? Could he be resisting it? Asked Theron, looking at Axel was sitting very still. Nerio shook his head. That's not possible. It's a sub-relic. I've only heard rumors of anyone being able to beat it. Besides, he's only 13. His mind can't possibly be developed enough to resist. Sub-relics are the advanced machines which the Atlanteans were able to recreate or repair after the destruction. They aren't as powerful as the real relics, but they can be produced in more quantity, unlike relics, each of which is one of its kind. I don't understand why it's not working. It's almost as if these are all the memories he has of his childhood. I can't access the rest. Then let's just find out about the key first. If we can get the key, we don't have to go back to the organization, we can just hoard it ourselves, said Theron. Nerio nodded. The key is the priority, he said as he searched for the information of the key. The scene shifted again, and this time, it showed Axel smirking at something. But something was different. He seemed to be looking directly at them through the screen. Axel in the screen slowly raised his middle finger into the air, right at them. Didn't I already say? Go fuck yourselves, he told them. A look of sheer incredulity crossed on Theron and Nerio's faces. They could not believe it. How? Nerio didn't even have the capacity to get offended at the utter disrespect they had been dealt. All he could wonder was, HOW? If it was still random visions, he could have still attributed it to happening due to some other circumstances, but after the last vision in which he flipped them off? There was no other way to explain it. This boy, no, this monster, he's able to resist the sub-relic, and even somehow protected his brain from any damage. How is that possible? Mind training is something even the Atlanteans take a lot of time to master, even with their advanced training and equipment. How could this boy have mastery in even that? It was definitely impossible for someone to be so skilled naturally at this age. He must have had a unique training from an early age, otherwise this wouldn't have been possible. Nerio took off the sub-relic. All right, I admit defeat. I will accept, this boy is infuriating. Theron, you're up, he said, backing away with his machine. Haha. Theron rubbed his hands together with glee as he stood up, his armor making clanging noise. I've been waiting for you to say that. He gave Axel a sinister smile. You know what the worst thing about his father was? Nope, but I know that you hate like a kid who got bullied. What happened? He ate your candy. That's why you hate him. Theron punched Axel again. Wrong answer. It was due to his cockiness. He was always so cocky, as if everything was under his control, as if others were just seashells lying there to fill the space. While others had to work hard to get chosen by relics and earn the right to use them, he got chosen without any effort, like they were made for him. And how he reacted to that extremely fortunate situation. The guy had the audacity to look disappointed. Only two. He had said, as if it was only natural for multiple relics to choose him. That guy was cocky till death. Just like you are. Even though your situation is worse as it gets, you still act like you've got everything under control. He said as he punched Axel again. Theron wiped his sweat. So, realize your situation, and tell me about the key, he said, holding up his hand that was cut from wrist. Tell me. He hissed, jabbing his finger right into the raw flesh of the cut surface, causing fresh blood to spew out of the hand. Axel didn't say anything. He just sat there, not at all reacting to the pain Theron was trying to inflict on him. It was as if his mind was completely elsewhere. What is it with this guy? Thought Theron as he gritted his teeth. That should have hurt like a bitch, but this guy is not reacting to it all. Theron clenched his fists and began punching Axel with a single-minded devotion. He punched his face, he punched his head, his chest, and stomach. Where is it? Axel still didn't react. He didn't even look at Theron, as if he was completely unworthy of his attention. Theron was sweating buckets now. You're seriously pissing me off now. Nerio adjusted his glasses, his eyes narrowed. He's not pretending, he really isn't affected. His body is abnormally tough. I thought something was wrong with the glasses, but it really is the case. Axel finally reacted as his gaze shifted towards Nerio. Those glasses. He said. They're annoying. Nerio smiled at that. Ah, you noticed. These are very precious. It's a sub-relic. With these, I can see things normal people can't. For example, they're currently displaying your physical stats to me, which I really can't believe. Your body is expertly trained to the extreme. But it would explain that abnormal speed and sturdiness. It only increases my curiosity. Axel shrugged. What can I say? I eat my veggies. Nerio's eyes twitched. Is that so? He turned to Theron. We don't have time for this. Just use the last option. I do hope you brought it with you. Theron chuckled. Oh, you know I bring it everywhere. I can't go for long before using it on someone. Sadistic bastard, Nerio muttered under his breath as Theron took out a cylindrical container from his storage space. I was going to use it on you just for pleasure, but I didn't think it would be because I had no other choice. He unsealed the lid of the container. Say hello to my pet, he said, as small tentacles came out of it. What is it? Asked Axel. Your worst nightmare, said Nerio, taking his distance from the container. It was apparent that whatever was in that container, he wanted nothing to do with it. It's a deep-sea magical creature called the Excrucio Medusa, a type of jellyfish whose sting is excruciatingly painful. No one has been able to survive it without the antidote. Theron grinned. It's more popularly called the Torment Ackley or Painifer. Its tentacle can deliver a type of venom that would give you a few minutes of indescribable agony, after which you will die from heat stroke or you will be brain dead, if not administered with the antidote in time. You have a lot of secrets, hey. Well, I bet this would make you sing like a siren. Axel looked at the jar, and then at Theron. A smirk was threatening to break on his face. You are making a big mistake. He said in amusement. Theron laughed. Don't try to act tough anymore. I know you're scared now. What? You want me to stop? He asked in triumph. But Nerio looked at Axel with a scrutinizing gaze. You really think it would be in your favor? How? Axel didn't react anymore, seeming too concentrated on something else. Well, hope you have a good time, said Theron. He sprayed something on Axel then brought the container closer to him. The tentacles came out of the container, slowly getting a feel for the surroundings. Suddenly, they started moving in Axel's direction, as if spurred on by the spray. As they made contact with his skin, the area turned purplish, an evidence of the poisoning. "Now, let's see how long you can hold on," said Theron. Chapter 148, Chapter 146, The Weakness. Bellatrix and the rest were finally able to break through the array. They were now approaching the site of disaster. But the closer she reached, the more horrified she got. In a huge radius below her, a scene of pure destruction had spread. Nothing was alive. The plants and the vegetation were mere husks of dark matter. There were no animal and bird corpses, only darkened pieces of bones. Just... what the hell happened here? And how? Is the organization really capable enough to do this? Holy fucking Morgana, just how powerful are they? Muttered Tonks, seriously freaked out. She was so scared that her hair had turned white, literally. It wasn't the organization, said Gorski, looking truly shaken from the view. Even the relics can't do something like this. If they had such power, they would have been ruling Atlantis by now. Then who was it? And is Axel involved? Thought Bellatrix as she quickened her pace. When she finally reached the clearing, she saw several figures huddled together. Bellatrix found Rose, looking fine. But she failed to find Axel. "Rose!" yelled Tonks, landing into the clearing. "Are you all right?" Rose jumped upon hearing the unexpected voice. She turned around, only to find her cousin Tonks, her aunt, Heat Wizards, and Aurors loyal to her aunt landing one after another. "Tonks? Auntie Bella!" Bellatrix grabbed Rose's shoulders. "Rose Potter Black, have you seen Axel?" Rose flinched as soon as Axel's name came up. Martina sobbed, and Akiko clenched her fists. Bellatrix got a bad premonition upon seeing their reactions. Her gaze went to the very conspicuous severed hand in Martina's hands and she gasped. Is that? She could recognize that hand easily enough. But she still didn't want to believe it. She saw what Martina was holding in her other hand, and it only confirmed her worst fear. The pendant. The cross-shaped pendant that Tristan always wore around his neck, and the one he had passed down to Axel. What happened? What happened? She drew her wand and pointed at Martina. Auntie Bella. It wasn't her fault, said Rose, stopping Bellatrix in a hurry. She saved me, or I would have been kidnapped. Martina was not at all affected by whatever Bellatrix just said to her. She looked at Bellatrix with urgency. Minister Black, I really need your help. Some people have kidnapped Axel Hunt. You might have heard of him. It is really important for us to save him. Please. Gorski stepped in at the moment, his hands raised in a calming gesture. I think both of you ladies need to calm down first. We all want the same thing here, to rescue Axel and get the bad guys. Professor Gorski? What are you doing here? Asked Rose in confusion. Ah, Miss Potter, that's a story for later. First we need you to tell us what happened here. Okay, Rose was confused, but still quickly began recalling the details. Well, it all started when Lockhart kidnapped me out of nowhere. By the time she was halfway, Gorski had to interrupt her. Is Vodmert really in the netherworld? And he has an army of Demogorgons. This inconceivable piece of news, he just couldn't wrap his head around it. If this was true, then the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. So, Voldemort is the one who has kidnapped Axel? Asked Bellatrix. No. When I regained my consciousness, Voldemort was already gone, and everything around us was destroyed. Axel was still there, though unconscious. Everything seemed to have ended, but then they showed up. They called themselves the Kraken or something. They said they wanted Axel, along with a load of other nonsense. They were too powerful. It's Kraken again. Bellatrix was ballistic. They had taken Tristan, and now Axel too, while she could do nothing. She didn't know what to do now. She would have stomped into their base right now, but she had no idea where it was, and how to get there. The only thing she could do was to bang on Atlantis's doors and ask for cooperation, but that would take too much time, and she didn't know Axel would be alive for that long. Though, Gorski wasn't out of hope yet. When did they leave? And can you recall exactly how? Did they use a portal? It couldn't have been more than 20 minutes, as for how, we don't know that, said Martina. We tried running away through teleportation, and we succeeded, but they managed to hold back Axel. We tried returning but the space was locked. By the time we returned, they were already gone, along with Axel. Less than 20 minutes? And can anyone tell me about these Kraken members? Their appearance, names, or equipment? Anything will do. They were the 7th and 8th overseers. Nerio and Theron. They introduced themselves quite freely since they thought they were going to kill us, said Akiko. So it's them. Gorsky understood the gist of the matter. Then there might still be hope yet, he said, as he began rummaging through his space pocket. What? Bellatrix perked up. What do you mean by that? The situation isn't as hopeless as it seems right now. Our advantage is that they don't know that I am cooperating with the British Ministry yet. Those two are arrogant and lazy enough to directly use the portal to leave, which is traceable by someone like me, if we're not too late, said Gorsky as he took out a magical tool that looked like a scanner. Miss Valentino, can you tell me the general location where Axel was before you teleported? It was around here, Martina said, indicating the area right where they were standing. Gorsky waved it around slowly, as if searching for something. Very quickly, the device started to beep. That's it, said Gorsky in triumph. They did use the portal, from right here. There are still some traces left. Now I just have to use them to find the coordinates of their destination. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go already, said Bellatrix. Gorsky shook his head. It's not that easy. Gorsky, if you tell me it's going to take time. It is going to take time. Tracking portals is not something easy. It's a delicate work that need utmost care. So please don't waste your time on threats and let me start already. Bellatrix didn't have any choice this time. She ground her teeth in frustration. Every moment wasted would lower the chances of Axel's survival. I want to help, volunteered Martina. She really didn't feel that they had much time. Back in the hideout. Now, let's see how long you can hold on, said Theron as the poison of the torment actually began to spread. Axel's head lowered as his body started to shake. Yes. Did you feel that? As the poison spreads, the pain will only increase. You'll be in a paralysis, with seizures running throughout your body. You'll feel like every inch of your body is on fire, but the pain would only increase with every time your heart beats. It would be so bad that your body will involuntarily stop your heart from beating, and that's when you'll almost die. But you see, the torment actually likes its prey alive, so the poison will keep you alive, even when every part of your being wants to desperately die. Theron seemed to find describing the process quite satisfying as he looked at the shaking form of Axel. What Theron said was true. Axel really did feel an incredible amount of pain. He was surprised to find that it was actually worse than the Cruciatus curse. But, that was it. Pain tolerance, 98%. Poison immunity, 21%. It might have been a problem if he was still the weak Axel 2 years younger. But he could handle the pain much better now. So, do you feel like talking yet? Theron gripped Axel's hair and raised his head which had been lowered. But, instead of seeing the contorted face full of agony, he saw Axel laughing with no sign of pain at all. Ha, I'm finally getting the hang of it, he said while chuckling. In order to torture him, Theron had made a huge mistake, one that had helped it out a lot. Nerio and Theron looked at him in extreme bewilderment. What the hell is going on? All the other victims in his situation would have been screaming their lungs out while bleeding from all orifices by now. What kind of unique creature is this guy, to be laughing right now instead? Axel eventually stopped laughing as he just sat there peacefully with his eyes closed. His muscles would twitch from time to time, a sign that he was indeed poisoned by the torment Ackley, but otherwise he looked completely preoccupied with something else. In complete disbelief, Nerio checked on Axel's condition. The poison was slowly being neutralized, but the fact was, there was still a decent quantity of it still running through his veins. Nerio backed away from the monster. He couldn't believe it. It meant that Axel was feeling the same pain that the others felt, but he was not reacting to it at all. What kind of pain tolerance is this? Nerio simply couldn't understand it. Even the toughest people had no way of resisting it. It would have still been barely within the realm of acceptance if he had just managed to resist giving information despite writhing in extreme agony. But this? Bang! Theron threw the container away in frustration. How? Why? Just why won't you react like a normal person for once? Theron wanted to kill Axel right now. Nerio was also frustrated. If they brought Axel to Atlantis and told them that they lost the key, they would get punished rather than rewarded. More importantly, they had seen the power of Voldemort, and the numerous specialties of Axel. No doubt they can also obtain similar powers if they could access the netherworld through the key, or if they can access Axel's secrets about how he got his power. Thus, getting Axel the information out of Axel was extremely important. But, how? The boy doesn't seem to care about himself at all. And he seems to have no other weakness. Not torture, not mind reading, no need to even try the truth serum, then what can they do? Right. Nerio suddenly recalled. Back in the forest, you went to rescue the girl Rose Potter. And you protected all three of them by risking your life, said Nerio, a look of enlightenment drawing upon his face. You seem to have a soft spot for them. I wonder what would happen if we picked any of them. Axel was still not moved. You can try it. One is the minister's niece, one is the precious daughter of the most dangerous mafia family, and one is the granddaughter of the principal of Mahout Okoro. All three would be under high security after this incident. Axel really wasn't worried about those three. By now, the place must be crawling with horrors and they should be safe. Nerio gritted his teeth. But what Axel said was true. No problem, we just have to find another weakness. Axel gave a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Good luck with that. Nerio sighed, wiping his sweat. The room was incredibly humid, and the situation wasn't helping. Finding another weakness was difficult, and the brat knew it. He was running out of options now. They couldn't kill him, neither could they castrate him. He had the royal bloodline in him, and the first hadn't actually declared his intention to kill him. So, what else could they do? Another thing he noticed was his composure. It was almost as if they were his captives, and not the other way around. And his condition seems to be improving fast too. He was no longer looking as pale and fatigued as before. Something about this situation was scaring the hell out of Nerio. It was almost as if they had somehow captured a higher being, who was slowly regaining his strength. Just when Nerio was losing it, something happened. A ringtone rang in the silent room, attracting everyone's attention. It was coming from Axel's space pocket which had been confiscated earlier. And for the first time, even if it was only for a moment, Nerio saw Axel's composure finally slip away. That was because, there was only one person for whom his phone, which is always on silent mode, would ring. Chapter 147. Ring. The chime echoed in the silent room, sounding louder than it should. Theron frowned. Hey Nerio, can you shut that thing? It's annoying. But Nerio didn't register Theron's words at all. His attention was focused on Axel, whose face had shown some new emotions for the first time. Nerio stood up. What was that? He asked, pointing at Axel with a triumphant look. What was what? That reaction. As soon as the sound came, you reacted. Axel shrugged. Well, you might want to consider the existence of a deadly venom inside my body that you guys so kindly administered. I'm really sorry if I react even a little bit to that, he said sarcastically. Fuck, I totally forgot about that. How are you not dead right now? Asked Theron in shock. The victims would be long dead by this time. He couldn't wrap his head around how Axel was still alive without the antidote. Shut up, Theron. This monster can somehow detoxify the poison, he said, rummaging through Axel's space pouch. He fished out Axel's Magi mirror which was still ringing and chuckled. He glanced at the screen. Daphne. So, it's that girl, huh? I thought you had already left her. There were a few girls with whom Axel seemed close with. One of them was a girl named Daphne Greengrass. Nerio had neglected her since it seemed that she wasn't very close with Axel anymore. Axel seemed impressed. You've done your research, huh? Are you a fan? If not then it's a very suspicious thing to do, he said, giving Nerio a dubious look. Nerio chuckled. You're really good at controlling your emotions. But just when the bell rang, I saw it. It was quite a brief moment, but with his glasses, he was able to see it. What was that emotion? It was primarily worry, mixed with annoyance and apprehension. Let's see what you've got. He connected Axel's Magi mirror with his screen and he was able to access everything on it. Wow, you have a lot of missed calls. We didn't hear any of them. Why is it that only this girl's call actually rang? Well, shit, thought Axel. After not picking up her calls last Christmas, Axel had come to find the hard way that it's better not to ignore Daphne's calls, lest something like that happens again. At least until he finds a cure to her curse. That's why he had set it so that even when on silent mode, his magi mirror would at least chime when Daphne contacts him. He could only blame his shitty luck again that her call just happened to arrive only at this moment. Axel sighed. He was busted. Nerio quickly found out that Daphne Greengrass was much more than just any friend. Wow, Theron, look at this, he said, as if he'd found gold. There were hundreds of calls, and even more messages. He opened the message history and read the latest messages. Daphne. Hanging out with Luna, Hermione, and Rose. Rose won't stop bitching about the other day. I got away from my previous friends because they were all drooling after you, but this isn't any better. Determined face. Below was a selfie of Daphne, along with Hermione, who had her head buried in her book, Luna who was looking at the camera with a dreamy look, and Rose was pouting her lips, though not for posing, but out of annoyance. Yesterday. Daphne. Today has been another weird day. Woke up to find that the plants in my room had another explosive growth. Contacted Mum. Said I must be growing up. Now what the hell does that mean? Anyways, when are we meeting again? I need some more advice with training. You. Wait for a few more days, I'm busy. Daphne. Pensive face. A few days earlier. Daphne. Don't wanna eat the diet. It's yuck, TT. Axel. Eat it. Daphne. Can't. Give me a cheat day. How do you eat this stuff every day, *0/*. Axel. It makes me strong. Daphne. How do I look? Mom sent this dress for the celebration party that will be held at the end of the year. Pic shy Daphne in a black sleeveless dress. Axel. There's a party? Daphne. Why am I not surprised you don't know? Nerio scrolled further, to the start of the messages. Daphne. Is it okay if I start messaging you? It might sound weird but I feel something missing without talking to you. Axel. It's alright. We used to talk a lot before you lost your memories. But then your mum had to delete the messages since you'd feel pain whenever you tried to remember me. Nerio slowly looked up from the screen, a shit-eating grin coming to his face. This was it. This was jackpot. He was so happy he could dance right now. Theron laughed sinisterly, also reading the messages. So, you've got a girlfriend, hey? She really seems to love you. 60%. Axel didn't say anything. His eyes were closed and he was concentrating like usual. But now, there was a sense of urgency on his face. Nerio slapped Theron's head. You tin box, is that all you read? There's much more important things hidden here, he said, going through the chats again. He looked at Axel. From what I can gather, you've been teaching her, right? And there's something about a special diet too. It makes me strong you've written. He read. There was so much information here. A special diet, this could definitely explain some of his freakishness. And the training. It must be how he got so skilled. And if he's training the girl as well, then it must mean. You really care about this girl, hey? 66%. Theron whistled, looking at Daphne's photo. I totally understand why. Just look at her. Do girls in Britain mature quickly? I can't believe she's only 13. 78%. Nerio nodded, we had a similar surprise when we first saw you, Axel. The two of you look much older and mature for your age. Is it because of the diet and training you mentioned? Cling. At this moment, Axel's magi mirror chimed again. Oh, looks like there's another message from her, said Nerio, looking at the screen that was now beginning to be covered with water due to the sheer humidity in the room. Daphne. Hey, you didn't pick up your call. Are you all right? The Minister of Magic came to see you, but you couldn't be found anywhere. You've been declared missing. There has been a school-wide search for you. I know I shouldn't bother you, but a month ago you said there's an organization called the Kraken that will come for you, and now you've vanished. That's why I'm getting really worried. If you're all right, please reply. Oh. You've seen my messages. Thank Merlin. Are you all right? What? The Nerio's eyebrows rose up in an odd sense of bewilderment. Something was wrong with what he just read. Haha, Theron didn't notice. She's asking if you're all right. Shouldn't we send her a picture of you right now? All beaten and bloody. I bet she'll be reassured. Let's tell her to come out of the ward if she wants to see you alive. Theron, shut up for a moment, there was something that Nerio couldn't understand at all. You, he said, dropping the Magi mirror, focusing only on Axel. You told her about our arrival a month ago. How the hell is that possible? Nerio couldn't understand how that was possible. Axel still did not react. You both are dead very soon, that's all he said. A direct threat. You are getting agitated, said Nerio. He wasn't much fazed if Axel didn't answer right away. Since they now had his weakness, it was only a matter of time before he cracks and tells them everything. Theron laughed. What do you say, brat? Shall we go and pick up your girlfriend? She's rather pretty. It'd be a pity to ruin that cute face. 82%. Axel sighed. I shouldn't be bothered by dead people's talk. Nerio raised his eyebrows. Oh? And how would you kill us? Just look at yourself. One of your hands is cut off, you have lost a lot of blood, you got attacked by the most powerful being in the world and survived, so you have no physical and magical strength to speak of. You are currently bound by the chains made from Neptunium. They're unbreakable and they're restricting your magic. And even if you break through somehow, you shouldn't forget how strong we are. You haven't seen our full power yet. Axel stopped reacting. How do you think Daphne will react to the torment Ackley? Asked Nerio, trying to get a response. Theron laughed. You might be immune, but I bet she's not. 85%, 86%, 87%. It'd be pretty easy to kidnap her. I just have to message her using your Magi mirror. I bet she'll come running, said Nerio, fidgeting with Axel's Magi mirror. We'll call her to a remote location, open a portal, and bring her in. Won't even take 5 minutes. 87, 88. 89%. It's good that you didn't tell us your secrets. Now I get to torture her, said Theron gleefully. She'll pay for your smartassness. 93, 94. 95, 96. 97. 98%. Nerio suddenly noticed that everything was appearing blurry in the room. He wiped his sweat and realized that it was due to the vapor present in the air. With his glasses he realized that it all seemed to be converging around Axel. Wait. It's you, isn't it? What are you doing? Something was incredibly wrong here, and Nerio could feel the hair on the back of his neck stand. Axel's eyes were still closed in concentration, but the corner of his mouth lifted a bit. Well, I've been fishing. 100%. The atmosphere in the room suddenly shifted. The humidity reached a level where it was difficult for them to breathe. Theron wiped his sweat. Why is it so sweaty? He panted. Meanwhile, alarm bells rang in Nerio's mind. But before he could do something. Shin! Suddenly, both of Nerio's arms fell to the ground, along with his relic. It was only then did Nerio notice the blades of water hovering in the air. 7th! Exclaimed Theron, alarmed by the sudden development. Nerio fell to the ground in agony as Theron rushed to help him. Don't move! Theron said. Losing both arms is a precarious situation. Nerio would die of blood loss if Theron didn't help him. That's why, he couldn't do anything about Axel, who was leisurely sitting on the chair. But inwardly, he swore he was going to end the bastard's life. He might have gotten Nerio, but Theron is invincible. Axel finally opened his eyes. They were glowing blue. Didn't I say, you'll both be dead soon, he said, moving his hands to the chains which were binding him. Well, the process starts now. How? Meanwhile, even in the excruciating pain, Nerio's primary emotion was confusion. Everything was in their favor. He'd made sure of that. Axel shouldn't even be able to use magic while bound by those chains. And even if he somehow could, there's no way he could have recovered his magic so fast after the severe drain he went through earlier. Then, how the hell did he end up losing his hands? Clang! At this moment, the Neptunium chains, which he was so confident in, fell to the ground, freeing Axel. But Axel remained sitting on the chair. Only this time, he gave off an air of royalty, rather than a prisoner as he looked at the two Kraken overseers, both of who were on the ground. How, you ask? Axel smirked, tilting his head as it rested on his hand. Simple, I'm not using my own magic. I'm using external power, he explained. It's something I picked up from Voldemort, he said in amusement. That's right. The magic he had just used. It manifested through his extreme affinity with water. Until now, he had been using his water affinity with his own magic. But Voldemort didn't need to do that for his darkness. That's why he was able to wield such tremendous power through Lockhart's body. Well, if that noseless bastard can do it, why can't he? It was quite difficult though. He had been struggling to make a proper connection with the water in the surroundings. He couldn't afford to half-ass it, since he was dead if he failed. But he couldn't even properly try with Nerio observing him with those glasses. That's why he said those glasses were annoying. He had to summon water, but he couldn't, otherwise Nerio would see it and shoot him. The rise in humidity, you didn't notice anything odd about it, did you? Asked Axel, causing Nerio's eyes to widen in realization. Since he couldn't directly bring the water into the room, he summoned it in vapor form little by little, gradually increasing the humidity of the room. Damn it, he got us. No, he had us since the very beginning, Nerio realized. Axel had been planning his escape since the very beginning. All this while, he was only stalling for time. He was just playing with them. Now that he looked at Axel again, he felt it. How could he have missed it until now? This overwhelming sense of danger. It's like the first. It was an overwhelming danger, the likes of which he had only felt from one person. But how? He has no relics, and he's only 13. Now there was only one thing he couldn't understand. Why you? How did you manage to control water? Chapter 150, Chapter 148, Unbreakable Armor? Doesn't matter. There was only one thing Nerio couldn't understand. Why you? How did you manage to control water? That's what he wanted to know. It was an ability that a few members of the royal family could awaken. And that too after a lot of special procedures. How did he do it? Axel shrugged. Well, to be honest, water has always been good to me. You saw my memories, didn't you? Whenever he'd get beaten up and sick, he would take a bath in the Thames. It would always make him feel better. So to say, his affinity with water has always been high. Axel shook his head. But I still wouldn't have been able to do it without your help. You were so eager to torture me with that jellyfish that you delivered me a container full of deep-sea water along with it, that helped me in my recovery. Nerio's gaze went to the container which used to contain the torment Ackley, and sure enough, it no longer contained any water. Yep, and then you also helped me learn it by generating the need. The two of them looked at Axel in confusion, but Axel didn't explain further. The ability to control water, it was generated not because he had had any special training for it, or anything. It was generated out of sheer anger and will to crush these two. It helped him take his concentration to the absolute peak and make the connection with the water element in the atmosphere. That's why this notification was being showcased in front of his eyes. Congratulations! Water bending has been upgraded to Water Monarch. Until now, he had been on the first stage of it, in which he could summon and manipulate water using his magic. But he needed to go further in order to wield water like Voldemort could wield his darkness. He just had this intuition that he could do it. Theron stood up. He was done patching up Nerio the best he could. At least the man shouldn't die of blood loss before they get his arms reconnected. He exhaled, glaring at Axel. You shouldn't have done that to Nerio. You are done for now. As if to confirm that, Axel used his water blades on Theron, only for them to be broken harmlessly against the impenetrable defense of Theron's armor. Theron laughed. You see that? Your blades might work against Nerio, but they're completely useless against me. Your situation hasn't improved at all. In fact, it's worsened. You can't escape since the space is locked, and you can't break through my defenses. And you still haven't recovered your physical and magical strength. It's a completely hopeless situation, he said, coming closer to Axel without fear. It was the reason why he hadn't bothered immediately trying to subdue Axel, instead focusing on Nerio's life. Because he knew Axel can't hurt him, neither can he escape. Theron seemed to be telling the truth. Axel couldn't escape since he couldn't use magic, and his Water Monarch skill still wasn't strong enough to defeat Theron. But Axel covered his face with his hand in exasperation. Is he really that dumb? He asked, looking at Nerio, who sighed. What did you say? Theron decided to attack Axel, but then he saw the water blades resting against Nerio's neck and paused in his steps. Did you forget your own words? My blades can hurt Nario, you moron. Move forward, and I kill him, he said. With the leftover water, a hand was created, which picked up his space pocket and brought it to Axel. Another hand picked up Nario's fallen relic as well. Gentlemen, as you already know, I am also called the Arcane Thief. I do hope you don't mind if I take this relic with me, he said, as the blades got closer to Nario's neck just in case if they needed more convincing. Theron and Nario could do nothing as Axel stole the priceless relic right in front of their eyes. Patting his pocket in satisfaction, Axel sat leisurely in his chair, looking completely at ease in the tense situation. Though, in retrospect, he seemed to have been at ease from the very beginning. Only they were foolish and arrogant enough to attribute it to false bravado. Axel looked at them mockingly. Well, the two of you were very fond of the hostage situation, weren't you? You kept trying to create it. Well. Hope you are satisfied now. He had been enduring until now. Even if he didn't show it, these two had managed to anger him to levels his occlumency was having difficulty controlling. Well, it was his turn now. Somewhere in the gangs, he had heard a Chinese saying, give 1,000 times what you receive. Well, he liked it. And now he intended to follow it. How does it feel? Getting outsmarted by a 13-year-old? Did I tell you guys that I only started learning magic 2 years ago? You lost to a complete beginner. Axel didn't know it, but his words were similar to a gamer's trash talk, something extremely deadly to the victims. Sure enough, Theron and Nario looked downright murderous right now. If looks could kill, Axel would be dead 100 times over. His words were hurting them more than getting stabbed by 1,000 knives. Of course, Axel wouldn't stop just yet. What did you guys say? That you were the overseers of the Kraken? Well, it's more like overdosers of crack. Maybe that's why you are so fucking easy to beat. You, he turned to Nario. He was now going to target them individually. You cut my hand, right? Axel grinned. You fucking idiot, that hand had the key clutched in it. He said while laughing. Nario's eyes popped out of their sockets. What did he just hear? The key was in the hand he cut off? He couldn't believe it. But no matter how much he wanted not to believe it, he could tell that Axel was telling the truth. Haha, you lost the thing you wanted the most due to your own actions. Axel was still laughing. And you thought you were so awesome for doing that, he wheezed. Indeed, Nario was proud of that shot. And now, upon realizing that he had lost the key due to it, he felt extremely frustrated. Did you plan it? He asked, thinking of a scary possibility. Axel already knew they would come, and then he was captured quite easily. So, Nario wondered if this came here willingly. Axel shrugged. I will neither accept nor deny that. Anyways, I settled the score. You cut one of my hands from wrist down, I cut both of your hands from shoulder down. Far more fair than two adults ganging up on a child. You know what? You should thank me instead. I took so much weight off your shoulders. Axel was absolutely butchering them. I will ask for a handshake. Too bad, you don't have a hand to shake. He didn't even leave out such petty jabs. He was absolutely enjoying the situation. Nario couldn't take it anymore. The blood loss had already made him feeble and the extreme anger and frustration made him temporarily pass out. Nario! Hey, wake up! Nario! Theron turned to glare at Axel as the dark flames he had absorbed a Kiko started to burn on his glove. You bastard! I'm going to kill you! He said, but just as he was about to attack Axel, Nario groaned in pain. Don't even think about it. Well, not unless you want him dead, he said, as the water blades made Nario's arms to start bleeding again. Theron gritted his teeth. You're so much more infuriating than your father. I'll take that as a compliment, said Axel, now turning his attention to Theron. I'm curious. Why do you hate my father so much? I don't think it's because of his talent. He said as his eyes bore down on him. Judging by your ugly-ass face, I bet because he would always get all the bitches, right? Theron's face contorted at that. Damn, Axel laughed. I'm actually right, aren't I? You're so ugly you could never get a girl to like you. Shut up, you bastard. You don't know anything. Theron yelled. Oh? And what don't I know? That your crush liked him too. It seemed like he was right again, as the veins of Theron's neck bulged out, a sign he was holding back a great amount of anger. That's not true. Axel raised an eyebrow. Oh? I think it is, though. But you shouldn't take it personally. I'm sure the better man got the girl. You brat. You have no idea, said Theron, stomping his foot. It was supposed to be me. It was me who first came to know about the princess's assassination. It was me who included him in my plan to save her. It was supposed to be me she was supposed to fall for. Theron really hated that memory. He had always admired the crown princess. So when the Kraken had made an elaborate plan to kill her, he had decided to betray the organization to save her. But he couldn't do it by himself, so he had asked for that righteous fucker's help. Who knew that the fucker would take all the credit, and the princess's heart along with it? Theron ended up getting a simple thank you for his trouble. It wasn't enough for the fucker. He got himself killed, and got the princess killed along with him when he destroyed the second key. Axel was silent for a moment. Then a chuckle escaped his lips. Sorry, hey I know I shouldn't laugh, but, you're such a loser, ha 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 ha. Man, how the hell did you end up becoming an overseer at Kraken? Are they full of virgin losers like you? That was it. Theron couldn't care whether Nerio died or not. All he wanted was to kill this bastard who was mocking him while having so much resemblance with his parents. He began advancing towards Axel, step by step, his eyes bloodshot with anger. Nerio's screams echoed throughout the room, but Theron didn't turn back. You can kill him. But I swear I'll thoroughly avenge him. I'll give you a slow and painful death. Then I'll go and do the same to your girlfriend back at Hogwarts. Theron came to stand in front of Axel, who still hadn't moved. Well, not so chatty now, are we? You thought I'd let you walk all over me just because of Nerio. He raised his hand to grab Axel, but then Theron suddenly found himself in a different place altogether. He knew this place. It was Atlantis. What the? Then he heard a sigh that echoed all around. Well, you didn't think I'd base my entire safety on your loyalty to your friend, did you? It's you. You bastard, how did you bring me here? Axel's chuckle echoed all around. I didn't take you anywhere, Theron. It's all in your mind. Literally. What? Your mind, Theron. We're in it. You were right. You have a good physical defense. But you don't have much in the way of mental defense, do you? I mean, yeah, those defenses were strong, but nothing I couldn't breach. You, Theron gritted his teeth. You could actually do something like this all along. The more he knows about Axel, the more horrified he gets. Yep, now you understand, said Axel. As mentioned, even when he didn't have his physical and magical ability anymore, his main speciality, his mind, was still completely intact. He can still depend on it when all else fails. You were never the problem from the beginning. Nerio was. I can only do this trick on people with weak minds for now, and that guy's glasses were also blocking my access to his mind. Damned subrelics. Nerio had always been the more dangerous of the two. His reaction speed was extremely fast, and all the guy had to do was pull the trigger, and it would be over. But aside from that, his glasses, which were a subrelic, were also preventing him from properly invading his mind. That's why Axel took him out first. At this moment, Theron saw something in the distance that made him freeze. Princess. He now realized. This was his memory. A particularly bad one. In the distance, he could see the silhouette of the woman whom he had betrayed the organization to save. The Princess of Atlantis was walking towards him. So, that's what she looks like, thought Axel, looking at his so-called mother for the first time. Chapter 151, Chapter 149, Revenge of a Savage, the End. Axel looked at the lady who was supposed to be his mother. She was a woman of graceful and elegant bearing, dressed in a luxurious gown that swept the floor. There was a necklace of blue pearls around her neck, and small conical earrings hanging by her ears. Her shimmering blue hairs seemed to be floating in the air, and her sapphire blue eyes were looking in his direction with warmth and happiness. So, that's her, hey. To torture Theron, he had randomly searched for the memory which was associated with most pain in his mind. He didn't think he would find her in it. Axel had always wondered what she would look like. And now looking at her, Axel felt nothing. He didn't know this woman, and she didn't know him. All he could see was that she was strong and kind. Theron's memory continued. The princess waved, and Theron waved back. But this moment, another man overtook him, walking towards the princess, and Theron realized that he wasn't the one being the princess was smiling at. Instead, the one she had her eyes on was his companion. Axel recognized the other person as well. It was Tristan Hunt, his father. He looked the same as in his portrait, meaning a lot like Axel's adult version. "Tristan, wasn't it?" said the princess as she gracefully walked towards them. "You saved me yesterday. I can't thank you enough." Even though the language was different, Axel could somehow understand it. "You don't need to thank me." Tristan shook his head. "I was just rebelling," he said casually. "Besides, you didn't need much help to begin with." The princess smiled. "It didn't seem that way when you got injured protecting me." She leaned forward and kissed Tristan on the cheek. "That's for saving my life. That reminds me, are you all right now?" she asked in concern. "It was a minor injury." The princess narrowed her eyes playfully. "Will you stop with the modesty? Kraken is going to try killing you as well now. I hear they don't tolerate betrayal." Tristan shrugged. "I'll manage." The princess seemed deep in thought. But then she looked up. "Come to the castle with me? You'll be safe there. And I need someone to protect me." Tristan nodded. "I'll think about it." The princess finally turned her attention to Theron. She did a royal courtesy. "Mr. Theron, I am deeply grateful to you as well. Here is a small token of appreciation for your trouble." Theron accepted what was given to him. It was a royal emblem with the princess's name on it. If he ever needed a favor, he can use this. But Theron's heart was burning with flames. The way the princess looked at Tristan, and the way she looked at him were clearly different. And he knew the reason. Because when the time of attack had come, things had gotten out of hand. The Kraken was far more powerful than they had imagined. He still hadn't obtained his relic armor back then. Thinking it to be the end, he had decided to flee. That's why, his involvement was not known by the Kraken, and neither had he done anything to save the princess. He was the coward who ran away. Axel's laughter echoed in his mind. "Oof. So that's how it was. Man, you are a bigger loser than I thought. You practically set my parents together." Theron felt the hurt. He really did. It was like an all-consuming pain in his heart, much worse than any other torture. He wanted this memory to end. To never remember it again, but at the same time, he couldn't. This was the only time the princess had ever talked directly to him. While Theron the loser was consumed in the torture, Axel began searching his mind for information on the organization. But to his bewilderment, he couldn't find it anywhere. While searching, he encountered a wall that obstructed him. This must be it, he thought, moving forward. But suddenly, Axel received a huge backlash which forced him to retract his consciousness back into his mind. What in the world? That barrier, and that defense. It's comparable to his occlumency shields. That was not something Theron could have done on his own. And, it's not something he can easily breach with his current legilimency skills. Hey! Theron suddenly found himself back in the hideout room, standing right in front of Axel, who was still stunned from the backlash. Theron grinned. "You tried to access the wall, didn't you?" He quickly advanced, not towards Axel, but towards Nerio, who was still lying unconscious on the floor. He took Nerio's glasses and put them on. "Haha, you can't do anything to me now." Theron's only weakness was his mental defense. Now that he had it too, Axel couldn't do anything to him. "I might be a loser. But I was the one who is still alive, while your powerful and reckless parents are dead. And now, this loser is going to kill you, and then your girlfriend. I might even have some fun with her before I kill." "Shut up, will you?" Suddenly, Theron's throat was filled with something fluid, causing him to choke. Axel raised his head, gripping his head that was still throbbing. "Losers like you can never beat me." Cough cough wh. "Cough what, are you doing g?" Theron spat out the fluid, only to realize there was a lot of blood in it. Theron couldn't understand what was happening right now. His armor was supposed to be invincible. Then how the hell can it hurt so much? Axel chuckled. "You know, your relic does do a great job at giving you protection," he acknowledged. "For your outer body, that is." "Yes." Axel was controlling the water inside Theron's body. Something even his relic couldn't protect. Arg. Theron kneeled on the ground, clutching his stomach, which felt like being run through with a barbed wire from inside. Stop. Please. Axel moved his fingers, controlling the water present inside Theron. You know, 70% of our bodies are made up of water. Your armor is in fact making it easier for me to control it. Theron's armor was strong. But all of his magic was being used by it, leaving none to protect his body. Usually, a wizard's body is naturally protected by his or her magic. But that was not the case with Theron. It made it easier for Axel to take control of the water inside his body. Axel raised his hand and clenched it, causing Theron to scream his guts out. Snap! He then twisted his hand, and Theron writhed in agony. Axel didn't even need a cruciatus. He could inflict worse pain through this. Stop! Please stop! I beg you! Please stoop! Axel shook his head. Can't, sorry, he said regretfully. You two shouldn't have made this personal. This was just the beginning of what he was going to do to the two of these fools. Theron's screams echoed in the room, and Nerio joined him soon, whose body was covered with water needles. Theron was being tortured from inside, and Nerio from outside. But the pain both were receiving was equally excruciating. You had problems with me? You should have taken it out on me like real men do. I really would have given you an easier death. Then why? The pain Theron and Nerio were feeling intensified, causing them to scream louder. Why did you have to bring her into this? I'm misery. Please stop. I'll do anything. But Axel didn't listen to their pleas. He was more concentrated on the barriers placed on their memories related to the organization. Every time he tried to access it, not only would he get a backlash, but their memories would start self-destructing on their own. Fuck is this thing? Axel was beginning to realize something. It was that this organization is much worse news than he had imagined. Axel just copied the memories he could still access and stored it in his mind. The rest, he has to get from their mouths. Axel stopped the torture when their bodies were already broken and minds were on the verge of being broken. Tell me clearly. What does the key do? Theron couldn't care less about anything else right now. He began to sing like a siren. It opens a portal to the netherworld. He panted. Just like, the second key opens the portal to Ether World. Those worlds, they have an extremely high magical concentration compared to Earth, and much more powerful entities. Axel nodded. He had thought as much. That's why Voldemort wanted it so desperately. That monster wants to come back to this world. Axel decided to make sure it never falls into that monster's hands. Where's the second key? He couldn't feel safe if that key is still in the hands of psychopaths like these. It's destroyed, by your parents. They died destroying it, said Theron, spitting out some blood. Axel's eyes narrowed. By my parents? What happened exactly? He asked, his voice wavering a bit. Just when we had figured out how to use it, your parents infiltrated the organization. Cough cough, they stole the key and tried to leave with it, but they were discovered. In the end, they couldn't leave, so they destroyed the key. It caused a huge explosion, and they died. Axel clenched his remaining fist. So, that's what happened. He was already pretty sure they were dead. He just wanted to know why, and how. He wanted to know if what they were doing was important enough to leave him in an orphanage. He wanted to know if all the things he went through growing up, it wasn't because of nothing. What's Kraken's goal? Why are they so desperate for the keys? And why were my parents so desperate to stop them? It's destruction. Theron groaned out. And the merging of three worlds. Axel knitted his brows in bewilderment. Destruction? And the merging of three worlds? What kind of idiotic goal is that? His assumption was right. These guys are lunatic. Is that why you were going to give the bomb to the Mikhailov family? Axel had discovered that the Mikhailov family was going to get a bomb from the Kraken. And if he hadn't stopped them, they were going to use it on the Valentino family. No, that was a test, to see if the bomb was working properly. The real one is going to be used on the royal castle. Axel rubbed his forehead. This organization. It's really headache-inducing. Look, I know that you two are crazy, but even you two don't seem crazy enough to want to blow everything up. I mean, destruction. Seriously? Why are you supporting this cause? Theron shook his head. You won't understand. Axel lessened Nerio's torture. You tell me. You won't understand unless you've been enlightened. Enlightened? What is that now? Who enlightened you fuckers? Nerio shook his head. Can't tell you that. He suddenly clutched his head in pain. Damn it. We've already said too much. He has found out. Who? Tell who is this he? Axel couldn't understand why, but Nerio and Theron suddenly began to convulse in pain, even though Axel wasn't doing anything to them right now. Nerio began shaking his head. No. We didn't do anything. We didn't. We were just trying to survive. What the hell? Hey! What is happening to you guys? Axel examined their condition, trying to stop their seizures. But when their movements ceased, it had ceased forever. Axel found that the two of them were already dead. On the other side. How much more time? Bellatrix demanded. Gorsky clutched his head. Someone stop that lady. Please. But you are taking longer than you said, Mr. Gorsky, said Martina. She was no less patient than Bellatrix. It's not my fault. I've been absent for a decade, and they've improved their portal since then. Every second more you take, Axel could be getting closer to death on the other side. Exclaimed Bellatrix. Martina closed her eyes. They were full of unshed tears. Akiko put a hand on her shoulder. Have faith in him. Martina nodded. At times like these, she hopes she had less imagination, or if her brain could be less accurate at predicting the odds. Taking everything into account, Axel's situation was not looking good. First of all, his magical reserves were critically exhausted, and so is his physical body. Martina didn't know just how he had managed to bring out so much power, but it was clear that his exhaustion was a result of that. Also, his hand has been cut. If he is not given medical treatment soon, he might bleed out and die. Then those overseers of Kraken. They are so powerful. One has insane defense, another has insane attack speed. Martina wouldn't want Axel fighting them in his peak state, let alone when he is in such dire condition. From what they had said, he might already be. Martina didn't have to think further since a portal opened at this moment, like a beacon hope. Martina raised her staff, quickly advancing forward. Please be alive. We're coming to save you. Chapter 152, Chapter 150, Return of Daphne's Memories. Axel cursed under his breath. He still had so many questions remaining. A sigh escaped his lips. Peaceful life. He muttered, looking into empty space. A peaceful, worry-free life. That's all he had wanted. But he could now see it going further and further away. See, he couldn't live in peace if the world is going to be conquered by someone like Voldemort. He had to destroy Voldemort first. And the system said doing that would require him to use the key. How to use it? The system said he had to find out for himself. He knew that the organization and Gorsky knew about its use, so he figured he'd get the information from Gorsky or the organization. He could find neither. The only option left was to draw the organization's attention to himself, since Gorsky had warned him that he is recognizable by Kraken. Even that failed. The members that came for him were executives, and their security is strong enough that he couldn't breach their mental barriers. And the organization can remotely kill its members from a distance. So now, not only is he no closer to stopping Voldemort, since he still doesn't know what to do with the key, but he has discovered that there's another entity he needs to stop if he wants peace. Another bad news? Both are dangerous with a capital D. He had roughly gauged the power levels in the wizarding world, and according to his calculations, he thought that the organization and Voldemort wouldn't be a big deal. But these motherfuckers turned out to be far more powerful. The organization is not simply just a bunch of villain wannabes that his dad had pissed off. No, they had powerful relics of interminable power in their possession, and that they mentioned was someone even these two powerful beings feared and obeyed. Not to mention that those barriers were so expertly created that even he had trouble breaking them without completely destroying the memories within. And Voldemort? He's just an entity several leagues ahead right now. Axel has to make sure to keep Rose and himself out of his reach for now, so that monster can't get back into this world. Whatever, thought Axel. It wouldn't do to keep dwelling on this matter. He has to quickly get out of here. Oh right. And he also has to contact Martina and Akiko. Those two, especially Martina, must be freaking out right now. Axel chuckled, imagining their reaction when they teleport with his severed hand. Ah, I shouldn't laugh. He just hoped his hand would be fixed now. The wizarding science had improved by leaps and bounds since last time, so reattaching his hand shouldn't be a big problem. Axel spotted his magi mirror lying a distance away. He tried getting up, but found that it was a useless endeavor. Limit break. Axel sighed. He had to use the skill to the limit. That's why his physical and magical strength are currently extremely difficult to access. If the system's words are to be believed, he shouldn't do magic at all for a while. And there's a recovery routine he has to follow to strengthen his soul again. All he has available is his mental strength. He gestured with his fingers and the hand made out of water manifested, which brought his magi mirror back to him. Axel switched it on, only to almost drop it when he saw what was displayed on the screen. Call ongoing. 10-12 minutes. Daphne. Fuck. How is that possible? There's no way Nerio didn't call her, or pick up her call for that matter. Did the man really do it? But then he noticed it. The screen was covered with a fine layer of water droplets. Another curse escaped his lips. The humidity. It was so high that it caused water to gather on the cold surface of his screen. That could have been the reason for the call. But the question is, what now? Axel looked at the ceiling. When will you stop torturing me? I need a rest. He put it to his ear. Hello. There was a sniffing sound from the other side. It's me. Axel's eyes widened. You should have tortured the bastards more. It was definitely Daphne's voice, but something was different. You. Axel gripped the magi mirror tightly. He couldn't believe it. Did you get them back? A few minutes earlier. Still not found. Daphne bit her lips. This was not good. When she heard that those people couldn't find Axel, she had just thought that it wasn't a big deal. After all, he's a mysterious and private person. For all you know, he might be training somewhere. But after a school-wide hunt for him was launched by the Minister of Magic, and he was still not showing up, now that was something unusual. Axel should have just turned up at this point, since it would be more troublesome if he isn't found. Now Daphne couldn't squash down her apprehension. For the past few months, he has been keeping his distance from her in public because a mysterious organization is after him. For him to suddenly disappear now, she couldn't help but connect the dots. Are you an idiot? How can they kidnap someone from Hogwarts? Daphne chided herself. But it doesn't seem that Axel is in Hogwarts right now, or he would have shown up by now. I should call him, just in case he's still not aware. She thought, picking up her magi mirror. But unfortunately, her call didn't connect this time. Sighing, she began typing a message. Hi, I just called to check in. Daphne shook her head. Too casual. Hi, why didn't you pick your call? Daphne shook her head again. Too demanding. After a long while, she managed to write one big message. Hey, you didn't pick up your call. Are you all right? The Minister of Magic came to see you, but you couldn't be found anywhere. You've been declared missing. There has been a school-wide search for you. I know I shouldn't bother you, but a month ago you said there's an organization called the Kraken that will come for you, and now you've vanished. That's why I'm getting really worried. If you're all right, please reply. To her surprise, her message was instantly seen. Daphne began typing again furiously. Oh. You've seen my messages. Thank Merlin. Are you all right? But of course, no reply came. Frowning, Daphne called him again, this time it got picked up instantly. Hello. But instead of a reply, she could hear voices instead. How did you know? She heard someone say in a demanding tone. It had a certain sleaziness to it that made her frown. You both are dead very soon. Came the reply. Daphne knew this voice very well. It was Axel. But his tone. Daphne didn't know why, but even though it was a calm voice with no fluctuations, she felt that Axel was furious. A direct threat. You are getting agitated, said the sleazy voice. Daphne frowned. This situation doesn't seem right. Why would Axel need to give someone a death threat? At this moment she heard a chuckle, which was made by a new voice that was rough and booming. What do you say, brat? Is that a threat? Shall we go and pick up your girlfriend? She's rather pretty. It'd be a pity to ruin that cute face. Daphne widened her eyes. What the hell are they talking about? Daphne couldn't understand the situation. Why were these guys threatening to hurt Axel's girlfriend? And who is this girlfriend? She heard Axel sigh at this moment, I shouldn't be bothered by dead people's talk. This time, Axel hadn't bothered to hide his anger. And Daphne felt a chill down her spine. She had never heard him so mad before. Axel right now was dangerous. Too dangerous. Oh? And how would you kill us? Though, the sleazy voice guy didn't seem to take the threat seriously, as he mocked Axel further. And the reason was revealed by his next words. Just look at yourself. One of your hands is cut off, you have lost a lot of blood, you got attacked by that monster and somehow survived, so you have no physical and magical strength to speak of. You've been subjected to the worst torture one could be inflicted, and there's no way you can resist since you are currently bound by the chains made from Neptunium. They're unbreakable and they're restricting your magic. And even if you break through somehow, you shouldn't forget how strong we are. You haven't seen our full power yet. Daphne's heart almost stopped beating upon hearing that. No. She couldn't move. What were these people saying? They cut his arm? They tortured him? They have him in chains? No. How do you think Daphne will react to the torment Ackley? You might be immune, but I bet she's not. She was the girlfriend they were talking about. Now they're threatening him by using her? Daphne got up, wanting to do something. She has to do something. It'd be pretty easy to kidnap her. I just have to message her using your Magi Mirror. I bet she'll come running, said Nerio, fidgeting with Axel's Magi Mirror. We'll call her to a remote location, open a portal, and bring her in. Won't even take 5 minutes. It's good that you didn't tell us your secrets. Now I get to torture her, said Theron gleefully. She'll pay for your smart-assness. Daphne ran. She has to get help. Where are the professors? Where is Dumbledore? At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Axel was in trouble, but there was nothing she could do to help. And then, anger came. At herself for being so useless, and at those captors, who are hurting Axel. How dare they? Her heart was beating very fast, and the blood flowing through her veins felt as hot as lava. There was a faint glow on her forehead, and as if a dam had been broken, memories rushed into her mind. What? At first, it was painful. But then, things suddenly began to fall into the place. Daphne breathed. For what felt like the first time in months. She felt like an important part of herself that had disappeared, was back again. She now remembered it all. The first real friend she made. The person she could interact with without her mask. The person who cured Tori. The person who permanently invaded her heart. Countless memories that had been associated with him, which had become a part of her character, part of her life, part her, suddenly settled back into their places, giving her a sense of completeness that had been absent for so long. Daphne slowly regained her composure. It's Axel. She was the person with whom he had spent the most time with. She knew better than any person in the world. The person she knew, was tenacious to the extreme. Now the panic was gone, only anger remained, for hurting her Axel. Daphne put the Magi Mirror back to her ears, now much calmer. She wanted to hear his voice. It had been so long. Why is it so sweaty? The person with the booming voice exclaimed. Mist? Where did this come from? Wait. It's you, isn't it? What are you doing? Demanded the sleazy voice, suddenly sounding alert. Well, I've been fishing. Then, she finally heard it. Axel's voice. And she instantly felt relieved. Because, it was a voice which clearly said, I gotcha bitch. It meant he was up to something. Sure enough, there was a slashing sound, immediately followed by the painful howls of the sleazy person. Chapter 153, Chapter 151, Finally Safe. Daphne heard it all. How Axel broke free, how he defeated the fuckers, then how he tortured and interrogated them until they died. The amount of new information she received made her head spin. Axel was an Atlantean? And there was a crazy organization out there trying to destroy the world? She was so overwhelmed by what she heard, and frustrated that the bastards died too quickly. They tortured Axel, and then threatened to harm her to make him crack. Death was too easy a punishment for them. But it was of secondary importance. What was more important was the fact that Axel was all right for now. He survived. She heard Axel sigh. Peaceful life. There was a bit of wistfulness in his voice. Daphne could empathize. Axel and peace have never gone hand in hand. Pick up the phone already, damn it. She muttered. She wanted to talk to him. She wanted to confirm if he was all right. She wanted him to know that she was herself again, the Daphne he had created. She wanted to apologize for forgetting him. But mainly, she wanted to hug him tightly. It seems that Axel heard her request, because there was a sound of movement on the other side, followed by a sharp intake of breath. Fuck. She heard his voice much clearer this time. Daphne's heartbeat accelerated, feeling anticipation and nervousness. What should she say? There was so much to say. Hello. Daphne became breathless. It's me. She wanted to explain more clearly, but her mind wasn't working properly anymore. His presence always has that effect on her. There was no answer from the other side. You should have tortured the bastards more, she blurted. Somehow, Axel still understood. Did you get them back? He asked, making her smile. Yes. She breathed, feeling her nose sour. I missed you so much. She really did miss him. Too much. Every minute, every second, she had missed those memories. She was in a state of euphoria now that she finally had them back. And, she could somehow feel the happiness coming from the other side too. But first things first. Are you going to be all right? How badly are you hurt? How did it happen? Where exactly are you? I'll need to get you help. A soft chuckle escaped his lips. Axel couldn't believe it. Is it really happening? But it was definitely her. Me? I could dance right now. Missed you too, my best friend. Welcome back. From the way he dodged her questions, Daphne knew that his condition wasn't good right now. Daphne could no longer contain it. She closed her eyes, letting her tears fall. You bloody idiot. Come back quickly. I need to hug you, damn it. Axel laughed more. The fuck are you laughing about? Ah, nothing. I just didn't realize how much I missed this. Axel was feeling quite light-hearted, his earlier gloominess already gone. That's right, so what if there's danger out in the world? He had things that made it worth fighting for. Though at this moment, he detected fluctuations in space causing him to pause. Happiness died right out of Axel's eyes. Seriously? More? Had the organization already sent back up? There was a limit to how much Axel could handle. And for now, this was already far over it. He really, desperately, urgently needed a break. Maybe some medical attention too. Damn it. What? What happened? Listen, we'll talk later. I need to escape from here, he said in his calmest voice before he hung up. Very quickly, a portal opened up in space, causing Axel's expression to turn grim. This portal was quite similar to the ones the organization used. Axel tried moving, but couldn't. With no magic, the option of activating invisibility was gone. Escaping was going to be even more difficult. With no other choice, Axel just killed his presence and waited, gathering the water with the last of his mental strength. As soon as the portal fully opened, figures rushed in with wands drawn. The first thing Martina sensed after entering the room was blood. A strong metallic scent hung in the air, and the ground she stepped on was wet and red. Where is he? Exclaimed Bellatrix. Clear the mist. She sounded quite panicked. And why would she not, when there's so much blood lying on the ground? The mist was covering everything, and there was no sound of enemy engagement yet. And the peculiar thing was, it was going away even after one or spells. Not good. Martina grimaced. This situation was not at all favorable. They were planning to catch the enemies by surprise, but since they didn't get any visuals due to the mist, their element of surprise was gone. With Axel's condition combined with those Atlanteans' aggressiveness, Martina feared the worst. Everyone began to get focused on clearing the mist first. When the visibility increased, they followed the trail of blood and finally reached the source. Martina gagged, almost vomiting right there. Holy shit! By Merlin! What in the world? Others' reactions weren't much better. There were two bodies lying on the ground. But the thing that made everyone's skin crawl was the condition they were in. The one in heavy armor was bleeding from all orifices, and every part of his exposed flesh seemed to have been turned inside out. The other one was even worse, both of its hands were gone, and the skin had numerous jagged bloody lesions all over the body, as if torn with thousands of small blades. With a lurch, Martina realized that it was the two bodies that belonged to the same men who kidnapped Axel. They were only barely recognizable due to their equipment. He actually... Martina gasped. Does this mean he's still alive? Akiko smiled grimly, looking at the bodies. She didn't know what made her more happy. The fact that this was clear sign of Axel being alright, or the fact that her enemies had died a terrible death. This is why I admire him so much, she thought. Even she had no idea how he managed to do it. But with Axel, you have to stop trying to figure things out and accept them as a matter of fact. It gives her such reassurance to share the same enemy as him. Meanwhile, the others were still thrown off by the sight of the bodies lying on the ground. But the one who received the most powerful shock was none other than Gorsky. How is this possible? The executive-level figures for whom they had gathered the whole team of finest wizards and made thorough preparations. They were lying dead on the floor. Jacob Gorsky simply couldn't understand how that was possible. He had already identified who they were. Theron and Nerio. Who did this? How did they manage to pierce Theron's defenses? How did they manage to beat the sharp and quick Nerio? At this moment, the mist finally began to subside, and everyone's gaze went to the faint silhouette of the only other person in the room, seemingly sitting on the chair with leisure. Axel gripped his forehead, feeling a headache coming. He was glad to see Akiko and Martina. But the Minister of Magic? How the hell is she here? And it seems like she brought a shit ton of reinforcement with her as well. And for fuck's sake, what's Gorsky doing here? He had been trying to locate the man for the whole year. It was only because he couldn't get the information from Gorsky that he had to attract the attention of the organization. And he appears now? After he's already gone through so much trouble? If not for those two girls, he wouldn't think he was out of danger yet. He slowly let the mist go, revealing himself. At once, all the aurors subconsciously trained their wands at Axel. It was due to the sheer intimidation he was giving off. This person was most likely the one who did that to two bodies lying there. Axel smiled bitterly. Ah, will you guys believe me if I say I didn't kill them? Axel. In a heartbeat, Martina and Akiko rushed over to Axel's side. Martina knelt by his side, gripping his hand. You scared the life out of me. Axel smiled at her. Ah, sorry. Things got out of hand. He said, showing her his stump. Martina shook her head, tears threatening to fall from her eyes. Not funny. She said, finally hugging him. He looked at Akiko. Sorry, couldn't keep them alive for you, he said, nodding towards the two bodies. Akiko shook her head, also kneeling down. Your safety matters more, she said, surprised herself that she really meant it. Axel glanced towards the whole group of strangers. Am I going to be safe? He asked. Martina and Akiko nodded. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about anything. All right, he sighed. Tell Daphne. I'm safe and... Axel couldn't finish whatever he was about to say. He just paused, his eyes staring blankly into space. Martina frowned. And what? Axel? Axel? She called, shaking him a bit, but there was no response. The medics, who had finally arrived by now, quickly checked his condition. Body functions are slow. Multiple injuries, and unknown marks. Veins are bluish-purple. He could be poisoned. Gorsky's eyes widened upon hearing about the bluish-purple veins. No. He murmured, walking towards Axel. Gorsky knew about Theron's twisted nature, and about the horror he calls his pet. They couldn't have done it, could they? Axel is a child. There's no way they'd use it, right? Too bad, his fears turned out to be true. Axel's body had clear marks characteristic to a torment-acly bite. In fact, there were more than one. There were far too many. Poseidon, see, what have they done? He whispered in horror. What is it? Asked Bellatrix, feeling apprehensive. She hadn't seen Gorsky react this strongly before. The Painifer. Something much worse than the Cruciatus curse. Just one sting can cause death and insanity due to the sheer amount of pain it causes. It's the cruelest torture one can inflict on someone. Gorsky had an absurd look when saying this. What? Bellatrix looked like she was the one who had been tortured. Those bastards. Magical waves rose up around her. What do we do now? Martina was also panicking. She took out the phoenix tears from her pouch. Will this help with the venom? She asked. Wait, let me diagnose his condition properly. They must have already administered him with the antidote, said Gorsky, hurriedly taking out an Atlantean equipment. How can you say that with certainty? Asked Bellatrix, still worried about Axel. Gorsky raised his eyebrows. Oh, trust me, I know. At this moment, they heard an ear-piercing scream, causing everyone to quickly look at the source. It was then that they found Nymphadora Tonks, who was one of the Aurors who were securing the perimeter, lying on the ground, writhing in agony. There was a jellyfish-like creature near her. Chapter 154, Chapter 152, Axel flexes unconsciously. At this moment, they heard an ear-piercing scream, causing everyone to quickly look at the source. It was then that they found Nymphadora Tonks, who was one of the Aurors who were securing the perimeter, lying on the ground, writhing in agony. Nymphadora. Bellatrix quickly rushed to her side. What happened? Asterisk. Asterisk. But Tonks was in no condition to speak anything. Her mouth was stretched open in a soundless scream, and blood had begun to flow out of her eyes and nose. It's the Painifer. Everyone! Move away from her! Yelled Gorsky. He quickly went to Theron's dead body and took out the antidote from his space pocket. Avada Kedavra! He killed the jellyfish-like creature that was lying not far away from Tonks before he approached her. Hold her down! I need to administer the antidote. Bellatrix did as she was told, trying to stop Tonks from thrashing around. It'll be fine. Do you hear me? It'll be fine. Gorsky quickly injected the antidote, and only then did Nymphadora regain the ability to breathe again. Kill me, please kill me! She begged, still feeling the pain. It took a few minutes for the after effects to fully subside and she fell asleep soon after. Looking at her, everyone felt goosebumps, now beginning to somewhat comprehend just how intense the pain was. That is why I was certain Axel was already given the antidote, said Gorsky in the silence. Did they do this, Axel? Asked Martina in horror. Now she understood why Gorsky was shaken up when he saw the traces on Axel. Gorsky nodded grimly. What you saw was the result of just one sting. Axel has several dozen. I don't know how he's still alive, even with the antidote. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just. What kind of sick monsters were these guys to do that to someone? To a child no less. Quickly check his condition, said Bellatrix. Gorsky strapped the diagnostic equipment to Axel's arm. Very soon, his body's condition was displayed on the monitor in details. But the results? Gorsky was so surprised that he began doubting his knowledge and the machine. He couldn't understand what was going on right now. This can't be possible. He murmured. What does that mean? Asked Bellatrix. There's no trace of the antidote in his body, and the Painifer poison is still present in his bloodstream. What? How is that possible? Asked Martina. If that was the case, then does that mean that Axel was talking to them all relaxed all the while having that poison in his body? Exactly my thought. But listen more, the poison is not even the cause of his collapse, said Gorsky, scratching his head full of white hair. What was going on here? His main confusion, why the hell was Axel still alive and sane right now? He was able to stay not only sane, but also quite relaxed while that poison was still running through his body. It's as absurd as the cruciatus not having any effect on a person. I think there is something wrong with his body. Maybe too much poison has had some other side effect. Painifer is a unique creature. Its poison itself doesn't kill anyone. It's the unholy amount of pain that causes the people to either die to escape the pain or go insane trying to bear it. And yet, Axel just now looked completely at ease even when there was so much poison still left in his system. That's why he wondered if something was wrong with Axel's body. But Bellatrix only sighed. You don't need to worry about that. Him not reacting to the venom, I mean. It's just his pain tolerance, isn't it? Said Akiko. Through their many spars, she knew what Bellatrix was talking about. It's really fucking scary when you stab someone but they only use that to lock your weapon in place without flinching and deliver a fatal blow in return. Bellatrix nodded. Shrugging off cruciatus? Yet, she could understand Gorsky's confusion. She was equally incredulous when she had heard from Andromeda that someone was able to do that. She created a privacy ward around the four of them. Axel just has an abnormal pain tolerance. He was able to take the Cruciatus curse for around 10 minutes and come out perfectly sane. She had even blackmailed Axel into seeing his memories of the incident in order to find out how he did it. And now, he has had to go through a similar experience yet again. What's more frustrating is the fact that she is the cause of this incident. If she hadn't bothered trying to lure the organization out in an attempt to destroy them, those overseers wouldn't have found Axel. And this was all after she had vowed to secretly protect him from the shadows. Well, so much for her protection. Axel had to go through another inhumane level torture barely a year after the previous one. It made her feel just how incompetent she really was. Just pain tolerance. Gorsky shook his head, unable to wrap his head around the information. That's simply not possible. Even if someone could do that, their nerves would. Gorsky paused, his eyes widening. Their nerves would receive severe harm. Holy Poseidon, his first year. Martina gasped. So, that's how he was injured, she murmured, tears coming to her eyes. She had always wondered just what could have injured him to the point that he can't even control his body properly. But Axel had always remained silent about the reason. It was because he had put through an inhumane torture. Who did that to him? Asked Martina, truly wanting to kill someone for the first time in her life. Bellatrix had an ironic smile on her face. Dead. He doesn't really need us to take revenge on his behalf, she muttered, glancing at the very dead Atlanteans who had tried to go against him. Martina sighed. Of course. This was Axel they were talking about. Of course they weren't alive. She looked at Axel, who still appeared tough with his eyes still open and posture defensive even though he was completely knocked out and felt extremely worried. If the poison is not doing anything to him, then what the hell is the cause of his unconsciousness? Is it the injuries? Gorsky took off his glasses, looking like he couldn't convince himself with the results he was seeing. It's exhaustion. The kind that is theoretically not possible. What does that mean? Asked Bellatrix. Gorsky pressed his lips into a line. I don't know what, but something has made him overexert himself in a way that is simply not possible. It's like he has run 1,000 kilometers when his limit is 50. There's a limit to how much our body and mind can take before it shuts down on its own. But this boy. He paused, looking at Axel like he was looking at some unique creature. He has crossed that limit several times over. He has been forcing himself to stay conscious all this time. His eyes are still open because, he probably doesn't even have the energy to close them. Now that the danger is gone, his whole body is in what seems to be sleep mode. It has lowered all bodily functions to focus only on recovery. Bellatrix shook her head in pain. What could have caused this? Martina and Akiko had some idea. When they had been attacked by Voldemort, Axel had managed to generate an incredible amount of magic to survive. They couldn't imagine just how he was able to do it, and what price he had to pay in order to do it. But, even then he couldn't rest. In that condition, he somehow managed to defeat the two executives whose powers were beyond their comprehension. There has to be a limit to how much he can take. So, Gorsky and Bellatrix couldn't understand, but they could. So, what do we do now? Gorsky shook his head. He's in no immediate danger, which is really absurd. I don't know how he did it, but he has even restricted the blood flow at his stump to prevent bleeding. But his arm though? What about his arm? Asked Bellatrix. Can it not be fixed? Gorsky shook his head. Well, I can't fix it. He wasn't actually a healer. That diagnosis was more due to the help of the machine rather than his own expertise. Bellatrix turned to the medics, who exchanged looks. It would be a complicated process. There is no guarantee if he'll be able to get full control over his hand. Bellatrix gritted her teeth. Not enough. Is there any other way? Any other healer? Who can do it better? Minister, if I may, interjected Gorsky. Have you thought about what you are going to do with Axel now? Bellatrix was flummoxed. What are you talking about? I mean, the Kraken knows about his existence now. Axel is no longer safe at Hogwarts. Even having high-level Aurors as his guards might not guarantee his safety. Your point being? Gorsky was right about that. Their even high-level Aurors can't protect Axel from Kraken. But how does that relate to reattaching Axel's hand? I think, it would be better to let the royal family know about this matter now. They can of course arrange for his hand to be fixed with their advanced procedures, he suggested. Bellatrix shook her head. No way. They can't be trusted. Not to mention we don't know what will happen to him once they know he has a rightful claim to the throne. Actually, they can be trusted. They are his family after all. And there would be no conflict regarding the throne since they are desperately in need of someone who can inherit it. They would be beside themselves with joy, Gorsky countered. Bellatrix was deep in thought. Actually, she knew that deep down that contacting Atlantis was their best option. But she also knew that it would mean that Axel might never return again. But thinking about it, what right did she have to keep him anyways? Excuse me. Martina interjected at this moment, gathering their attention. How about, we let Axel decide what he wants to do? It should be his decision after all, she reasoned. She knew that Axel was quite independent. He would like to make his own decision. Gorsky nodded. We can give him the best treatment we can provide. He can then make the decision whether to go to Atlantis for further treatment or stay here. Martina sighed, feeling a sense of incongruence. Axel, the boy she thought she knew very well, was now suddenly the Prince of Atlantis. He might leave this place to settle there, take the throne. The thought that he might not attend the next year at Hogwarts made her feel sick. Meanwhile, Akiko had already made her own decision, as a hint of resolve could be seen in her eyes. Axel and she shared the same enemy. She would do whatever she could to help. Bellatrix sighed. Whatever happens now, it's pretty clear that Axel's life has been irrevocably changed because of her. In the past 2 years, without her help, he had somehow managed to heal his crippled body and had built himself a good life at Hogwarts. He had even managed to make friends he could trust like these 2 girls despite the emotional wounds she had given. Just when things were once again going right for him, she had once again made his life hell. Now he has the organization hunting for him, just like Tristan. And he had lost his hand and suffered terrible torture due to her. I am so sorry. She whispered, stepping forward to touch his cheek, but... Shin. Blades of water appeared in the air, pointing right at her. Even while unconscious, this woman was a big no to Axel. Daphne waited and waited, but Axel didn't come back for hours. Now she was getting worried again. Though, she knew better than to call or message him. She almost gotten him into trouble the previous time. The last thing she wants is Axel trying to sneak past some enemies and getting discovered due to the notification chime. So, she waited. Finally, she got a call. Though it was from Martina. Hello? Is this Daphne Greengrass? Yes. Daphne, it's me, Martina. Axel asked me to tell you he's all right. Really? Relief washed over Daphne as she sighed deeply. Where is he? Can I talk to him? He's not able to talk to you right now, said Martina evasively. Daphne frowned. It was only then did she begin to think more about the situation. Why didn't Axel call her himself? And how is this Martina with Axel? Where is he? Chapter 155, Chapter 153, she finally knows. Daphne waited and waited, but Axel didn't come back for hours. Now she was getting worried again. Though, she knew better than to call or message him. She had almost gotten him into trouble the previous time. The last thing she wants is Axel trying to sneak past some enemies and getting discovered due to the notification chime. So, she waited. Finally, she got a call. Though it was from Martina. Hello? Is this Daphne Greengrass? Yes. Daphne, it's me, Martina. Axel asked me to tell you he's all right. Really? Relief washed over Daphne as she sighed deeply. Where is he? Can I talk to him? He's not able to talk to you right now, said Martina evasively. Daphne frowned. It was only then did she begin to think more about the situation. Why didn't Axel call her himself? And how is this Martina with Axel? Where is he? Hospital wing. The place was abuzz with activity right now. The best healers from all over the world had been gathered on Minister Black's summons, just to attach a single hand. Hey you! What are you doing there? Go to your post. Bellatrix was really serious right now. She had been too lax about Axel's safety before, which led to him going through all that. Due to her fault, no less. So from now on, she was going to make sure nothing like that ever happens again. Call some more personnel. Make them patrol the corridors and grounds, she instructed. And where the fuck is Dumbledore? She exclaimed in frustration. The school had been attacked and the headmaster was still absent. There has been a situation in the United States, and the headmaster is currently indisposed. We are unable to contact him. Bellatrix cursed under her breath. Let me talk to the embassy. On the other side of the hospital wing, the VIP area had been emptied save for one room for Axel, and the best security had been arranged throughout the area, consisting of Bellatrix's most trusted men. While Axel's operation was underway, a few people concerned were allowed to wait in the VIP. Among them were Andromeda and Nymphadora Tonks Black. Andromeda had been called as soon as Bellatrix returned. She knew more about who to contact for Axel's operation and she was also concerned for both Axel and Nymphadora. Mum, I understand why Antibella is concerned about him, but what about you? Asked Nymphadora, who had recently gained consciousness. She was sitting on a wheelchair since she couldn't properly stand yet. Tonks could see that her mother seemed really distressed after listening to the whole situation. She could understand that Aunt Bellatrix would be concerned since she knew his dad, but why is her mother looking too distressed? Andromeda evaded the question. It's complicated, she said helplessly. Nymphadora shrugged, well, we have nothing but time. When I first saw him, he was a little boy, and he had been put through the worst torture possible, she said, remembering the time. Seeing that the boy was so young, her heart had ached, already knowing that his mind was probably completely destroyed. But when he woke up, he was perfectly fine. Not only that, his maturity, and his composure, you couldn't tell he was just an 11-year-old who had just been through inhumane torture. Could you please untie me? He had asked so calmly and politely, like I was the one who needed calming down. Andromeda shook her head. I couldn't let him go just like that. Suddenly, I had hope. Here was a boy who had managed to come out perfectly sane after going through worse torture than Ted. Nymphadora understood the rest. So, you used him, and that's why you feel guilty now, is that it? Andromeda shook her head. If only it was that simple. She said in melancholy, wiping a small tear from the corner of her eye. He was going to attend Hogwarts the next week, so I offered to take him out to shopping. A smile appeared on her face, remembering the time. First, we got him a haircut and clothes. And suddenly, the boy had transformed into a cute handsome little prince. I was really shocked. But that wasn't it. He was just a little boy, and yet he had his principles. He refused to take things that were expensive. Wouldn't accept charity, he had said. Promised to pay it all back, even when I was ready to shower him with money. Regret appeared on her face. So, I couldn't help asking why he would refuse. It was clear that he had little to no money of his own, and neither did he have any parents. He could really use the money, right? Then why would he refuse? Can you guess what he said to me back then? Said Andromeda, looking at Nymphadora. What did he say? Asked Nymphadora impatiently, already immersed in the story. He said, nothing in this world comes for free. If someone is actually treating you nicely, that only means they want something from you. Nymphadora gasped, and Andromeda shook her head. Never in my life, had I ever felt so guilty and deeply ashamed of myself. And more than that, I had to wonder what kind of life this boy must have lived, to have such a bleak outlook to life. After spending the day with him, I had already discarded the thought of trying to use him. I had realized something else. What did you realize? I realized that I wanted to change his outlook to life. I wanted him to know that there are better people out there who would help him without wanting anything back. I wanted him to know what it felt like to have a family. I wanted to adopt him. Nymphadora jumped in surprise, but then moaned due to pain. What the heck, Mom? You shouldn't drop bombs like that without warning. She said, gritting her teeth as she endured the after effects of the painifer. Tonks was really taken by surprise. She could have had a brother? Now that is news. Of course, it all failed because she already knew how Antibella ruined it. But still, now that the thought had come, it refused to leave. How are you feeling right now? Andromeda asked, checking Nymphadora's condition. Nymphadora shuddered, still feeling the tremors running through her body. I feel like I've been a naive fool all this time. Never thought it could be this painful. Andromeda hugged her daughter tightly. I warned you about this job. Couldn't you have just become a lawyer? Nymphadora rolled her eyes. Mom. Not now. Andromeda sighed. I just can't lose you too. Do you know how scared I was when I heard what you'd been through? Nymphadora had nothing to say to that. She just looked at the door where Axel was currently going through the procedure to fix his hand. You know, I used to think that Dad was weak. Especially when I heard that a kid survived a full 10 minutes of cruciatus. But now, Nymphadora realized that the fault didn't lie with her dad. Axel was just someone you couldn't compare others with. I still can't understand how he did it, she murmured frustratedly into the silence. Are his senses dull of something? Don't make assumptions, Nymphadora, rebuked Andromeda. She had a pained look on her face. She knew too well how he did it. After all, her sister had been kind enough to forcefully extract the memory of the incident from him. Axel is different. But not in the way you think. He does feel all that pain. As much as you do, said Andromeda. Then how the hell did he bear it? Nymphadora couldn't understand at all. It's his mindset. It's the thing that sets him apart from anyone else I've seen. With every hardship he has faced, while others' minds would have suffered setbacks, he has evolved. Nymphadora only got more puzzled by that. Can you explain in English? Andromeda clicked her tongue. Her daughter must get her dumbness from Ted. What was going through your mind when you experienced that pain? She asked. Tonks had a pensive look on her face. I just wanted it to stop. That's all I could think of. Do you know what Axel was thinking at that time? He wasn't paying attention to the pain. He wasn't feeling sorry for his body. His mind was instead filled with thoughts of revenge. Countermeasures. And an overwhelming desire to survive. He never once considered giving in. How? Tonks was stunned. Andromeda shrugged. It's called selective focus. He has knowingly or unknowingly trained himself to focus on things that help him, rather than things that drag him down. Do you understand what I meant now? Many people suffer hardships. And he is unfortunate enough to be one of them. But he has managed to emerge stronger with each hardship. While people like us, we learn nothing and get weaker instead. You would probably break down even faster the next time you go through that pain. Nymphadora opened her mouth, but she didn't have any words to refute. Her mother was right. She was terrified of ever having to go through that again. No. I'm not weak. She decided. I can't be weak. I want to be as strong as him. Andromeda put a hand on her shoulder. You know, you should be careful what you wish for. His abilities have come with a price. What you went through today, he probably has been through such situations many times. Nymphadora shuddered to even imagine that. She could empathize with Axel since she had already been through it once. Must be some tough life. It definitely was. When I first saw him, he was just skin and bones. Numerous scars, and unhealed or partial injuries, it was painful to watch. Nymphadora recalled Axel's figure that was full of robust figure and lean muscles better than Auror's, and couldn't believe it. Really? You have no idea. And his nerves were completely damaged due to the prolonged exposure to the Cruciatus curse. In that condition, he had somehow dragged himself into the St. Mungo's. Nymphadora looked at herself, who was sitting in a wheelchair after just one sting. Comparison is really impossible. At the same time, Daphne, Martina, and Akiko were also sitting not from away. How did you find him? Asked Daphne to Martina and Akiko as they waited while Axel's operation was still underway. It has been a few hours already. Martina hesitated. We got the teleportation coordinates from the traces the kidnappers had left when using the portal. Daphne sighed. Thank you, for helping him, she said in gratitude. But there was also the feeling of inferiority. She hoped she could be more competent. She hoped she could be there for him. Akiko scoffed in self-mockery and Martina quickly shook her head. No. You've got it wrong. First of all, he wouldn't have been kidnapped in the place if not for our incompetence. He lost all of his combat power saving us. Martina put a hand on her chest. And I personally would be happy to help in any way possible, she said genuinely. Is that so? Daphne's voice contained suppressed trekhancy. She knew it. This girl is an enemy. She looked at Martina with a hint of caution. Martina didn't notice anything wrong. She nodded readily. Of course. I owe him too much already, not counting the 2 life debts I owe him. Martina was drowning deeper and deeper into his debt, and even if she did somehow pay it all back, she would still want to continue helping him. Though, I don't think I'll ever be able to pay him back. Axel rarely needs any help. Even today, All we did was pick him up. He had already killed those two before we came. Akiko nodded at that. We were more of a hindrance than help, to be honest, she muttered in frustration. Daphne agreed. Yet, your arrival really alarmed us both. He had to cut the call because he thought more enemies had arrived. Really? I'm so sorry, but then Martina's eyes widened. Wait, he was on call with you before we arrived? She asked in surprise. Daphne sighed. Yes, and it was a really important call too. I had so much to talk to him about. A frown marred Martina's flawless face. This doesn't seem right. At that time, she had been freaking out, completely traumatized, because Axel had left her with his severed hand. And the person he called first was Daphne? For some reason, she felt an unpleasant feeling in her chest at the thought. Sparks were flying between Daphne and Martina. But at this moment, Minister Black, who had just finished attending to the urgent matters, returned to the isolated VIP area, causing everyone to quieten down just by her presence. Bellatrix frowned as soon as she saw Daphne. What are you doing here? She asked, stepping forward. Daphne didn't back down. Because I'm worried for Axel. Bellatrix shook her head. Who called her here? She asked the rest of the women around. Martina slowly raised her hand. I was just informing her that Axel was fine. Well, when she did call, Daphne just came on her own. You. Bellatrix pointed her finger at Daphne. Get out. Right now. You might have been his friend back then, but Axel has long stopped hanging out with you. I'm not taking risks with Axel's safety. Daphne looked completely baffled. Who or hell are you to make decisions on Axel's safety? Axel loathes you for some reason, and you don't even know him. I don't trust you with his safety. Bellatrix's magic flared up. Listen, you little bitch, I owe 3 life debts to Tristan Hunt, Axel's father. I have his best interest at heart. And you don't get to talk about Axel's safety, what your own father did to him. Daphne's eyes widened. What is that supposed to mean? She asked. Oh, you don't know? Your dear father put him through 10 minutes of torture just for his amusement. And you dare talk about Axel's safety? Time seemed to stand still as the words left Daphne momentarily scattered. No. She murmured. Bellatrix didn't have time for this. Are you going or not? There's no way I'm letting him near the daughter of such a sick lunatic at a time like this. Seriously, I can't understand why he even bothers hanging out with you. Bella. That was supposed to be secret. Exclaimed Andromeda, scandalized. This could out Axel as a murder. Not to mention how bad the girl must be feeling right now. She stepped between Bellatrix and Daphne. I'm really sorry for what she said, dear. She has been terribly paranoid after knowing about the amount of danger Axel is in because of her. But Daphne wasn't at all listening. Her eyes were still wide open as if she had seen a ghost as she tried to fully comprehend what she had just heard. Daphne began walking away. She couldn't stay here. She couldn't stay near him. Not after knowing that his torture was her fault. Several days later, Axel finally opened his eyes. Still alive. He thought in relief. He hoped life would be easier now. Chapter 156, Chapter 154, Atlantis it is. Andromeda looked at the poor girl walking away, and felt an extremely bad premonition. Bella, you have to stop this. She admonished severely. Her sister was like a mad dog right now, barking at everyone in her sights. You need to calm down. I am calm, Andy. What did I do wrong? She's a green grass. You do know what that implies, right? Andromeda couldn't refute that. In the pure blood circle, the green grasses are considered time bombs, or the cursed ones. Their curse could manifest any time, either making them mad or worse. It is believed that Cyrus Greengrass got like that due to the curse. But that's no excuse enough to treat her that way. She's Axel's friend. And she seemed genuinely concerned for him. Come on, Andy. She is either a fangirl or has an ulterior motive. And I have been keeping tabs on him. He has stopped hanging out ages ago. I'm sure he wouldn't give a damn about some random girl. There was hidden bitterness in her voice when she said the last sentence. Not giving a damn about women's feelings seems to be a specialty of Hunt men. But before they could talk further, the door to the VIP room opened, signaling that Axel's operation was over. How did it go? Bellatrix urgently asked the healers who had just finished patching up Axel. We've done our best. Unfortunately, some nerves couldn't be properly connected. It might not be as good as it used to be, but he will be able to do basic tasks with his hand. And with due time, we believe there are chances of full recovery. Bellatrix gritted her teeth. It was not enough. With this, Axel's chances of staying here have lessened. But she still thanked the healers for their hard work. Martina stepped forward. Can I see him? She asked eagerly. Of course, but he's still unconscious. After whatever he's been through, his body needs serious rest. Please don't try to wake him up. Martina slowly walked in, and Akiko followed. Bellatrix looked like she wanted to go too, but that happened the previous time flashed in her mind as she just backed away. She had other duties anyway. Martina saw Axel. Earlier, he had been badly bruised due to the beatings he had received, but now the bruises were gone, and his face was clean. He seemed to be resting peacefully now, but there was a small frown on his face. He's cute when he's asleep. A thought randomly came to her, making her startled. Martina shook her and went near. One of his hands had been wrapped in thick bandages, after attachment. She gently grabbed his other hand and concentrated. A somewhat distressed look came upon her face. Axel's magic flow, it was still weak. Please wake up soon. She murmured, squeezing his hand. At this moment, she heard a creaking sound beside her, only to see that Akiko had put a bed right beside Axel's. What are you doing? Asked Martina in surprise. Akiko looked bewildered at Martina's overreaction. I'm tired. I need to sleep, she said simply. What does that mean? I need sleep too, but why are you putting your bed here? Asked in a whisper, so as to not disturb Axel. Because I'm sleeping here. Martina was frustrated. Yes, but why here? She said in a harsh whisper. Akiko shrugged. He's unconscious. And in a lot of danger. I need to protect him. Martina didn't know what to say to that. This reason seems reasonable. Axel was truly in no condition to protect himself. And be it the organization, or the Kraken, both were unfathomably dangerous. But, sleeping in the same room as him. As someone with common sense of her previous world, Martina found it inappropriate for Akiko, a girl, to be doing this. Martina got up and took out another bed from her storage space. What are you doing now? Asked Akiko. Well, I can't let you do it alone. I'll help too, she volunteered. Akiko shrugged. Suit yourself. Just don't disturb him. Axel had protected them. Now it was their turn to protect him. In the headmaster's office, a meeting was currently underway, the participants being Dumbledore, Yujiro, Bellatrix, and McGonagall. That's right, Dumbledore and Yujiro had just teleported back using Fox the Phoenix when they received McGonagall's patronus. Is something wrong? We came as soon as we received the patronus, said Dumbledore. What? Did you not receive the messages and calls that were sent to you? McGonagall asked, looking seriously irked. Well, an incident occurred in America while on our diplomatic visit. Just after our arrival, there was a mass outbreak of Dementors, and we were the prime suspects. Or at least the most powerful potential threats present there at such a vulnerable time. We had to stay under observation for some time, explained Dumbledore. They were strongly discouraged from having any contact with their acquaintances until the situation stabilized, so they had to give up their tools of communication as well. Had McGonagall not tried contacting them using the patronus, they would still be chilling in America. What in the world happened here? Asked Dumbledore calmly. What happened? Oh, nothing much, said Bellatrix in sarcasm. The whole of Hogwarts was almost wiped out, maybe along with the rest of Britain. Dumbledore's eyebrows went up. Was it Voldemort? He asked, already knowing the answer. There's only one person who had the potential to do that. Where is Rose? He asked with urgency. That, said Bellatrix, pointing her finger at Dumbledore. That is exactly why I want to murder you right now. You already knew that Voldemort was alive, and you already knew that he would come after Rose, didn't you? You knew that he could use her to access this world. That's why you asked me to arrange security for her. But you didn't think it necessary to share it with any of us. What is she talking about, Dumbledore? Asked Yujiro. He knew about Voldemort, but he didn't know anything about Rose. Dumbledore sighed. I had only a faint suspicion. I didn't think it would be wise to alarm everyone just on an old man's hunch. What exactly happened? What is the current situation? There was a Dementor outbreak here as well. That Lockhart, who turned out to be one of Voldemort's followers, kidnapped Rose using the distraction and opened the portal," said Bellatrix. McGonagall clutched her throbbing temples. Even we learnt of this much later. And if it wasn't for Miss Valentino, Mr. Hunt, and Miss Matsushima, Hogwarts would have been overrun with creatures of another world. They had gathered information from Akiko, Martina, and Rose about what had happened, and McGonagall was still having trouble wrapping her head around the whole thing. She recounted as much as they knew about the incident to Dumbledore and Eugero from the outbreak till how they closed the portal as much as Akiko, Martina, and Rose had told her. Of course, Martina and Akiko had decided not to reveal exactly what had happened, keeping all their abilities a secret. After McGonagall was done, Dumbledore's countenance was extremely severe. Voldemort has become better at hiding himself, and at plotting, he acknowledged. I couldn't detect the dark magic inside Lockhart. And the way he managed to keep us away was also masterful. I'm afraid if not for those three, it would have been too late by the time the news reached us, said Dumbledore gravely. Eugero gritted his teeth. I told you to not be so understanding and just return. Your peacefulness almost got my granddaughter killed. Eugero was furious after listening to what happened. His granddaughter almost died while he was away. How is she now? He asked, focusing on Akiko rather than other things. And how are Rose, Martina, and Axel? Asked Dumbledore. Miss Matsushima wouldn't let us examine her condition, but she guarantees her well-being. Rose passed out soon after she had recounted all she had seen. The ritual took a toll on her, but she'll be fine. As for Miss Martina, she is also only tired. But Axel, there was an attempt to kidnap him by a third party shortly after the incident. Is that so? By who? Arcane, said Bellatrix, hatred flashing in her eyes. Both the headmasters were surprised by the news. But Eugero reacted more strongly to it. Arcane. What were they doing here? He exclaimed. The Japanese ministry has a long-term contract with Atlantis. They hire ninjas in exchange for massive resources. So of course he knew this organization very well. After all, numerous shinobis have died to this damned organization, including his daughter and her husband. But what he couldn't understand was why in the world they would come after someone like Axel. He is the Crown Prince of Atlantis. The Crown Prince? How is that possible? Preposterous. McGonagall nodded, understanding their surprise. Apparently, his mother was the first princess of Atlantis. I don't know anything else. Now the situation at our hands is that the Kraken is going to come after Axel. So, I need you to fully cooperate in arranging for his protection, said Bellatrix. Crown Prince of Atlantis. Dumbledore took off his glasses, taking some time to fully go through the implications of that. I always knew Mr. Hunt was special, but truly, to be the Crown Prince of Atlantis. He shook his head in astonishment. Right now, his eyes had this twinkle that gave Bellatrix the chills. Hey! Hold that thought! Growled Bellatrix, leaning forward. Don't you even think about using him in your plans, or Voldemort and Kraken won't be the only entities you will need to worry about. She threatened. Dumbledore was surprised. Bellatrix, I assure you. Leave it, Headmaster. Your kind Granda act doesn't work on me. I know what you must be thinking, and I want you to drop that idea. Keep Axel and Rose out of your schemes. Bellatrix knew how much weight the words Crown Prince of Atlantis held. The person can control the most powerful magical nation in the world. Dumbledore must be having a hard-on right now. If not for the fact that she needed him to protect Axel, she wouldn't have even revealed this information to him. A chuckle escaped Eugero's lips upon hearing that. Finally, someone said it. The meeting continued for a long time after that as plans were made to arrange security for Rose and Axel. Of course, in their infinite wisdom, they didn't think to consider what Axel might think about all the things they had planned for him. Several days later. In the VIP room, Axel finally opened his eyes. Still alive. He breathed. But for how long? He wondered. His life has been on hell mode for as long as he can remember. He has had so many near brushes with death that he has already lost count. So, how long can he keep this up? His life doesn't seem to have any signs of getting less dangerous. Well, just gotta enjoy what I have, he thought, a person's face coming to his mind. Yes, at least he can have those moments back. The time he can spend with someone who knows and accepts him. He really missed talking to her. He examined his surroundings. The hospital wing again. But, something wasn't right. He could smell a familiar lavender scent, and he could feel a weight restricting his movements somehow. Axel raised his head, only to see long purple hair fill his vision. Axel was alarmed, but he relaxed when he realized that it was just Martina. But this situation, the girl was hugging him like an octopus, her head buried in his chest. Her eyes were closed, signifying that she was asleep. There were 3 beds in the room. Akiko was asleep on one of them, but it seemed that Martina was not using hers. His movement must have disturbed her, because Martina took a deep breath, adjusting her position. Then, as if she had found a comfortable spot, she fell asleep again with a contented look on her, as if having a sweet dream. Martina. Axel tried calling her, but the girl seemed to be deep asleep. At this moment, Akiko, who was sleeping on another bed, woke up. "You're awake!" she exclaimed. Then she looked at Martina and frowned. "Not again." She got up and approached the bed. Then without mercy, she kicked Martina off of Axel. "Ouch!" Martina woke up in pain, rubbing her side which had been kicked. She sighed, "Akiko. You don't have to kick me every time. It hurts," she said groggily, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. But she paused as soon as she saw Axel. "You're awake!" she exclaimed in joy. But then she panicked, realizing the situation he must have witnessed just now. I can explain." "Well, cover up first," said Axel. "I can see your purples." "HN." Martina looked down to see that her skirt had her nightgown had ridden up due to her fall, exposing the long legs and of course, the underwear of signature colors. "No." So, as it turned out, Martina had been somewhat traumatized after the recent events. She would have difficulty sleeping, and somehow, after she does fall asleep, she could end up climbing into Axel's bed. "I'm really sorry. I really didn't do it on purpose," apologized Martina after she had explained. "Well, I didn't kill you, so it's all right, I guess." Due to having to sleep on streets, Axel had developed somewhat wild reflexes. If he had felt threatened or uncomfortable, he would have attacked Martina. If she's fine then, that means it's all right. Martina sighed in relief, glad that Axel didn't stretch the matter further. She was already too embarrassed as the matters stand. Axel looked at his hand which was wrapped in bandages. He tried moving his fingers, but couldn't do it at first. It only happened when he exerted more pressure. "I'm really sorry about your hand. The healers say you can make a full recovery with proper rehab," said Martina. "Or you can get it fixed from Atlantis," said Akiko. Axel raised his other hand, and the Valentino knife appeared in it, which he used to cut off the bindings. "Magic hands. Be careful. You won't be able to use it properly for a few days." Martina paused at whatever she was saying when she saw Axel twirling the knife with his newly reattached hand with no difficulty whatsoever. Axel stopped immediately, shaking his head. "It's no good," he said, completely dissatisfied. "Atlantis it is, then." "What?" Martina couldn't understand how he was able to use it so well. She couldn't do what he did even with her fully intact hand. And how the hell was it still not good? "Was that the max?" asked Akiko seriously. "Yep. You really do need to go to Atlantis," she agreed. "Wait, can someone explain what the hell is happening here? His hand looks just fine to me." "It's because you haven't seen him do it at its peak," said Akiko. "And if his hand was all right, you wouldn't have been able to see it now either. It's just that fast." Akiko really thought it would be a crime to lose that level of skill. That's why Axel needed to go to Atlantis. Axel looked around. "Anyways, where's Daphne?" he asked. The rewards from the system this time were great, and he wanted to share something with her. X2. Akiko and Martina exchanged awkward glances. Chapter 157, Chapter 155, Daphne's Guilt. Daphne Greengrass didn't have a pleasant childhood. Even when she was too young to notice the abnormalities, young Daphne had realized that maybe her father did not love her. Why else then, would he even look at her no matter how hard she tried to get his attention? He was always busy, often spending time outside, or in the dungeons of their manor bringing lots of sealed cages. She was sad many times by his cold attitude towards her and his cruel words, as if no matter how hard she tried, it would never please him. She had also realized that her mum loved her very much and she did not like Daddy too. Why else would they sleep in separate bedrooms? And why else would her mother come to her in Astoria's room to cry at nights when Daphne pretends to sleep? Mum, why do you always need to see the healer? Are you sick? She had once asked her mother, as she laid weakly in the bed. Even with all the pain, her mum had tried her best to smile tenderly. Mum is fine, honey. Just sometimes, Mum is a little unlucky. Unlucky? That wasn't enough of an answer for young Daphne. So she began trying to find the answer for herself. Too bad, there wasn't much she could find. The basement was off limits and her father would only come home late when she had fallen asleep. Just like that, young Daphne's childhood was spent in confusion, trying to find answers about the peculiarities in her family. Until one fateful night. Slap! Daphne had just woken up to go to the bathroom when she heard that sound from her dad's room. Let me put up the privacy ward first. The girl's might came her mother's voice, but it was cut off due to another blow. Bam! You think I care? They're both bloody useless. Just like you. Would it have killed you to give me sons? How can you say that? They're your daughters. You need to not remind me, said Cyrus coldly. They're my daughters, that's why I haven't tortured them yet. Why do you think I spend so much time and resources to acquire and torture Muggle children in the dungeon when I have 2 children at home? Listening to the conversation, Daphne, who was quickly making her way toward the voices, stopped in her tracks, her mind trying to process what she had just heard. Please, just let me cast the priva. Her mother's voice came, but snap! The sound of breaking of a stick was heard. Do not touch your wand. You think you can hex me? Alarmed, Daphne, who had been frozen, quickly ran towards the room and peeked through the slightly ajar door. The scene she saw inside made her dumbfounded. She saw her mother lying prone to the ground, cradling the broken remains of her wand, while her dad stood over her, pointing his wand at her. At this moment, Daphne, for the first time, saw her mother angry as she turned her gaze at father, angered at the loss of her wand, and the denunciation of her daughters. I was not trying to hex you. Are you so cowardly that you are still scared of me after binding me with the contract, you absolute gutless recreant? It's not my fault that you are impotent and can't even get it up anymore. If your house doesn't have male heirs, that's not my problem. You. Her mother suddenly stopped in her outburst when her eyes met with Daphne's, who had been peeking through the door. Tolly, seal the room. Before Daphne could react, the house elf appeared with a pop. At the same time her father brandished his wand at her defenseless mum. Crucio. The door was slammed shut by magic, blocking her sight along with mother's painful screams, and Daphne was left standing there, completely horrified. From that day onwards, she slowly began to understand. Even though she was too young to comprehend everything she had heard, but eventually, she did. Turns out, her father really didn't love her. All he wanted to do was to sell her to the highest bidder and have her continue the green grass line. Turns out, the reason her mother would sometimes need to see the healer was because she would put her into that condition. Turns out, the reason why her father spends so much time in the dungeons is not because of work, but because the man has a sick hobby of torturing children. Turns out, the meager approval which she craved and for which she used to work so hard for, learning all types of things, was only given to her because it would increase her chances of getting a better spouse to continue the line. But even though she had realized everything, Daphne didn't know what to do with the information. She didn't know how to save her mother, and she didn't know what to say to the bright and cheerful Astoria. Then one day, something happened that made her dead set on what had to do. She was 9. It was just another ordinary day. She was working with Astoria in one of their greenhouses. Come on, Tori. You have to do it, said Daphne, digging the soil for painting new seeds. I'm not doing it, Daffy. Astoria stood a distance away, a rebellious pour on her face. The little girl couldn't properly pronounce Daphne's name, so she settled for Daffy instead. My hands would get dirty. What if I got sick? You should not do it either. Just let the workers do it, she urged. Daphne rolled her eyes. Afraid of dirt and soil? What kind of green grass are you? Astoria stomped her foot, waving her tiny fist. I am not afraid. I just like to stay clean and not sick. Daphne sighed. She didn't know where, but her little sister had gotten in her head that children get sick easily if they play around in dirt. She got up and grabbed Astoria with her dirty hands. "Listen to me, you dummy. You aren't getting sick. We will take a big bath after this, and all the soil will be washed away." Astoria trusted her elder sister. And she really liked to bath with her elder sister, so the two sisters happily began playing in the greenery. After that, Daphne had to attend her etiquette classes like usual with Rose, Susan, and Hannah, so she bade farewell to her sister. But when she returned, no one was at home. She was taken to the St. Mungo's by the house elf, where she saw her sister lying on the hospital. "Daffy, you said I won't be sick. What had happened?" Her sister had gotten sick. Not by any ordinary sickness. It was blood malediction. The incurable disease. How did it happen? She never got the exact details, but she knew one thing for certain. Cyrus Bloody Greengrass. It was due to that man. Something happened. Something which made Astoria feel such emotional distress that it made the curse of Greengrass line activate in her. It manifested in the form that would deliver the most impact to little Astoria. It took her health, giving her a short and sickly life. It was only after the incident happened that a resolve was solidified in her mind. Even if she was young and weak, it burned bright inside her. A resolve to kill her father. From that day on, she began planning and plotting. But it was easier thought than done. First of all, her father was a paranoid man. He would check everything for poison before consumption. He was also a formidable wizard with sharp senses and a strong body. Killing him was not at all an easy task. Secondly, Daphne was not like her father. She was a normal child. Taking a life, especially one of her father, it wasn't morally, physically, and magically possible for her. It's wrong. That's how she justified her inaction. But she knew deep in her heart that it was the right thing to do, and she was just too much of a bloody coward to do it. Daphne became an unfeeling robot. She would just do things she was supposed to do. She would eat what was given to her, she would study what she was made to study, and she would talk with whoever her father would order her to. She couldn't let know that she was about to kill him, could she? She knew he could read minds, so she strived to not even give him a reason to try reading her mind. All the while, inside her head, she planned and plotted hundreds of ways to kill him. Every night, she had to sleep with the knowledge that her mother and sister have to live with that man for one more day. She was stuck. She was unable to kill him, and neither was she able to live without killing him. It was absolute hell. Just when she had almost lost hope, something happened. He died. The devil that had made life hell for her, was gone. Just like that. It was so surprising that it had taken her more than 3 days just to completely believe that fact. Suddenly, Daphne felt free, for the first time in her life. Suddenly, the sky seemed much brighter, the gardens looked much more lively, and the manor, much more homely. She realized she no longer had to behave like she was dictated to anymore. She could do whatever the hell she wanted. And it was all because the devil was gone. Someone had stabbed his balls twice, slit his throat from ear to ear, and stabbed his chest a total of 157 times, as if venting a lot of anger. It wasn't a simple killing. It was a revenge murder. Someone must have had a lot of anger for the man. At that time, Daphne had thought that whoever had done this was an angel, to rid her and this world from that terrible demon. She had thanked her lucky stars that the man had finally pissed off the wrong person. Someone who strikes back. For years, she had tried and failed. But finally, the work was done. Albeit it was late, and someone else had to do it for her, but she cared little about that. After all, she and her family were finally free now, weren't they? All she did was thank the angel a million times in her head. Never even once did she wonder what the man might have done to the angel that was so cruel that they stabbed her father 157 times. Never even once did she consider the fact that she could have saved the person so much trouble, if she just had the courage to do it herself. Daphne had gotten her freedom. But at what price? Well, now she knew the answer. Axel's suffering. Daphne gritted her teeth, leaving the hospital ward. Minister Black's words still echoed in her mind. Hatred. Intense self-hatred. That's what Daphne was feeling right now. There was something about Axel that she had noticed after spending so much time with him. It's the fact that he is very good at hiding his emotions. Unlike others, Daphne knew just how much Axel had suffered due to what the Cruciatus had done to him. She could see his pain, even though others couldn't. It would hurt to write, it would hurt to sit, it would hurt to stand, it would hurt to walk. Basically, if he's moving, it would hurt. But even if he's not, it would still hurt. So, it wasn't just those 10 minutes that he was tortured. It lasted for the whole year. His whole body was in pain, and no one could help lessen it. Why? Just because she couldn't kill one damned demon who had made so many people's life hell. It was her fault. Back to present. Looking at Martina and Akiko's faces, Axel got a bad premonition. He got up with some difficulty. Limit break is a skill that consumes every bit of power you have at that time, and what you are going to have in the future. Both physical and magic. The effects are not going to go away so soon. What the hell happened? Axel asked the girls. Everything should have been fine. He had thought these two would make sure of that. Martina and Akiko didn't know how to explain it. What were they supposed to say? I think it's better if you see it yourself, said Martina, looking into his eyes. Axel didn't need a second invitation. He delved into Martina's mind, and saw the memory which she had brought to the forefront. With his fast legilimency, the memory was over within a second. Axel came out of Martina's mind, but not before she got stunned by the sheer amount of anger that he leaked into the link. She gripped her forehead terrified. She looked up at Axel, who looked completely calm on the outside. Why didn't you stop her? He asked. His voice was low, but it sent chills down their backs. Axel put a hand to his forehead. Why? Why can't things go right for once? Martina looked like she was about to cry. Her father did that to you, and at that time, all she could think about was how much hatred she had from Daphne's father. How sick was that man that he made Axel suffer so much? And if she's that man's daughter? Let's say she didn't have pleasant feelings for her. At that time, she hadn't thought much about the situation. But now, feeling the intensity of Axel's anger, she knew she had made a huge mistake. Unlike Martina, Akiko didn't know how bad the situation was. What's the big deal? She asked. We'll apologize to her if she's not as bad as we thought. Axel sighed. If it were only that simple. You know, you might not get the opportunity, he said, beginning to walk out of the hospital wing. They really might not get the opportunity. Because Daphne might have already done something extreme by now after knowing what that bitch Bellatrix revealed to her. Daphne still has that goddamn curse too. But Axel didn't have time to explain all this to them. Neither did he have the time to get angry at them. Heck, he would have already reached Daphne if he could still use his physical and magical abilities. Axel. Please don't move. You're supposed to rest. Said Martina. Yeah, the healers have recommended strict rest. We can get her for you, said Akiko. Axel looked at them with a look that said, seriously. Just for a moment, Axel stopped controlling his anger. Shatter. Water particles in the air crystallized, and the magically reinforced windows broke down like glass. Martina and Akiko fell to their knees. Axel's eyes glowed blue as he looked at the two of them. Shut it, will you? Chapter 158, Chapter 156, Axel kisses Daphne. Shut it, will you? Martina and Akiko suddenly found themselves unable to move, their mouths were sealed shut. Axel's voice. It contained this hint of absolute authority that they found unable to disobey. At this moment, alarmed by the commotion, Aurors rushed into the room, trying to understand what had happened, and saw the target they were supposed to protect walking out without a care. Mr. Hunt, please stay where you are. The Minister Black has strictly ordered. Axel couldn't give a fuck about Minister Black's orders right now. Move. Suddenly, everyone was pushed out of Axel's way, creating a path for him. Axel began walking out of the room with difficulty. As soon as he was out of the door, he disappeared. Axel had to find Daphne as soon as possible. He had no idea how she would react to the news, but he had a feeling that she didn't take it well. Right now, he just felt an inordinate amount of vexation towards that Minister of Magic. Would it have killed you to not save her? He cursed his dead father, who had saved this witch not once, but thrice. If only his old man had just let the bitch die, he would not have had to suffer so much due to her. Now, her meddling has potentially put Daphne in danger. To be perfectly clear, everything was his dad's fault. Had the man not brought the keys here, Voldemort would have still been just a harmless little local Dark Lord of Britain that he could have one shot by now. Well, it is what it is. Now all Axel can hope is for Daphne to be alright. Killing his presence, he entered the Ravenclaw dorms and checked her room. Damn it! Daphne wasn't there. He read the minds of some of the students, and none of them had seen her since the incident. In fact, she had already been reported missing. Axel was hoping that he had been needlessly worried, but now he knew that something was definitely wrong. Where could she be? He tried thinking about where he could find her, and one place came to the forefront. Not long after, Axel stood in front of the abandoned greenhouse. This place was abandoned because the plants here have gotten too wild and dangerous to let the students in. Now it has become a wilderness of its own. But Daphne likes to come here whenever because, well, because she's Daphne. She treats the wild plants here like pets. Axel entered the place, all too mindful of the plants, but they didn't seem to be in the mood to attack. They let him pass, even appearing to invite him in. Axel finally found who he was looking for. But Daphne was lying on the ground, unmoving. No. He mumbled, getting closer. She had just regained her memories. Everything was just going back to normal. Then why? What have you done? He whispered, kneeling down and holding her hand. Relief washed over him as he detected a pulse. At least she was alive. But it was very faint. Daphne. Hey. Wake up. He tried shaking her awake, but Daphne showed no signs of waking up. Axel's frown deepened. This wasn't a natural sleep. Something was wrong with her. She was too cold, and her lips are blue. Axel's gaze went to the conspicuous silver-colored leaves lying by her side and his brows furrowed. Damn it, Daphne's voice echoed in his mind. This is slumber shade. Just one leave and you'll be out like a light. Eat too many and you're gone. That's what she had said, when describing each and every plant in the greenhouse to him. Axel cursed under his breath. What was she thinking? Her lips are blue, meaning she has taken an overdose. Her pulse is also weak. Poison mastery. Axel got to work, gathering ingredients from around the greenhouse. He quickly made up an antidote. Axel couldn't understand why she would do this. He had been unconscious for days. But he was being fed and hydrated while he was unconscious. Daphne, she has been lying here for so long without food and water all this time. It didn't take him long to make the antidote. He quickly poured it in his mouth and fed it to her mouth to mouth. Come on. He muttered. Wake up. Daphne coughed as the bitter antidote went down her throat. As the antidote took effect, she slowly opened her eyes and saw Axel looking down at her, desperation showing on his face. No. Daphne's breathing suddenly quickened. No, put me back to sleep. I can't be awake. She said, her voice hoarse. She suddenly began thrashing around. Her hands went to the leaves of slumber shade lying on the ground and she quickly tried to eat it again. What the was there a way that Axel would just sit by and let her do that? He quickly stopped her, wrapping his arms around her to stop her from sleeping herself to death. Let go. Please. Daphne desperately struggled to break free. Stop. Why are you doing this? Exclaimed Axel as he struggled to keep her from moving. They were both really weak right now, so it wasn't doing anyone any favors. I don't want to go through it again. I can't. She wailed. Go through what? Axel couldn't understand at all. The curse. It's coming again. She revealed, shocking Axel. I know I deserve it. It was my fault you went through all the pain. I will accept any punishment, but not this. Those memories are too important. She cried, her hands reaching for the leaves. Axel finally understood. He understood why Daphne would come here. He understood why she put herself to sleep. And he understood why she would do it again even when he is right here. Somehow, she has gotten in her pretty head him getting torture was her fault. The revelation made her have emotions extreme enough that the curse was getting activated again. When that happens, she's going to lose something that will give her the most pain, which would be forgetting him. And she seems ready to rather die than to let that happen. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped his lips, which turned into a full-blown laughter. Fuck haha, it's only this, he muttered in between his laughs. In this situation, it was so absurd that even Daphne stopped struggling for a moment, question marks appearing in her teary eyes. Can you please enlighten me, Madam Greengrass? How in the three worlds is it your fault that I got tortured? He asked in amusement. It's not funny. Daphne was suddenly feeling very angry at Axel's reaction. If only I had killed that man myself, if only I hadn't been such bloody coward, you wouldn't have had to go through all that terrible pain. She said, tears pouring down her eyes. That's right. It was all her fault. She wondered if getting the curse was really the right punishment for her. Then, said Axel, wiping her tears. I guess I should be thanking you, for not killing him, said Axel instead, completely bewildering to her. What? Daphne had expected that Axel might not blame her, she had even expected that he would blame her, but this. Why the hell would he thank her for that? Well, if I hadn't been injured, I would have never met you then. I would still be a petty thief in London. What? Axel nodded. It's true. When I got the letter, I thought someone was messing with me. I wasn't going to come. Daphne's eyes widened. A life without Axel? She shuddered. Now that is far worse than forgetting the memories and still having him. Axel smiled. Well, looks like the curse is not going to activate. Daphne suddenly realized that it was true. Somehow, Axel had managed to make go away. Just being in his presence had calmed her mind enough that the curse was not activating. It means her memories were safe. Daphne was so relieved. Now, other priorities. She threw away the slumber shade she had just picked up and lunged onto Axel, tackling him down into a tight hug. I missed you so much. She mumbled, her face buried in his hair. She suddenly bit his ear. Ouch! Exclaimed the guy who isn't fazed by the cruciatus. What was that for? You almost gave me a fucking heart attack by that call. Don't let anything like that happen again. Axel laughed. I'll try. You. Daphne hit him in annoyance with her weak hands. Hey! Knock it out. They began messing around on the floor without a care that they were getting messy in the dirt while laughing. But slowly Daphne stopped smiling as she slowly separated herself from him. She shook her head. I don't deserve to be this happy. I can't. Axel got up from the ground. What's the matter? Daphne shook her head. You are just saying you don't mind, but I do. I saw your suffering. And I made you go through all that. Maybe not forgetting you, but I can't be allowed to get away with it without repercussions. Daphne was angry. At herself. If there was someone else in her position who was so weak and pathetic to not kill the one man responsible for everything, then she would have wished the worst fate possible on that weakling. What are you talking about? I'm fine now, aren't I? And you have to trust me, it's for the better that I went through that. Daphne was not having it. Surely, not going through that would have been worth it, right? Daphne dug her nails into her palm. Can you please just blame me? I need to do something with all this guilt. Daphne, it's not your fault. My life before, it's better off this way. At least cast a few cruciatuses. Please. She begged. Seeing her being so adamant, Axel sighed. There's no choice. You'll have to see it for yourself, said Axel, clenching his jaw as he grabbed her by her cheeks. Daphne didn't understand what Axel meant by that. But as soon as their gazes met, she suddenly found herself standing transported to a different space, completely disorienting her. Fuck. How did we get here? She asked in confusion. They were on Hogwarts grounds, then how the hell did he do that? Relax. It's a memory, said Axel, his countenance serious. A memory. The place felt so real that she couldn't even tell. This is much better than a pensieve. Daphne looked around the place more curiously now. Axel has hardly talked about his life outside Hogwarts, so Daphne is eager to receive anything he reveals. They were currently in a dark alley, surrounded by buildings. It was cold, so cold, and a rancid smell hung in the air. Daphne wrinkled her nose. Where are we? She couldn't help but ask. Why would Axel even come to a place like this? Axel shrugged, looking at the place with a hint of nostalgia. This place, it used to be my home. Home. The words that reached Daphne's ears left her utterly dumbfounded. What did he mean by home? Yep, Axel nodded in affirmation. She thinks that was the worst he had gone through? Well, maybe. But he has to show her that it might as well be called just another day in the life he had lived. Maybe then she wouldn't feel so guilty. They watched as the dumpsters in the alley opened and a younger Axel emerged from inside. Daphne gasped, her hand moving to cover her mouth. She couldn't believe it. She just couldn't. It's you? She asked in a whisper, even though she already knew the answer. It was just how different the appearance of the boy she was watching was. Axel looked nothing like his current self. His hair was wild and overgrown, covering most of his face, which was sunken, with bruises all over it. The little boy could not have been more than 8, and looked nothing like the Axel she was used to. But those striking amber eyes were still the same, calm and rebellious. Daphne couldn't help stepping forward. She couldn't see Axel in this condition. But she realized that it was just a memory. As they watched, young Axel stepped out of the dumpster after looking around cautiously. His stomach growled, making him frown. They watched as he walked up to the most busy street, his eyes going everywhere. There was a slight limp in his steps from a previous injury. "What are you trying to do?" asked Daphne. She had no idea how Axel was going to manage to eat. Surely there must be a place where they feed children. Axel scoffed. "Not one I was aware of. I'm trying to steal the money." Daphne felt nothing wrong with that. What choice did he have? She felt it was even alright to mug someone as long as the boy she loves can live better. Axel walked on the road for a long while. He was, of course, trying to steal some money to buy food. But it wasn't working out well for him in the beginning. He was too conspicuous. People would take distance whenever or just keep an eye on him since he looked suspicious. There. That guy's purse was practically hanging out. "Why didn't you steal that?" asked Daphne. "Did you look at him? He looked like he could barely pay for his own meals," said Axel. At this moment, an old lady walked by him who had dropped her purse. Daphne breathed a sigh of relief, since Axel could finally eat now. Maybe get his injuries fixed. It hurt her to see him limp. Little Axel looked at the purse, then at the old lady. He sighed. Picking up the purse, he walked back to the old lady. Watching little Axel's actions, Daphne felt a lump in her throat. "You were such a gentleman thief," she said, gripping his hand. "She'll at least reward you for this, right?" Axel said nothing to that. At this moment, it just so happened that the old lady also noticed the absence of her purse. Turning around, she saw Axel holding it out. "Thief! You dirty thief! Help! This boy stole my purse! Oh my lord, please help!" Instantly, everyone on the busy street that their attention focused on Axel. Axel looked at Daphne, who looked beyond outraged at this moment, and shook his head. This was just the beginning. The outside world can be a cruel place. Chapter 159, Chapter 157, The Curse's Cure. The outside world can be a cruel place, Axel told her. Daphne watched as all the pedestrians on the street surrounded little Axel in the memory. "Hey! I was just returning it." She dropped it. Little Axel tried to tell everyone the truth of the matter, but it didn't seem like anyone believed. Yeah, you weren't you?" said one of the men sarcastically. "Stealing from an old lady, don't you have any decency?" The other people also began condemning Axel, not at all listening to what he had to say. He had already been branded the thief, no matter what. Little Axel knew he was in trouble. He threw the purse and tried to run, but couldn't run far with his injured leg before he tripped and fell. The chivalrous men surrounded him, wanting to punish him even when he had already thrown away the purse. Little Axel curled himself in a ball as punches and kicks rained down on him. Unlike his future self, he had almost zero special abilities and skills. Even his tolerance to pain was very low, causing him to grunt and groan with each blow. Daphne couldn't watch it. "What are they doing? You were just a kid. Who beats up someone as young as that?" Axel had learned something the hard way. People don't hold back no matter the age. "A thief is a thief," he told her. "They're monsters," growled Daphne. "I still don't understand how they can do it." Axel shrugged. "All these people, they've all got a lot of aggression inside them. They just hold it back because of the rules. But when they catch a criminal, especially a thief, it's like they're given a license. They stop thinking of you as a person and just unleash their aggression," he explained. "Their conscience is clear, since the thief clearly deserves it," he said, looking at himself getting beaten to a pulp. There was hidden bitterness in his voice that Daphne was able to discern. Tears began falling from Daphne's eyes. "I'm so sorry you had to go through." She hugged him, unable to see the scene anymore. "When will it stop?" Axel didn't answer, only looking at the scene with cold eyes. Once the crowd was satisfied, they dumped him into an alley, but not before spitting on him and hurling obscenities. Bloody bastard! Stealing from an old lady. Deserves every bit he got. Think twice before stealing, you son of a whore. Son of a whore. They're saying that to the Prince of Atlantis. Thought Daphne, positively murderous by now. If she ever encountered these people someday, she wouldn't hesitate to kill this time. Axel shook his head. It's what I believed at that time, that my mother was a whore who didn't want the burden of a son. He said, reading Daphne's thoughts. He had heard such insults so many times that he had begun to wonder if they were true. It made sense. It would have messed with her business, right? Daphne only felt more sad by that. Tell me you got medical help after this. She said, looking at his condition with heartache. Before Axel answered, something happened in the memory. Well, well. Look who it is, someone said as rowdy noises came from the end of the alley. People emerged from the darkness, and it didn't seem like they were there to help him. You've got to be kidding me, said Daphne, completely flabbergasted. Axel has just been through hell, and it's still not the end. Axel nodded. Exactly my reaction every time it happens, he said, glad to have someone else feel the absurdity for once. Kid Axel, who was barely conscious, desperately tried to run, but all he managed was to drag himself a few feet before he was surrounded again. Not so fast at running now, are we? Asked the person in the lead. Scars has been trying to find you. Kid Axel didn't say anything. He just looked at the sky, as if finding someone to curse for his shitty luck. Scars? Asked Daphne. Axel shrugged. My mortal enemy at the time. He used to be a gang leader. Of course, he's dead now. Of course. In the memory, little Axel said something in a low voice. What was it? Didn't quite catch it, said the leader, leaning down. Tell Scars, to go fuck himself, he said more clearly this time to the man who had bent down, as he smashed a piece of concrete lying around into his skull. The man cursed, falling to the ground in pain. Axel tried to fight more, but he was quickly overwhelmed. And this time, the blows were even more merciless. Fortunately, the police sirens sounded not long after, causing the men to run away in a hurry, leaving Axel lying in the ground, beaten to an inch of his life. Daphne was crying, and her head was buried in his chest. This was too much for her. Do you see now? Asked Axel, raising her head. There's more. The scene shifted into the one where a scarred man was slashing Axel's face, who was being held down by a group of thugs. The Axel in the memory screamed, and the scene shifted again, this time he was being beaten by a group of coppers. The scene shifted again, and again. Slowly at first, but then it got faster, before they split into different scenes, each of them containing a younger Axel getting beaten, or suffering some kind of torture. Axel looked at Daphne, who had a blank look on his face upon seeing just how many there were. My life still wouldn't have been ideal. It would be much worse than it is right now. True, I might have suffered less, but I would still be alone, unable to trust anyone, he told her. Even though it hurt, her eyes greedily devoured every bit of knowledge they could gain about Axel's past. Axel stopped it before it got too much, as they returned to sitting in the greenhouse. So, he said. I've stopped blaming third parties for whatever happens to me. Because there are just far too many of them. The ones I blame, are the people directly involved, and me and my shitty luck. The only thing I care about from that incident? It's that the person directly responsible is dead. It's that I am now strong enough to even handle 10 of him. It's that I came to Hogwarts due to that incident. It's that I even bothered talking to you because of our mutual hate for the man. It's that, we would never have been friends if not for that incident, he said, as Daphne wiped her tears. Daphne nodded. She understood now. But she found difficulty breathing as Axel's scream still rang in her mind. Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! She knew Axel's past life was bad, but this? It is beyond her comprehension how he is even standing alive and well right now. Daphne shook her head, clearing her thoughts. What was she doing? Overwhelmed just by witnessing a fraction of his pain? Pathetic. She now understood why Axel never talked about his past. Because he knew that people would look at him like he was some sort of pitiful creature. But, he had shared it with her, because he trusted her. He trusted her enough to take the information and understand his point of view. And not judge him for his past, or get overwhelmed. He's strong and independent. He doesn't need her pity, just her understanding. So, said Axel, holding her hand as he smiled. You still blame yourself? He asked playfully. Still want me to torture you, misheard me Greengrass? Daphne shook her head. She felt so embarrassed right now. She looked at Axel. Really looked at him. The past him looked like a completely different person now. Now his eyes were more alive than ever, he was in a much better place, and most importantly, he was happy. It gave her such contentment to see the vivid changes. She felt like the time she spent trying to break his shield, even after getting rudely dismissed, was worth it. And now, thinking about her guilt, an ironic smile came upon her face. I was too naive, she murmured, wiping her tears. After the things you've been through. She understood now. After the things he had been through, he had simply stopped caring whose fault it was. He has been through so many such situations that he'd rather just blame his luck than every person involved. It was a bleak mindset, but it was realistic, considering the number of times it has happened to him. If he even started involving third parties like her for every case, then just how many people would he have to hate? It would drive anyone crazy. Daphne sniffed. My guilt does seem rather absurd, now that I see it from your point of view. And I understand why you would laugh when I was calling myself responsible for what happened to you. Axel sighed. Well, as long as you understand. But... Daphne's eyes suddenly narrowed as she pinched his hand in annoyance. It wasn't a funny situation. I was about to lose all the memories once more. If I had to go through that all over again. I swear I would have killed myself this time. Axel winced. Yet, about that, I wasn't really worried about it. Sorry. Because I have the cure to your curse now. The world stopped for Daphne. What did you say? Axel nodded. He had finally found the final ingredient. You heard me. I can remove that curse of yours. Forever. Daphne's mouth remained opened. Her eyes became unfocused as she fully comprehended the meaning of Axel's words. She shook her head. Axel, it's not funny to even joke about it. Don't give me hope, you know I'll trust anything you'll say. Daphne would believe anything Axel says. Because Axel really doesn't joke around about such things. But this was simply beyond the realm of possibility. For generations, many have tried and failed. But all they've ever managed is to deal with the form it has manifested into. At the price that it would return any time, maybe even manifest into something else. That curse. She said. It's not like other bloodline curses. Others disappear after a few generations. But ours has been in the family since forever. No one in the world can fully cure it. Axel nodded. I do know the extent of your family curse, you know. It's from a different world, right? He asked, as if it was not a big deal. Daphne widened her eyes. Did my mum tell you that? It's unbelievable, right? Axel shook his head. He checked the system interface once again. Surviving through that ordeal definitely had its rewards. Congratulations on beating the overwhelming odds and surviving. Approval rate, 50%. Rewards. Congratulations. New feature unlocked, Alliance. You can now form alliance with the people you select and help them get systems perks through you. Current allies, 1. Daphne Greengrass, default. Class, none. Status, curse afflicted. Congratulations. You have unlocked the bloodline feature. Current bloodline. Atlantean bloodline, awakened 21%. Can be awakened further by going to Atlantis. Allies bloodline. Daphne Greengrass. Euro-yen $time-cent bloodline, dormant, but on the verge of awakening. Can be awakened by lifting the curse. He had gotten a new feature. An ally system. He can help them get some benefits of the system with it. For example, Daphne can now get a class 2. As she can get a custom training of her own. But of course there are limitations. She wouldn't get a system. Every new training knowledge and skill the ally unlocks would have to be passed to them through him, everything they learn would be visible to him, and he can terminate the alliance anytime. Finally, the ally must not hold any serious ill intent towards him, or he'd be informed. And lastly, bonus reward, the curse's cure. The green grass curse is not an ordinary one. Its origin can be traced back all the way to the ether world, the cradle of magic. The final ingredient to activate the ritual is the wood of the world tree, which can only be found in ether world. Fortunately, your wand happens to be made out of it. Congratulations, you have all the ingredients. It felt like the system was trolling him. He had the ingredients all along. And he only gets them when Daphne already has her memories. Axel smiled at Daphne. Shall we get rid of that curse already? He asked. Daphne was still in disbelief. Can we really? She grabbed his hands in hers, which were practically shaking with nervousness right now. The curse. It had affected her whole life. It was not a secret in the high circle. Everyone knew that the green grass family was a ticking time bomb, they just never said it to her face. From childhood, she was taught occlumency, not because of the benefits it gives, but to be emotionless all the time, so that the excess emotions don't bring out the curse. Seeing the impact it had on her dad and Astoria, Daphne had decided to never marry, to never have kids would have also had to live a cursed life like theirs. She had spent her whole life scared of it, and was resolved to spend the rest like that too. And now, can she really, get rid of it for good? We can. Axel nodded. The knowledge on the exact procedure on how to do it was in his mind, along with the detailed explanation about the reason behind each and every minute detail, and he had thoroughly analyzed it to be safe. I won't joke about this, he said seriously. Daphne nodded, overjoyed. But the smile slowly drained from her face when her gaze went behind Axel. You little bitch! Didn't I tell you to stay away from him? A voice exclaimed in anger, causing Axel to turn around, his good mood leaving him. Someone could not wait to get what they had coming. Chapter 160, Chapter 158, Bellatrix's Retribution. Chapter 158. Axel turned around to see Bellatrix standing in the entrance, glaring at Daphne. You have some nerve coming to seek death on your own. He said, standing up. Axel had too much anger for Bellatrix. But Daphne pulled on his hand, knowing he would be angry. Please, don't. Not because of me. Let's just leave, all right? Axel shook his head. No, she deserves it. He hadn't failed to notice the fact that if the curse had returned, Daphne might have really killed herself by now. Axel never forgets to pay back what he's owed. And the revenge with this woman, it's been in order long before she even hurt Daphne. She will pay, he repeated, stepping forward. But Daphne wouldn't let him do it. She hugged him, not letting him move. Please. Can you not? As far as she knew, Axel was taking revenge because Bellatrix caused her to go through the curse again. Of course Daphne wanted revenge for that too. But Daphne knew that the woman ultimately wanted the good for Axel. Plus, she is the extremely powerful Minister of Magic. Daphne didn't want Axel to get into any more trouble because of her. Especially against a minister who is on his side. With that crazy organization coming after him, she wants him to have all the support he can get, especially since she herself is so utterly useless to him. Revenge is not the way. Don't do it. Please. She asked pitifully. Axel sighed. I hate it when you use that tone, he said, separating from her. But he held off on going savage, for now. Bellatrix was surprised to see Axel and Daphne being so intimate. Axel. You really need to rest right now. Why are you here? And you, she said, glowering at Daphne. Stay away from him. Axel frowned. Oi! You delusional spinster. What gave you the outrageous assumption that you have any say in my life? You are dead the next time you insult my friend. Apologize to Daphne right now and I'll consider letting you go for now, said Axel. If Bellatrix was surprised previously, she was positively suspicious now. Axel sticking up for a girl? Especially one that he had already stopped interacting with a while ago? She glared at Daphne, understanding that the bitch had once again trapped Axel somehow. Axel, why are you defending her? You do know that her father tortured you, right? Your friend? You guys were no longer friends, but she has returned now that you are famous. Please understand, Axel. She is not someone you should be associating yourself with. What the fuck? You've been stalking who I interact with. Axel was truly creeped out. But Daphne ignored the things Bellatrix said. Her mind was only stuck in her previous sentence. Wait, you are recommended rest? You haven't recovered. Why did you get out then? She asked in panic. Just now when they were messing around, she had felt that Axel was rather weak, but she had just thought that he was going easy on her. She had no idea he still hadn't recovered. Axel was exasperated. Well, I'd rather rest too. But I had to come and see if you had killed yourself, he said, pushing the tip of her nose with his finger. Daphne blinked, looking sad again. That. It's all my fault. I always end up being a burden. Are you blaming yourself again? Did I show you all those memories for nothing? No. Sigh. I get it, I get it. But you are going to have to rest from now on. I'm going to take responsibility for disturbing your rest. Here we go again. Axel and Daphne began arguing like a couple, as if there was no one here with them. Meanwhile, a certain minister who was completely ignored. She couldn't believe it. She refused to believe it. She has been keeping tabs on Axel for a while now. And the Axel she knows, he can never be this gentle with any girl. And neither is he so talkative, or so happy. Just like his father wasn't. It is simply not possible. It's too out of character for him. There was only one explanation to this. Magical influence. That blonde bimbo had used some kind of witchcraft on Axel to influence him. And the realization made her extremely angry. Looking at the little bitch looking all doe-eyed at Axel whom she had trapped, Bellatrix decided she needed to know the consequences doing something so despicable. You. She said, pointing her wand at Daphne, causing her to scream in pain. You've done something to him, haven't you? I bet it was one of those love potions. How dare you? She asked, using her magic on Daphne. There were many types of love potions invented by now. Bellatrix suspected this girl had dosed Axel with one of the forbidden ones. It all happened too suddenly. Axel had tried to move in front of Daphne. But with the condition of his body, he was too late. By the time he came in front of her, she had already taken the damage from Bellatrix's spell. Daphne began falling to the ground. She hadn't had anything to eat or drink for the days Axel was asleep. She was in an extremely weak state to begin with, and Bellatrix's spell, whatever it was, put her right into unconsciousness. Even as he caught her and gently laid on the ground, Axel's ears were ringing, seeing Daphne getting hurt, yet again. How could this happen? He wasn't expecting Bellatrix to be mad enough to do this. Daphne. Axel tried shaking her, but she wouldn't wake up. No. This can't be happening. He was feeling so relaxed just a few moments ago, thinking that everything would be all right. But now, everything changed in an instant. Why? He murmured, his gaze turning to Bellatrix. Why would you do this? Even after she just protected you? He asked, even as a tidal wave of anger rose up in his mind. If not for Daphne's urging, Bellatrix would have already been suffering right now. Of course, kindness is never rewarded, is it? Crack. Crack. Shatter. His occlumency shield broke down by the violent mental energy that had surged in his mind. Axel, your condition. A red alert came from the system, which wasn't even registered in Axel's eyes. He didn't know what came over him. But he was on Bellatrix in an instant, pinning her down by her throat with all his might. Water appeared around them, surrounding them, a whirlpool that would stop anyone from interfering. Axel. Cough. You have to stop. I'm on your side. Choked Bellatrix. But Axel didn't listen at all. His mind was filled with too much anger to care. This woman. She has crossed the line too many times. First Daphne almost got the curse again because this woman couldn't keep her mouth shut. And now she had, for some reason, gotten in her head that Daphne had used love potions on him. Axel didn't care whether her intentions were good or bad. If she's going to hurt Daphne due to them, she needs to pay. He had tried holding back. Well, lots of good it did to him, didn't it? Axel was done holding back. He looked down at Bellatrix with absolute loathing. He wanted her to pay. He wanted her to understand the price of hurting Daphne, not once, but twice. He wanted her to feel the worst pain he could imagine possible. Suddenly, Bellatrix began screaming, pure terror filling her eyes. She was no longer in the greenhouse. She was surrounded in a blur of memories, living through all of them intermittently. Somewhere, she was getting her bones broken, somewhere she was getting slashed, somewhere she was going through the cruciatus, somewhere something even more intense than that. Bellatrix was feeling the worst torture she had experienced in her life, but even still, Axel didn't feel satisfied. He wanted her to realize exactly how far out of her line she was, at coming over and trying to dictate his life. And then hurting the people he cares about. You think you can have any say in my life? His voice reverberated in Bellatrix's mind, who was hoping beyond hope for the pain to stop. The unbearable pain continued, but this time, memories that flashed in her mind were of the time she first met him 2 years ago. You think she did this for our of kindness? You are a nobody. She's just using you. She just wants to know how you resisted the curse in order to cure her husband. Let me read your mind and we both go separate ways. She saw herself uttering those cruel words from Axel's eyes, and his feelings were also vividly felt by her. He was still naive back then. He was just this homeless kid with nothing to his name, and had just found out that he might have been permanently disabled, and may have to live the rest of his life feeling jolts of pain running throughout his body. But then this kind woman named Andromeda comes along and treats him so kindly for no reason. Axel knew better, but he couldn't help himself. He had trusted her. And he had allowed himself to hope that perhaps he could trust them. He was actually very happy that day. Until she barged in and destroyed his happiness with such cruel words that it made him feel there was no one he could ever trust again. And what's worse, she enjoyed every second of it. That is until she found out that he was not a stranger. But, does that change anything for him? No. He might be someone she needs to protect now, but for him, she was still the same bitch who took pleasure in thoroughly crushing him. Bellatrix was still feeling the pain, but now, her conscience was hurting even more. She was crying. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That's all she could repeat in her mind, over again and over again. She heard Axel's furious voice again. You think that's all you did? Wrong. The pain didn't stop, but this time, the memories were of Axel's life afterwards. How distrustful Axel was about the whole world after what she did to him. How he would push away anyone who tried getting close to him. How much hatred he had for her. It took a lot of time for me to recover from that. The memories showed his first meeting with Daphne and their gradual friendship. How Axel wouldn't trust her, no matter what she tried. How Daphne still smiled every time, despite his cruel and ruthless words of rejection. You think she used magic on me? Look clearly. It's called being kind, something can't understand. She is the one person I can trust fully. You then barge in, again, and almost destroy everything. The memories showed just how much Axel meant to Daphne, that the curse manifests as her losing all her recollection of him. And how close to death Daphne was after Bellatrix, in all her brilliance, had decided to reveal that her father was actually one who tortured the person she loved. I almost lost her. With the increased fury, the pain magnified, if that was possible. But now, something had changed. Bellatrix no longer resisted. All the torture she received, she willingly accepted it. She knew deserved every bit of it. What she had done was really unforgivable. Kill me. Please. That's all she desired. She didn't deserve to live. All this time, for the sake of her family, she had done terrible things to many people. And she never felt an ounce of guilt for it. But hurting Axel made her feel guilt that was far more unbearable than any torture. She was truly a flawed person. Dying by Axel's hands, it was her salvation. At this moment, a soft hand gently came to rest on Axel's eyes, closing them and thus ending Bellatrix's suffering. It's enough. Please don't be like my father. Axel had already made up his mind. He was going to keep torturing Bellatrix until he was satisfied. But his rage dissipated as soon as he heard that scared voice, slowly making him come to his senses. When the hand was removed, Axel opened his eyes and blinked, snapping out of whatever state that had come over him. He looked down at Bellatrix and was surprised to see her state. Kill me, was all Bellatrix could muster, saying. 7. Chapter 161, Chapter 159, Sleeping Together. Axel blinked, shaking his head. What in the world happened just now? He didn't know exactly how he did what he just did. He looked at Daphne's scared face and suddenly didn't feel so good. Are you all right? He asked her, completely ignoring Bellatrix for now. Did the spell hurt you? We should go to the hospital ward. Daphne slowly calmed down upon seeing the previous Axel back again. She hugged him feebly, still looking distressed. I'm fine. Just weak. But her stomach rumbled loudly at this moment, causing her to blush. Well, I could use some food as well, I guess. Axel sighed in relief. We'll get you food. But first. His gaze shifted back to Bellatrix, who was lying on the ground. Bellatrix was in a horrible condition right now. Her face was bloody red, due to various blood vessels exploding and bleeding from eyes and nose, and a pungent odor wafted in the air, as her bladder had loosened while in pain. Kill me. She repeated. Axel was still contemplating that, but Daphne shook her head, looking down at Bellatrix with cold eyes. No. She decided. That will be way too easy for you. You said you owed 3 life debts to his father that you want to return to Axel, right? Well, rather than paying them back, you've only made trouble for him instead. I'm not letting that happen. You sure about this? She might try to hurt you again, Axel warned her. Although chances were pretty low after what he had done, Bellatrix was one psycho bitch, and there's no telling exactly what changes will occur in her after this. Daphne wrinkled her nose. Just look at her. Is there someone who would dare to hurt me after you do this to them? Axel shrugged. Well, you never know, he said, as he began rummaging through his pouch. A parchment. But Daphne was confused when Axel just brought out a piece of parchment from his pouch. A contract, he said, as he began writing the terms on it. Daphne had an uncomfortable look on her face. Just like torture, she disliked contracts as well, since her mother was trapped in one for a long time. Do we have to do it? Annoyed, Axel showed her the terms he was writing. This wizarding contract, is entered into as of date, by and between Axel last name, hereinafter referred to as Party A, and Bellatrix Black, hereinafter referred to as Party B. Whereas, Party A has a vested interest in the safety and well-being of Daphne Greengrass and her family. Now, therefore, in consideration of the mutual covenants contained herein, Party A and Party B agree as follows. Non-harm clause, Party B agrees not to cause any harm, directly or indirectly, to Daphne Greengrass and her family, including but not limited to physical harm, emotional distress, or any form of magical interference. Any breach of this clause shall be considered a material violation of this contract. Secrecy clause, Party B also agrees to never reveal anything about the relation Party and Daphne Greengrass. Consequence of breach, in the event of a breach of the non-harm clause, Clause 1, and Secrecy clause, Clause 2, Party B acknowledges and agrees that severe consequences will ensue. These consequences include, but are not limited to, immediate and irreversible magical consequences that may result in significant harm to Party B, including but not limited to loss of magical abilities, incapacitation, or, in extreme cases, loss of life. Everything written was for Daphne and her family. He hadn't added anything for himself. This, what about you? What if she tries to harm you? Axel scoffed. She can try. Whatever the case, Axel didn't really fear a mere Bellatrix after having faced the organization and Voldemort. His only concern was Daphne and her family. Since he had thoughtlessly revealed it in his anger, Bellatrix now knew exactly how much Daphne meant to him. If she ever becomes an enemy in the future, she knows exactly where to strike. Axel still added a few more things which included Bellatrix not killing herself before he was done. Please. Bellatrix really didn't want to live anymore. Her family all had their own families now. Tristan was already dead, and Axel didn't need her, and instead hated her, and rightly so. But more than anything, she hated herself too much. Daphne took the contract and bent down to look at Bellatrix with cold eyes. Sign it. You aren't allowed to die yet. Bellatrix saw the contract through blurry eyes. She said something, but it was too indecipherable to hear. Axel read her mind and clicked his tongue. What a crazy bitch, he muttered under his breath, but added one more condition. Come in already, said Axel, stepping into the circle of immortality that he called his living space. Daphne stood in the door, looking at it in astonishment. This is where you live? She asked, looking at the lavish interior. This place looked like it was designed for royalty. Axel shrugged. Dramatic upgrade, isn't it? Dumpster too, well, this. Daphne shook her head as she stepped in. No, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that, it feels so lonely, desolate. Don't you think so? Axel looked at her with blank eyes. Seriously? Such a great place to live, completely safe and secure, comfortable, warm, and rain-proof. And that's the first thing you notice? That it's lonely. After hearing Axel's point, Daphne felt that she was quite insensitive and privileged. She was now extremely happy that at least now he was living well, albeit still by his lonesome. Axel briefly introduced the room. That's my bedroom, that's the luxury bathroom, that's the kitchen, and those are spare bedrooms. That's all right, Daphne nodded impartly before gripping his arm. But now, about your condition. Tell me exactly how it is, she said, using a strict tone. Axel looked away. I'm fine. Please, no bullshit. It's me, Axel. You can tell me. Axel blew a breath in annoyance. It's nothing serious. I can't do magic anymore for a while. Neither can I strain my body. And this hand isn't moving properly. That's all. That's all. Yet. Daphne rolled her eyes. It's so bad, and you are saying that's all. Why have you been going around torturing ministers of magic when you are in such a bad condition? Rest now. Well, I was only worried. I don't want to hear it. I would have been fine on my own for a few more days. You should worry about yourself. You need to rest right now, she said, dragging him towards his room. But you've had no food. Later. Daphne dragged Axel into the room he called his bedroom and pushed him on the bed. She once again realized how bad his condition was when he fell down easily despite trying to resist. She then hoisted his legs on the bed as well, only to realize that he had been barefoot all this while and his feet were soiled due to the soil in the greenhouse. Merlin. You could have at least put on some slippers before coming for me, she said, applying a cleaning charm on his feet. Even though her demeanor appeared strict outside, her heart was being pierced by arrows. He really cares a lot about me. She proceeded to put pillows under his head and cover him with the quilt. You stay here. I'm bringing food, she ordered, before hurrying to the kitchen. Axel obediently laid in bed, trying to peek over to see what she was making. Usually, whenever someone dares to orders him to do something, he makes a point to not do it, or even do the exact opposite. But strangely, he didn't feel like resisting right now. Through the doorway, he could see Daphne busily working in the kitchen, having an apron tied around her waist. Cluttering sounds of kitchen equipment could be heard in the room, accompanied by the humming of a sweet voice. He wasn't used to hearing any sound around here, but nestled comfortably in his bed, Axel felt like he could understand what Daphne meant when she said lonely. Axel just Daphne cook, humming and swaying to herself as if in a great mood. She would occasionally eat some food herself, more to check the taste than to fulfill her appetite. Soon, she came back with a piping hot stew and set it on the bedside. Come on, you have to eat while it's hot. She urged after finding him looking absent-minded. She propped him up and adjusted the pillows. When Axel raised his hands to take the bowl, Daphne stopped him. You aren't moving that hand under my watch. I'll feed you. I can eat with the other hand, you know. No you can't. I'm feeding you, she said, picking up the bowl and sitting on the bedside. You're being kind of forceful here. Say Axel couldn't even protest properly before he had a spoonful of warm porridge in his mouth. WHTHFFF. He said in protest with his mouth full. What? Is it too hot? Daphne filled the spoon again and blew on it. Here, it should be fine now. As Axel tasted the food, the protest died down in his throat. He unwittingly ate another bite and was surprised. How is it actually good? Daphne was surprised herself. It is? Well, I did learn cooking in my non-rebellious phase. She had in fact been taught everything a perfect housewife should know so that she could be sold for the highest price. Daphne had really disliked everything she was taught, but now she felt that it was all worth it if she could use it for Axel. Well, it's good. But can you let me eat it myself? Daphne smiled, bringing another spoonful in front of his mouth. I know you can do it on your own. But, can you please let me? Come on, she asked petulantly. Axel sighed. If you insist. But you should eat too. Daphne shook her head. I already ate while making this. I'm full, she said contentedly. Somehow, spending time with Axel like this, she really felt like she didn't need anything else. That wasn't much. What? Daphne looked at the doorway and suddenly realized that the kitchen was visible from here. You were watching? She asked, a slight blush covering her face, Anyways, it was enough for me. Can you let me feed you now? Thus, Axel was propped up comfortably against bed while Daphne slowly fed him, one spoonful after another, a soft smile grazing her lips. In the serene silence, both didn't say anything. They missed this, just being in each other's company. A lot. But they didn't say this. They didn't need to. Their feelings were deeply conveyed to one another. Soon, the bowl was finished, and Daphne looked at the empty bowl with some complaint. It ended too soon. Now, shall we talk about removing that curse of yours? Asked Axel, getting serious. Daphne shook her head. I think I'll be fine until you recover. More importantly, what are your plans for the future? What plans? I mean your hand. Are you really going to Atlantis to get it fixed? She asked. Axel nodded readily. Of course. It's their fault to begin with. Strongest magical country, and they can't even handle one organization. It really was their fault that Axel got involved in all this mess and injured his hand. But then, won't they force you to be the king or something? Do you really want that? Daphne asked. She knew very well that Axel wouldn't want to be a king. While it may be a dream come true for others, she could just imagine him saying too much trouble. Axel shook his head. They can't force me to do anything. But still, to avoid trouble, I have a plan. With his uninjured hand, he brought out a shining seashell from his pouch. What's this? Daphne looked the thing in puzzlement. The royal emblem. They'll grant me any favor as long as I have this. Yep, it was the one his mother had given to Theron. No way he was going to let it rot in that fucker Theron's storage space. Daphne understood his intentions. So, does that mean you're not going as the prince? Axel nodded. Exactly. I won't reveal my identity. At least not from the beginning. I'll have to see if I have to destroy on the Kraken or the royal family as well. Daphne's shoulders dropped. But, that still means you're going. She muttered. Axel couldn't say no to that. Yet. She put her hand on his. Can you not go? Please? I just got you back. You know I have to go. They'll keep coming after me. Axel's tone had hardened. There were few things he won't yield on, even to her puppy eyes. Daphne sniffed. Yes. Yes, I understand. She got up abruptly. I'll get more food. I really don't need to eat more. Axel tried to stop her but she was already gone, causing him to shake his head ruefully. In the kitchen, Daphne forced herself to take a few deep breaths. Come on, Daphne. Get a hold of yourself. She thought, mentally scolding herself. Her feelings for Axel were too strong. She was scared that if she expressed too much, she might smother him. She understood the need to eliminate the organization, and she understood that he can take care of himself. But she still couldn't help but want him to stay safe with her. Act casual, act like you aren't imagining marrying him and having kids with him in the future. She worried if she pushed too far he might shut her off. To cool herself, Daphne went to the bathroom and took a cold bath. It calmed her nerves and made her more rational. Axel really does have to go. He is not a coward and he is not the one to hide and do nothing. Besides, she has faith in him to survive by any means. When Daphne returned with another bowl of stew, she saw that Axel's eyes closed, already asleep. She smiled sadly. She would have liked to spend more time with him, but he deserved the rest. Setting the tray on the bedside table, she just looked at Axel for a while. Her hand unwittingly rose up to gently run through his hair. My angel! Of course it was him. Who else could it be? The angel who killed her father and brought her out of hell. But it didn't change much for her. Daphne had already decided to dedicate the rest of her life thanking him for saving her sister. What makes her restless is that there is nothing much she can do for him. She'll only end up bothering him even if she tries. All she can do is support him, and try her best to be less useless. Daphne yawned tiredly. She only now realized just how sleepy she was. The slumber shade she had consumed was still having effects on her. Looks like she needs to sleep as well. There were spare bedrooms, right? She thought. Even though she wanted to spend more time with Axel, there was nothing she could do, could she? Daphne leaned over and kissed Axel's forehead. Sweet dreams, she whispered. She also kissed the 2 scars on his face. She liked them. They seemed to only make him more handsome. Now that she knew how he got them, she appreciated them even more. Just as she was about to get away, a whiff of fragrance entered her nose. This scent. Daphne drew another breath. Lavender. Her teeth grounded. There was only one person they both knew that smelled like this. Why does he have that girl's scent on him? Come to think of it, she was allowed near him while he had been resting all this while. He is clean and even his hair combed right. Intense jealousy burned inside Daphne. While she had been trying to save herself from the curse, that bitch Martina was doing Morgana knows what to Axel. It was official. Daphne hates Martina. I can't let it stay there, she decided. She hated even the thought of her scent staying on Axel. Without even thinking, Daphne climbed into bed and hugged Axel completely. What am I even doing? She thought. She just wanted to erase Martina's scent off of him. This is too good. But now she was in the bed hugging, she felt peace and comfort she had never felt before. She hated the fact that the bitch Martina might have been doing this while she was in the greenhouse, lying in dirt. Daphne yawned again. There was no way she was going to move now. She simply didn't have the will to do it. Hopefully, he won't kill me when he wakes up, he thought, before closing her eyes. It won't be long before he leaves for Altentis to begin with, so she might as well make the best of the remaining time. Chapter 162, Chapter 160, Magic Limit and Recovery. At night, Axel was woken up from his slumber when he was kissed on the forehead by Daphne. It has to be mentioned that Axel wasn't unconscious this time. So this much was enough to wake, unlike the last time with Martina. Sweet dreams. Daphne then proceeded to kiss the scars on his face. Axel fought back the smile that arose from the depths of his heart. Daphne has ways of making him feel happy without even intending to. But just as she was about to leave, she stopped, inhaling his scent again. Lavender. He heard her whisper. Fuck. Axel cursed inwardly. Just as he was about to open his eyes to explain, Daphne unexpectedly got into bed to hug him. Axel didn't know what to do. Daphne hugged him tightly, slightly rubbing herself on him as if to erase Martina's scent. Her actions were like a kitten. Seemingly tired, he felt her slowly relax while hugging him as she sighed in contentment. In the end, she buried her face in chest and fell asleep. Axel, who had been curiously observing her, was now at loss, looking at Daphne sleeping comfortably while nestled on his chest. Without realizing, he poked her cheek with his finger, making her brows furrowed in her sleep. Looking at her, Axel couldn't helping smiling. Is she not scared at all? He couldn't understand how Daphne could be this relaxed while sleeping on his chest. And that too after he had shown her his past. Becoming friends with her might really be the best thing that happened to me. Axel fell asleep watching Daphne. When he woke up, he was laying alone on the bed. Daphne had managed to get out with extreme care in order to avoid getting discovered. A smile came to his face. He had quite a good sleep. But slowly, it receded. Good times can't last long. He has to go to Atlantis. There are too many reasons to go. One of them being special quest, save Atlantis. There is a chance that Atlantis might be destroyed by Kraken. Save Atlantis and destroy the organization. Rewards will be based on the degree of completion. The mission had arrived not too long after he had defeated Theron and Nerio. They had already revealed that they had been planning a big attack on Atlantis. Axel would rather it did happen, else there would be nothing stopping the organization from moving on to do more destruction, starting with Britain. So, he really would have to go whether he wants to or not. Axel tried to get up, but felt the familiar sluggishness to his movements. Still not recovered, he thought in exasperation. It was better than yesterday. He could now perform rapid movements, maybe a bit of arcane footwork as well, not at a high intensity and certainly not for more than a few seconds. He checked his magic, and was disappointed again. His magical reserves had also not recovered. He can use his skills, but only for a few seconds. Axel could feel that when he defended Voldemort's magic, he had really gone overboard. It was never this bad the previous times he had used Limit Break. Alright system, exactly what happened to me. Do you finally have the time? Whoa! Are you actually being sarcastic? Asked Axel in surprise. But Axel couldn't blame the system. He hadn't had the time to converse with the system yet, neither has he had the time to get to fixing his body. Actually, he was about to do it just after winning the fight, but then he got on call with Daphne, after that he went unconscious, and then there was the emergency as soon as he woke up. After that he once again slept before he could get to it. So yes, he finally had the time now. You have used limit break to the extreme. You have been previously warned not to use it for a reason. Axel was a bit puzzled. Alright, so limit break is a bad skill. I get it. But you've never told me why it is bad. I should at least know exactly why I shouldn't use it. So, the system explained. All humans have a limit placed upon them. They can slowly increase that limit, but at any point they can't exceed it. The skill you have is very unconventional. Even by the multiverse standards. It forcefully exceeds those limits at an equivalent cost. It goes against the very laws of the world. So, the further you go, the more dire the consequences. Axel swallowed. He realized what the system said did make sense. Somehow, he could also subconsciously feel this limit. He didn't like it at all. Who is anyone to dictate how far he can go? So, he just uses all might to just still do what he wants, fucking all the limits. Guess there's a cost for doing that. So, what was the price? You have damaged your soul. Every wizard summons magic from the other two worlds through their souls as the medium. Every soul has a limit to how much magic it can summon at once and during a period of time. You exceeded yours by a huge margin, hence damaging your soul. Axel grunted. It did feel much worse after knowing exactly how messed up his condition was. But it was important. He needed to know exactly what was wrong with him. But there was one thing he still didn't understand. So, my soul is damaged. What about my body? Why is it not functioning properly? He asked. The remaining energy was converted from your body, so it has also been severely depleted. Damn, so, how do I recover? Asked Axel, coming to the most important topic. You can fasten your body's recovery by consuming various elixirs, but the recovery of the soul is difficult to hasten. What? Why? The soul is a collection of akashic records. The more outstanding your records are, the stronger your soul, and the stronger your magic. You just lost a lot of your records by doing what you just did and got the remaining ones into a disorder. That's why doing magic using your soul as the medium is difficult for now. Fortunately, there's also a positive side to this. What could be good after this? Your records aren't permanently gone. They'll come back with time along with the new ones. Your achievements this time, especially taking that attack head-on and surviving, has given a great boost to your records. So, when you do recover, your magical limit will have been significantly increased. Axel was a bit relieved to know that. At least he got something out of it. But imagining the sheer amount of power Voldemort had, he didn't think the increase would help him much. That monster was just too strong. If my records are impressive, then why is my magical limit so low? Don't be mistaken, Axel. Your magical limit is extremely high compared to humans your age. Anyone with a higher magical limit is only older than you. So basically, the more impressive and quantitative records a person has, the more their magical limit, right? Affirmative. But other factors can also influence it, for example, destiny. If it's written in the future records that someone is destined to do great things, their records and hence their magic can be powerful despite age. You don't have that advantage since you were supposed to have died early. In fact, you don't even exist in many realities. And that is just one factor. That's harsh, thought Axel. But he didn't mind it much. Destined? Fuck it. He'll write his own destiny. Ain't no akashic records exist that can dictate when he dies. What are these other factors you mentioned? He asked. He wanted to know just what other ways one can have a strong soul. That is restricted information. What? Why? It comes under the realm of getting to a higher existence. The information is too restricted to be available to you even at this stage. Axel sighed. Guess there was no use asking it. Then, why is Martina so powerful? Is she also destined to do great things? Or is it some other factor? He asked. Axel realized that Martina was only 3 years older than him, but her magical limit far exceeded his. The guardian angel spell she had used, it used an extremely high amount of magic. And she had spammed 2 of them in succession, the second one being even more powerful than the first one. And all that without suffering any repercussions. It's because her soul has gone through transmigration, so her previous records also count. She is also a comparatively higher existence due to having the blessings of Rob. Fuck, talk about unfair. You shouldn't be impatient. You have time on your side. Well, that was true. Axel's records were great, and with time, they would only get more impressive. He should just focus on his present situation. So, how do I recover? He asked. The natural way is to recover through time. But there are a few more accessible ways that can hasten the recovery. And what is it? Asked Axel, already assuming it wouldn't be easy. The main factor is that you have lost your records, meaning your soul has weakened. The system can give you custom missions to quickly get more records. These missions will be designed to maximize the records you gain through your actions in a period of time. They won't be too difficult or risky. Meanwhile, to make use of your existing disordered records better, you need another skill. It would have been given to you as a reward, but it's too expensive for that. Please buy it using your SP. Axel frowned as soon as he saw the cost. Fuck. He muttered out loud. It really was fucking expensive. Axel had gathered a lot of SP during this time, but this was putting a huge dent in his collection. Well, this better be worth it, he thought, before buying it. He didn't have a choice right now. Right now he couldn't do magic. Congratulations! You have gained the skill, Zen Focus. Zen Focus, it's not about the size, it's about how you use it. Axel frowned. What kind of description is that? It means that it's not about the amount of magic that determines a better wizard. It's about how you use it. Zen Focus will help you align your remaining soul better so that you can use your magic optimally. Well, makes sense, thought Axel. Just when he was about to start learning the skill, he heard soft footsteps, causing him to stop. Daphne entered the room with a tray filled with food and saw Axel sitting up with a deep frown on his face. You're up? Are you feeling better now? She asked, looking quite bright. Axel nodded. Yeah, there's progress. How was your sleep? She asked, a bit tentatively. Axel nodded casually. I slept quite well. Though funnily enough, I think it was a bit too hot in here last. Daphne shook her head. It wasn't, I mean, was it? Why would you think so? Axel looked down at his chest. Well, there, the front of my shirt feels a bit damp due to sweat. Daphne cursed under her breath. It was her drool. She forgot to dry it. Anyways, how was your sleep? Asked Axel. Mine. Daphne stammered, caught off guard. Ah. I was fine. I was great actually, the best I ever had. Axel raised his eyebrows. Oh? Where did you sleep? One of the spare bedroom? Did I mention they were locked? Daphne opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. She was trapped this time. But looking at the grin on his face, she realized that he was making fun of her. You already know. She complained. Of course. I was awake the whole time, Axel admitted. Though, I don't know why you were rubbing yourself on me. Daphne's face had gone beet red. She put the tray of breakfast on the table with a thump and ran out of the room. Eat it on your own. Hey, wait. Just hear me out, this is important. Axel called out after her. I just remembered that the spare bedrooms aren't locked at all in case you need them. Though I don't think you'll be needing them since Daphne slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Axel chuckled to himself. Teasing Daphne is always fun. Though he did wonder if he had gone overboard this time. To let him eat on his own, now that's cruel. He looked at the food. It was made from the magical ingredients he uses for his diet, but it looked and smelled quite delicious. Daphne must have put a lot of effort into making this. Axel sighed. This type of care, he had never experienced it before. He felt like he could live like this forever. But, it can't last long. If he got lazy and stopped now, others would destroy it before long. He has already decided. Only when he has reached the peak and eliminated all the threat will he finally stop and relax. Axel got serious again. As he brought out the interface for the new skill, Zen Focus. System, accept the information. Chapter 163, Chapter 161, Departure I. Zen Focus. Axel had bought the skill by paying quite a heavy price. He couldn't help but wonder what was so special about this skill to warrant such a huge price. But when he went through what he would be able to do once he learned it, he was surprised. The information related to the basic training of the skill came into his mind and Axel got to working with the first step. First step, peace. He has to go through all of his worst actions and have peace with them. After some time. Done. Axel did this quite easily. Axel stands by everything he has done. His every action, his every mistake, his every sin, he owns up to it. Why was it so easy? You are a rare existence in this world. This step proves to be incredibly difficult for most practitioners. Not many have convictions over their actions. Most humans are hypocrites who can't face their real selves. Well, that's good. Because I don't have much time. Axel shrugged, moving on to the next step. Now came the truly difficult step. Connecting with the soul. Axel went through the instructions. In order to connect with your soul, you need to cast magic and truly locate the origin of that magic. It can be anywhere in the body. The objective is to be able to connect with it in order to proceed further into the skill. Axel casted a simple spell. The magic appeared on his wand, but he didn't quite feel where it originated from. He cast magic a second time. This time, he felt it rush from his hand all the way to his wand. Still, no origin. Axel tried a few more times before he was exhausted. Sighing, he got up and went out to find Daphne. Though he couldn't find her in the living, neither in the kitchen, nor in any other rooms. Axel looked at the only other room he had left out, which he hadn't even introduced to her. He sighed. Of course she went there. Axel found Daphne in his study, where he kept all the important stuff. Daphne was looking at a particular miniature model he had made as a reference for planning the heist. I see you found my study, he said, making her jump. Daphne rounded up on him, looking a bit panicked. I thought it was one of the bedrooms. Axel nodded, well, it's not. Anyways, glad you're no longer angry with me. Daphne suddenly remembered that she was supposed to be angry with him for teasing her mercilessly. She turned her head away. Hey! I'm still very much angry, all right. Axel nodded. If you say so. Daphne sighed. She could never stay mad at him. She turned back, returning to observe the model. This model, it's the third-floor corridor, right? Daphne sighed upon seeing him nod as if ask why she is asking that. You were there, weren't you? You were the one who stole the Philosopher's Stone. Axel shrugged. I did. He said, expression saying big deal. He didn't think it was a problem if she found out. I needed it to make the cure. Daphne rubbed her forehead. So, it was you. She murmured to herself. What's the matter? The stone wasn't even real. Daphne just shook her head. Nothing. That day, she had almost lost her life. But someone swooped in and saved her from her. Now she's discovering that even that, was none other than Axel. She was frustrated. Just what is she supposed to do when she is already in such a huge department? She's ready to give him her everything but she doesn't seem to have anything he wants or needs. Oh, right. Martina called, asking for you. She said you aren't picking up her calls, she said before she leaving. Axel, who didn't even remember that he had saved her, scratched his head. Is she still mad? He just decided to contact Martina and Akiko. Those two must have been worried about him. As expected, his Magi mirror was full of calls and messages. Axel just rang Martina, who picked up very quickly. It's him. Hello. Axel? Are you all right? Of course I am, didn't Daphne tell you that? He asked. Daphne? Yeah, she said a lot of things. Axel felt like he heard grinding of teeth. Axel wondered just what the hell Daphne said to her. Ask him where he is. He heard Akiko say over the phone. He can hear you, Akiko. Anyways, where are you? When are you coming back? Asked Martina. Me? I'm at this secret living space I found in one of the corridors. Can't tell you the location over the call. He casually before taking a more serious tone. Listen, don't worry about me. I can recover better on my own than under the supervision of the healers. Plus, I'd rather not answer to Dumbledore and professors. So, I'll just stay here and recover. Call me if anything comes up, all right? All right. Martina didn't sound too happy for some reason. Though the situation is getting a bit serious about your disappearance, are beginning to wonder what happened. And with no statement from the school, it's only making things worse. Dumbledore is also haunting us for your location. Axel clicked his tongue, fame really wasn't a good thing. Just let Bellatrix handle Dumbledore. As for the restless students, just let them wonder. You know why we can't let others find out about my status. Axel decided that it would be best if he remains missing. It will throw the organization off his trail. Hell, they might even assume he was dead after Theron and Nerio kidnapped him. Even if they think he's alive, they'll at least not focus on Hogwarts after knowing he never returned. All right, I understand, said Martina. And Axel, sorry about the last time. We shouldn't have tried to stop you. It's all right. I should be the one apologizing. It was emergency. Axel didn't really mind that. Martina and Akiko were only trying to help him. He regretting using force on them. It's just that at that moment, he was just too furious since he had no idea what had happened to Daphne and he didn't have the time to explain. Are you still going to go? This time, it was Akiko who asked that. Yes, and I'm not taking you with me. I'm going, said Akiko firmly. Not happening. To be honest, for a ninja, you aren't all that adept at deception and covert operation. I'll call you if need you. It seemed like Akiko took some damage from that. But it was true. Akiko is good as fighting, killing, using force, but not at other things like espionage, spying and disguise. She has always been so strong that she has never needed those. Began Martina, but... Don't even bother asking, Martina. You're too inexperienced for this. Axel hung up after talking some more. He could understand the girls wanting to come, but Axel decided he'd rather do it alone. Sure, those two are incredibly powerful and would be helpful to have around, but he hasn't forgotten that he is injured in the first place due to protecting them. Whatever happens in Atlantis, Axel would be much more comfortable if he has to look out only for himself. He has the survivability of an immortal creature, but he can't say the same when having to look out for others. After a meal, Axel went back to training, having recovered some of his strength. He tried, failed, recovered, and then tried again. Connecting with his soul took quite a long time, and the process was complicated. But till the next day, Axel did it. It was a lot like occlumency, so that also helped him along the way. But as soon as he did, problems arose only after that. Axel's body jerked violently as he quickly broke the connection. What the hell? It really was. Hell. His soul. It was like a purgatory that seeked to destroy his mind as soon as it connected. It was full of pain. And anger. There was so much anger. System, what the hell just happened? Axel, your mind might be at peace with your life, but your soul is not. Mind is something that can be controlled consciously, but the same does not apply for the soul. With such a soul as your medium, you are not able to make the optimal use of your magic. That's why you feel that your magic limit is very low. Damn. Axel now understood why he was unable to do much magic. His soul has been weakened due to the loss of most of his records. That small purgatory can't process much magic before it reaches its limit. Does everyone have a soul similar to mine? Only you do. Due to your extreme experiences in your life. The only reason you were able to so much magic is because you had too many impressive records, strengthening your soul. Now that they are temporarily gone. Axel understood. Now that his impressive qualitative and quantitative records are gone, his soul can't bear the burden of magic when it's already in such a state. If Zen focus can help him solve that, it would enhance his magic greatly. That is only one of the benefits of Zen focus. Yet, but how the hell do I even proceed? That thing won't even let me in. That was the problem. He could see that the skill could be extremely beneficial, but Axel couldn't see himself succeeded. He knew what he had to do to proceed from the information in head. The next step is to somehow gradually bring tranquility to his soul and make it as still as a pond at dawn, so that the magic can flow unobstructed through it. It might be easy for others, but Axel couldn't even bring his conscience near it, let alone make adjustments. He was supposed to find an anchor. Something that would pacify his soul, but had no idea what it meant. You have to find that on your own. Of course, the system didn't help out at the crucial moment. Sigh. And thus began Axel's difficult part of recovery. No matter what he tried, he couldn't succeed. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't influence the turbulence in his soul at all. It was simply not in his control, unlike his mind. Until now, he had always thought that he had put all that suffering past him. That nothing could really affect him as long as he doesn't let it. But he was wrong. The shitty life he has and the pain and suffering has gone through, they're all still with him, in his soul. And it has been affecting him a lot. Don't take it too hard on yourself. You can be powerful even without this skill once you regain your overwhelming records. Even the most powerful wizards have bad memoirs and regrets. Most of them don't have tranquility with their soul. But they turn these sufferings into great source of motivation and power. Really? Affirmative. It's just that none of them have suffered quite as much as you at your age. If someone is alive after all you've been through at your age, they'd rather kill themselves. The fucking system was not helping at all. Axel sat there for he didn't know how long. It wasn't working at him. While Axel was struggling, his hand was suddenly grabbed between two soft and comparatively small palms. Are you all right? A voice asked tentatively. The burning purgatory of suffering that had been blocking his consciousness from entering suddenly became much tamer, letting him easily enter. But Axel was just so surprised by this sudden change the connection broke, bringing him back to sitting on the bed. Axel opened his eyes, stunned. The anchor. He actually found it. What happened? Asked Daphne, really scared. Axel fixed Daphne with an intense gaze. Daphne. Daphne's heart skipped a beat. Axel had never looked at her like this before. Wah, what is it? I need your help, said Axel seriously. Help? With what? Daphne's imagination began running wild. Sure. Whatever it is, just tell me, she said, looking down as she fidgeted her hands. Holy Morgana, is this a dream? I need you to stay with me. Daphne's heart was pumping so loud that she thought even Axel would hear it. Stay with you? In what way? A few minutes later, Daphne found herself sitting in bed, holding Axel's hand while concentrated on what he was doing. And, it seems like they are going to stay like that for a while. Well, it wasn't what she was expecting. Definitely not. But... Daphne smiled. Isn't this great as well? She can look at him as much as she wants. And she's helping him too. Somehow. Something related to soul. Whatever the case, Daphne felt like her soul was quite serene right now. Chapter 165, Chapter 162, Departure 2, Farewell. Well, here's the promised chapter. Axel now knew why he liked hanging out with Daphne. His burning soul literally gets soothed just by her mere presence. Could there be a better reason? Just sitting there, holding her hand gives him a sense of peace that he has never actually paid attention to. It made him realize just how glad he was to have someone like her. Without her, he would have never known such a feeling actually existed. Now, he would be able to send his consciousness into his unwelcoming soul and finally make some progress about making his soul a better medium for summoning magic. Alright, here goes. Axel tried connecting to his soul once again. This time, he succeeded. But a frown edged upon his face as soon as he understood the situation inside. His soul was basically a bubble of Akashic records, most of which are of his suffering, lightly intermittent with the records of some good memories. No wonder the magic can't flow through it properly. Even though he has managed to control his mind and body to be permanently affected by the things he has been through, he hasn't been able to do the same for his soul. Alright, let's get to work. Axel began to try what he had learned from the system knowledge. He can't really do anything about the bad records, but he can arrange his records in a way that brings some semblance of balance to his soul. The only problem is, the soul is not quite easy to manipulate as mind. He can't just adjust records like he can do memories. The process is extremely slow. He has to go through each record and patiently guide them to gradually shift according to his feeling. Even then, they might just decide that the previous location was better and shift back. What you are doing is already beyond the reach of almost all humans. You can't expect it be easy. Axel could only grit his teeth and soldier on. Meanwhile, outside his bubble of seclusion, exams took place at Hogwarts, which Axel decisively missed. Writing about basic and mostly useless information about magic wasn't on his list of priorities right now. Though, he did make Daphne take hers, which she did with extreme reluctance. He didn't want her to miss her exams due to him. And besides, it would be quite suspicious if only 2 students from the same year didn't show up for exams who just happened to be former friends. That's just asking for trouble, considering the current circumstances. Axel's alleged disappearance was now turning into an issue. It wouldn't have been a big deal if it was just any student, but since the student that disappeared is the most talented Quidditch prodigy, Axel Hunt, things have blown out of proportions. It became so bad that the school could no longer keep it under wraps and had to make an official statement, confirming his disappearance, assuring everyone concerned that the authorities are making their best efforts to locate him. But, that only made the matter worse. The news had spread far and wide, and now there was an uproar in the whole Quidditch community all over the world. It has to be noted that Axel is one of the most famous celebrities in the world. Why? Because the clips of his gameplay aren't something that just the Quidditch enthusiasts enjoy. The level of skill, finesse, and savagery is so off the charts that even someone who has no interest in Quidditch would find themselves wanting to see more of his plays. That's why, the clips of his gameplay have quickly taken the highest rankings in watched recorded memories on the Magi Hive, exceeding the other clips' number of views by a huge margin. Especially his last game, where he single-handedly took down the Mahout Okoro team in an unrestricted format. No matter if they were school-level matches, but Axel has already been unanimously termed as the god of Quidditch by the viewers. And now that, this person has suddenly disappeared from the face of Earth, it is no wonder that it is causing waves. People are demanding for answers, genuinely concerned for Axel's well-being. Various conspiracy theories have been circulating about his alleged disappearance. There was a huge explosion at Hogwarts on the day of his disappearance, so some are attributing it to that, saying he was dead, while there are few who think he is on the run since the minister herself was searching for him. But theories have no end. Some say he has been kidnapped by people from another country to play Quidditch for them, while some even say that one of his female fans at Hogwarts drugged him and trapped him in her sex dungeon, and so on. Though, Axel himself paid no heed to any of this. Daily, he would try to recover to the best of his ability while learning Zen focus. Just like that, the day he had to leave finally arrived. His body was now fully recovered, save for his hand, and he was able to cast a moderate degree of magic without strain. He still had a long way to go in order to reach and exceed his previous capacity, but it was definitely a lot compared to before. It wasn't enough, but he didn't want to delay any longer. His soul had finally calmed down enough that he was able to train the skill on his own, so staying here was just wasting time he could be spending destroying the organization. How much longer, wondered Axel. Daphne, are you going to come out or not? He asked, looking at the time. He was waiting for Daphne, who was taking forever to get ready. Today was an end-term party on account of a successful collaboration between Hogwarts and Japan. Daphne wanted to go with him, and Axel couldn't deny her this after having her sit with him for most of the time for the last few days. Though of course, Daphne didn't mind at all. She was, instead, hugely disappointed when she came to know that it was over. Just how long will it take for you to get ready? He called out. Just a minute. Came Daphne's muffled voice. Inside the room, Daphne was fully ready, dressed in the same gorgeous dress she had sent him the picture of not long ago. Only, there was one little problem. She was a crying mess. She wanted to bid him farewell with a smile on her face, so she was crying right now. Daphne wiped her tears and looked into the mirror. Come on, Daph. He needs you smiling right now. She said, trying to smile. Quickly fixing her makeup the best she could, she hurried out of the room. How do I look? She asked as she did a 360 turn for him. Axel took a second longer to answer that. Really pretty, he praised sincerely, causing Daphne's face to light up, all smiles. But Axel had a troubled look on his face. Can't you just let me do it? He asked for the umpteenth time. Daphne shook her head firmly. I told you. I have made my decision. Daphne adamantly refused the treatment of her curse, even now that he had recovered. Daphne frowned. Don't bring it up now. I told you I'm not going through with it until you return safely. Axel sighed. You and your weird reasoning. You shouldn't worry. The curse is only a threat if you don't safely return, she said with a sweet smile. Axel clicked his tongue. This girl, she is taking herself hostage in demand of his safe return. If something happens to him, the curse will activate and he won't be there for the cure. You don't have to do this. But I do. Anything to increase your chances of survival, she said brightly. Now, are we going or what? She asked, linking arms with him. Axel turned both of them invisible to others, and off they went. As always, the party was in the Great Hall. It's a place that can be molded into any place to fit the occasion. Axel suspected it might even turn into a huge dormitory someday of emergency for all the students to sleep. Right now, the place was decorated in a sort of Japanese plus English theme for the occasion. The ceiling was decorated with a blend of chandeliers and lanterns. Japanese shogi armors were instated right alongside the knight armors, making for an interesting view. The walls were decorated with pictures and descriptions of the events that had taken place in the year, and the guests were also dressed in suits and dresses or yukatas and kimonos. In the music area, English and Japanese songs were intermittently being played, and the students of Mahouto Koro and Hogwarts danced together as one. "You should have worn that suit," said Daphne, looking around with bright eyes. Axel, who was wearing his travel attire, shook his head. "I'd rather leave as soon as I can. Besides, no one can see me anyways." "Well, you do look good in whatever you wear, so it's all right," said Daphne. Both of them were not in the mood to celebrate like the last time, so they just spent the last few moments of their time wandering along, trying dishes and enjoying the vibes. A lot of students were bidding farewell to each other, many of them being couples. It wasn't just a day of farewell for Axel. Mahouto Koro was leaving today as well. The party was wild, but Axel and Daphne enjoyed it at their own pace, completely invisible to the rest of the world. In the end, they met up with Akiko and Martina, who were sitting in a corner under their own secrecy wards. "Axel." Martina stood up as soon as she saw him. They had been keeping correspondence over the Magi Mirror, but she was still relieved to see him in person. "Are you really recovered?" she asked. "No, not completely. But it's enough to get me going." "Trust me," he assured. "Are you really not taking us?" "We don't mind the risk, really," said Martina earnestly. "I'll call you over if I need you," that's all Axel could relent. But he was firm about his decision to go alone. He was more of a solo player at heart. Martina's shoulders drooped in disappointment. But she took what she got. "You have to call us as soon as there's the slightest bit of trouble." "Some of us can help," she said, glancing at Daphne. Axel sensed the tension between Daphne and Martina. "Is everything all right?" he asked. Daphne and Martina both smiled at him. "It's nothing. It's all right." Axel was certain something was wrong now, but he didn't pursue the matter further. It didn't seem serious. He turned to look at Akiko. "I thought you would be more forceful about coming along." Akiko shrugged. "Well, you aren't going to listen anyway." "True," Axel admitted, but he still looked at her dubiously. She had this look on her face that seemed similar to the one she used to get in their trainings when she had something up her sleeve. The three of them sat in silence, watching the party. Soon, the party was over, and it was time to leave. Dumbledore and Yujiro came upon the stage for their speech. "This year has been a great success, and you students have worked hard in learning the extra subjects. Don't be despondent, because this is, by no means, the final parting. You." While Dumbledore's speech was still going on, someone stormed right up to their corner, pointing at Axel. "You are here. I have been so worried and no one would tell me anything." It was, surprisingly, Rose Potter, who removed her invisibility cloak. Now that she was in their bubble, the four of them became visible to her. Axel frowned. "How'd you find us?" He was sure she didn't happen to come to the most secluded corner alone. They should have been invisible to others' eyes. "I sensed her darkness," she said, nodding at Akiko. Ever since the ritual, she has been able to sense the darkness better than ever. "But that does not matter. What the hell are you doing relaxing here while there is a countrywide search going on for you?" asked Rose. Axel face-palmed. "That shouldn't be of any concern to you. Rather, you shouldn't be sneaking to places under your invisibility cloak without protection. If you're caught by Voldemort again, it's over for us all." Axel was furious with Rose's recklessness. She can allow Voldemort to access this world, and here she is, wandering around without protection. "You shouldn't worry about me. I can take care of myself." "Now more than ever," she said, as darkness started to circulate around herself. "What the fuck?" Axel and the girls were, of course, understandably surprised. Now that Axel looked at Rose again, he could indeed spot some things in her that were different. There were black streaks in her red hair and the bratish vibe about her was gone. Something about the darkness around her reminded him of Voldemort. Curious, he casually probed her mind, only to be sent back by a huge force. "System, what the fuck?" Axel was more than a bit surprised. So, only does she have this explainable power, she also has mental protection. How is that possible? Rose was weak as fuck just a few days ago. The ritual has deepened her connection with the netherworld. She now seems to be able to access the magic of netherworld much more directly. A unique and unprecedented case. The system presented its analysis to Axel. Rose dispersed the darkness, satisfied that she was being taken seriously now. What the fuck indeed? Now, can you tell me what the hell is going on here? I have so many questions. She all but begged. Rose was just so confused. First, she is trapped in some ritual circle to summon dark creatures. When she wakes up, some extremely powerful men come along and take Axel. Then she is sent to the hospital wing where she faints again. Waking up, she finds that Axel has been brought back, but she can't even meet him to thank him for saving her life, neither can she find Akiko and Martina. Even more strange, she now has some really strange and scary abilities. A few days later, Axel disappears again, and this time, no one tells what happened to him. Now that she has spotted him again, along with Akiko and Martina, she desperately needs some answers. Just sit down, Rose. We'll explain, said Martina, looking at the girl with some pity. She had completely forgotten about Rose, who had to go through such a huge event. Martina explained the situation to Rose. About what happened and why Axel can't reveal himself. So, there are more terrifying people out there like those guys who are after you. And you are trying to play dead so that they don't come after you. Rose was having trouble wrapping her head around the whole situation. Exactly. He didn't mean for the situation to turn out like this, but now if he reveals himself, more Kraken members would be dispatched to Hogwarts in hopes that some of us might know where he is. Rose nodded her head slowly. That does make sense. So, what you going to do now? She asked Axel, looking worried. She felt that Axel's situation was quite similar to hers. Destroy the organization, said Axel like it was the most obvious thing in the world. What? Yep, anyways, it's time to leave, said Axel, getting up. Wait, why are you? Save it, Rose. You can't stop him, said Daphne helplessly. Rose could do nothing but follow the party of 4 out of the party. Daphne grabbed Axel's hand, knowing that she would be doing that in a long while. Soon, they were out of Hogwarts wards and Axel stopped walking. Martina hugged him tightly. Separating from him reluctantly, she gave a small ring. Here, I've been busy for the last few days as well. I've packed everything necessary into this along with instructions on how to use them. I've made the ring as untraceable as I could, in case you become a hostage again, she explained meticulously. Make sure to check it out. It also has some sealing scrolls, explosion seals, weapon, and other stuff, said Akiko. She stepped forward and surprised him by hugging him as well. I'll see you soon. Stay alive till then. Axel finally turned to Daphne. Well, I'll be back in a bit, said Axel. Daphne tried, she really did, but she couldn't holding it. She hugged him and cried. Axel ran a hand through her hair. You did a job holding them till now. Daphne cried for a while, but she had to let him go eventually. You have to take care. I will. Don't be reckless. I won't. Make sure to eat and sleep properly. I will. Daphne sighed. She used occlumency to calm herself and smiled at him. Farewell. You guys make sure to keep an eye on her, he said, nodding at Rose. I don't want to come and see Hogwarts destroyed. I told you, I can take care of myself, huffed Rose, who had been seeing Axel hug 3 girls one after another. Was she jealous? No way. Did also expect one? Well, maybe, but she would rather not. Seriously. Seriously, be careful, he warned. Now, I have something to give you guys before I leave. He extended 3 of his fingers and produced 3 wisps of memories that the system transferred to him. Mission, make Rose an ally. System, you can be a bitch sometimes, Axel complained, but extended another finger, causing another wisp to be created. The wisp slowly turned to balls which floated in the air and transferred into the girl's forehead. Daphne, Rose, Martina, and Akiko were surprised when the following information appearing their minds. Do you agree to be Axel Hunt's ally? Yes/no. When they thought yes, an explosion happened in their minds, caused by a huge influx of information. Congratulations, you can got in the class. You guys can't reveal that information to anyone, said Axel while they were still disoriented. Well, take care, my allies. And make sure to train whatever you get. I'll leave before you guys start bombarding me with questions. Wait. Matt. Don't you dare leave. Hey. And Axel was gone, leaving them at a massive cliffhanger. So, this is the end of Vol 2.
Thanks for listening.